Good morning, everyone. Please kindly make your way over to the main stage. There will be a special performance by the Hong Kong Tourism Board, and that's going to be taking place here on the main stage. So please make your way over here, grab your seat, and we'll see you very soon. Thank you very much. So good morning Hong Kong, and a very, very warm welcome to day 2 of Leap East. That was just a little snippet of all the action that we had on day 1, but don't worry, there's still plenty more of that to come here on day 2 and day 3. Now, my name is Olivia Kinghorst. I'm an international presenter, moderator, and former TV anchor, and it's a real pleasure to be your host here on the main stage this week at Leap East. Now, what a moment this is, because Leap actually started about 5 years ago in Riyadh, and it's traveled all the way to be here, to one of the most dynamic, connected, and culturally rich places here in Hong Kong. And over the past day, we've heard many conversations about building bridges between the East and the Middle East. And I just want to remind everyone what an incredible milestone this is. This week, we're expecting about 25,000 people here. We've got about 300 speakers, 400 exhibitors, many country pavilions. So really, there's something here for everyone. And they're all here to ask a question: what's next? And ultimately, how can we collaborate and build things together? So with that, let's leap into the very first session of the day. We're going to find out how Hong Kong is uniquely positioned to build bridges with mainland China, with the rest of Asia, the Middle East, as well as global markets. And our next speaker has a front row seat to all of this. He's Simon Chan, chairman of Hong Kong Cyberport Management Company, and he knows all too well the importance of collaboration, because Cyberport's vibrant ecosystem includes now more than 2,300 tech companies and over 500 network partners. So with that, please put your hands together and give him the warmest of welcomes, Simon Chan.
Distinguished guests, investors, innovators, and friends from the Middle East, Hong Kong, and the world, good morning. Sabah Akar. Following the amazing performance just now by the Hong Kong Tourism Board, once again, welcome to Hong Kong. Leap as a long-standing connector between the Middle East and Hong Kong, I'm excited to welcome you all, especially all friends from the Middle East to Hong Kong, as seeing you all here today brings back great memories. 3 years ago in 2023, I had the honor of joining our chief executive on an official delegation to the Middle East and being impressed by the tech-driven vitality of Leap. Riding on the foundations, Cyberport hosted a delegation with the Hong Kong SR government to Leap in 2024, bringing back impactful partnership with the Saudi Arabian National Tech Park, KACST, and paving the way for our further success in expanding into the Middle East landscape. How about the important connector to the future landscape? Undoubtedly, AI. In the AI plus era, be it AI-generated content, embodied intelligence, or lately agentic AI, it is undoubtedly reshaping industries, rewriting economic playbooks, and redefining how we live, work, and interact with each other. The challenges of AI development, ranging from immense computing resources requirement to real-world application beyond borders, demand global collaboration. The next wave of growth belongs to those who can connect across boundaries. So Hong Kong right here is the ideal connector in Asia Pacific to actualize this global collaboration, leveraging its unique status as a global financial center and an international hub for innovation and technology, and ultimately as a super connector and a super value adder for cross-regional AI growth. By bridging the vibrant markets of the Chinese mainland, the high-growth economies of Asia-Pacific, the ambitious digital landscape of the Middle East, and the wider global tech ecosystem, Hong Kong holds the key to transforming AI capability into real-world impact. Lower in the appetite for AI transformation, more evident than in the Middle East, which is manifested in its exponentially increasing AI market potential. The Middle East AI market size, valued at $15 billion in 2025, is projected to skyrocket to over $265 billion by 2033, representing a compound annual growth rate of over 41%. This growth is especially propelled by visionary government-led digital strategies in the Middle East, with Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 as the exemplar. To fully realize ambitious digital visions, Middle Eastern enterprises and investors need an agile and globally integrated partner, connecting to deep tech breakthroughs, manufacturing powerhouses, and talent pools of Asia and the Chinese mainland. The gateway to this cross-regional partnership lies in Hong Kong. As a leading global financial center and an emerging international hub for innovation and technology, Hong Kong possesses an irreplaceable combination of financial depth, digital advancement, infrastructural strength, and geographical connectivity. According to IMD World Rankings, Hong Kong has risen to the second place in the world competitiveness and the fourth place in the world digital competitiveness, guided by our forward-looking national strategy of 15 five-year plan and Hong Kong's tailored blueprint for innovation and technology. The Hong Kong SAR government has designated AI as core industries, with the first focus on two high-potential frontiers, life sciences and embodied intelligence, pointing to a clear pathway towards our AI plus aspiration. In the financial aspect, Hong Kong ran as the world's largest cross-boundary wealth management center and global first IPO hub in 2025, with even higher proceeds in the first half of 2026, offering unparalleled access to capital and financing opportunities. Furthermore, under the one country, two system principle, Hong Kong enjoys a unique position of maintaining our own institutional strength while integrating into the high-growth markets of the Chinese mainland China, especially the Greater Bay Area, which boasts a population of over 88 million and a GDP of about $2.2 trillion, and also maintaining deeply connected with the Asia-Pacific region and global markets. Steered by our intelligent vision and financial prowess, Hong Kong is set to emerge as the AI plus connector between the Middle East and Asia-Pacific to drive collective economic growth. At the core of Hong Kong as an AI plus connector stands Cyberport, Hong Kong's digital tech hub and AI accelerator, striving to empower AI transformation across society and industries to boost intelligent economy. Today, Cyberport houses a vibrant ecosystem of close to 2,400 tech companies and startups, including 25 listed companies at a total market cap of over $75 million, and 9 unicorns at a total valuation of over $19 billion. Alongside a robust network of over 550 corporate and institutional partners, curating a comprehensive life cycle of tech, R&D, translation and commercialization, global investment, and cross-border partnership. Particularly in the AI and data science, Cyberport gathers more than 500 forefront companies and startups, building a holistic ecosystem comprised of cheap R&D and computing power, data, large language models, model risk assessment, industry application, governance and ethics, cybersecurity, talent cultivation, and connection to capital and stock exchange listing. As equally crucial as the AI ecosystem is infrastructural capabilities. Cyberport has launched Hong Kong's largest scale AI supercomputing center of 3,000 free flops to meet booming computational demand from industries, supported by the Hong Kong SA government subsidy of $382 million to facilitate full usage of computer power by R&D institutions, government bodies, strategic enterprises, and innovative startups. It is also complemented by our Tier 3 world-class data center in our new extension of Cyberport 5 to enable speedy and low latency data transmission and computing. Apart from AI, Cyberport's tech ecosystem also fosters Hong Kong's largest fintech clusters of over 440 companies, the largest blockchain and digital clusters of over 310 companies, over 900 smart living companies, and many other industry-leading companies in cybersecurity, enabling intelligent transformation and financial innovation in a resilient and secure manner. Leveraging Hong Kong's unique position as a super connector and super value adder, Cyberport has established an extensive network of overseas alliances spanning the Middle East as well as other emerging regions along the Belt and Road. In the Middle East, through our strategic partnership with Saudi Arabia's National Tech Park, KACST, Dubai Future Foundation, and UAE Accelerator Hub 71, we supported mutual lending of high potential companies. More than 30 Cyberport companies have expanded to the Middle East with innovation in smart building management, drone applications, digital asset custodianship, and wealth management to propel smart city and digital economy development in the GCC region. To further our alliance roadmap, Cyberport partnerships across the Belt and Road, including Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan in Central Asia, Thailand and Malaysia and Indonesia in ASEAN, Korea and Japan in Asia, and the USA, have supported Cyberport companies to expand to over 35 world markets and attracted entrepreneurs from 27 countries and regions to Cyberport. While our arms reach out globally, our foundation remains deeply rooted in our extensive network across the Chinese mainland, especially the Greater Bay Area, with comprehensive supply chains and industry chains. By combining cutting-edge R&D and capital architecture of Hong Kong with industrial scaling power of the Chinese mainland, we create an unrivaled value-added proposition for our global allies. Ladies and gentlemen, as we stand in the vanguard of AI plus empowerment, it has never been more opportune than now to unleash greater AI potential through regional joint progression. As AI plus connector, Hong Kong is well positioned with positional muscle, financial groundwork, legal trust, cross-border agility, and backing by the Chinese mainland, soon to be strengthened by Hong Kong First five-year plan to take our shared AI vision with the Middle East to the next level. With our new Cyberport 5 extension as Hong Kong's latest tech landmark, we are empowered with greater tech park capacity and strong commitment to welcome innovators, investors, and partners from the Middle East to Cyberport. Shoulder by shoulder, we will take a bigger leap forward together beyond a new AI horizon. Lastly, wishing the event a big success and all of you an enjoyable stay in Hong Kong. Thank you, and I look forward to all of you again next year in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Big warm thank you to Simon Chan there. Now, if you head over to China, you'll soon quickly realize that its AI ecosystem is moving away from just model breakthroughs all the way to real-world deployment. So raise your hand in the audience. Who here is actually based in China or comes from China? a couple of you here, but most of you not. So our next session is actually going to give you a very fascinating window into what's really happening on the ground there. And this is very interesting to those of you who have never been to China before. We're going to hear from a mix of founders, investors, as well as operators to see where China's AI companies are scaling next and how exactly they're applying AI across multiple industries. Now, please note this session will actually be in Mandarin. So if you're still curious and you want to stick around, please make sure to grab a translation device that's over on the table at the back there. And with that, please give the warmest of welcome to our speakers as well as our moderator, Victoria Guo, partner at Sec Newgate, and she's coming to us all the way from Shanghai. Please give them the warm welcome they deserve. Thank you very much.
好，各位来宾，大家早上好，欢迎参加本场的圆桌对话。我们今天的主题是人工智能加行动，中国创新全球化的新路径。在座的各位，如果您不是特别熟悉人工智能加行动，它其实是中国社会和经济当前发展以及未来5年发展最顶层的战略之一。而它的核心呢，就是利用人工智能的技术重塑生产、生活和治理等方方面面的这个方式。我们可以把它认同为中国过去10年互联网加经济发展到今天的一个升级和一个转型。那在过去的1到2年，中国 AI 人工智能行业最重要的一个转变或者说发展进程，其实是 AI 从能够对话变成能够办事情。尽管中国生成式人工智能用户的规模已经突破了6亿人次，但事实上，现在政府、企业、消费者、用户，还有包括市场投资人的关注重点，已不再是单纯的追逐大模型，或者说一些数据的这个要素和参数，而更重要的，他们是在看到底谁能够将 AI 突破数字世界和物理世界的这样一个边界，让 AI 真实的落到产业的前沿，赋能社会管理，解决民生的议题，或者说帮助实体经济去做一个发展。而今天我们在现场的这4位嘉宾，他们所代表的企业、所处的行业和他们所从事的工作，其实正好就是展现了中国目前 AI 加落地的几个关键的领域，包括消费升级、全球化的合作、产业赋能、产业经济的发展以及社会治理的议题。那在我们今天的问答正式开始之前，我还是想要快速的介绍一下我们今天的这几位嘉宾。从最右手边开始，最右手边是高鸿荣先生，高先生是华为全球首席公共服务行业的科学家。高先生个人的履历其实是非常有趣的。在进入 ICT 行业之前，他在新加坡干了30多年的国际刑警的工作。所以高先生本人所关注的，还有包括他所在的华为的这个公共服务事业部门所关注的，就是如何利用 ICT 的技术，帮助政府还有公共服务行业推动他们的数字升级，还有 AI 升级，提供安全城市、数字城市，还有包括智慧治理相关的这个解决方案。欢迎你。然后在高先生旁边，我们第2位的这个演讲人万浩基先生 Harry， 他是经纬创投的创始合伙人。经纬应该说是中国最早布局 AI 赛道投资的顶级 VC 之一，旗下管理超过700亿人民币的这个资金。然后经纬参与过大量中国前沿的 AI 和知名企业的这个投资，包括大家耳熟能详的 Minimax、宇树科技、小鹏汽车，还有理想汽车，可以说真的是在用他们的这个资产能力，还有包括整个生态的这个能力，帮助 AI 技术更快速地落到产业的前沿。然后在中间的这一位呢是张帆，张帆是原理智能的创始人兼 CEO。原理智能是一个专注以强化学习驱动的 AI agent 平台，他们所希望能够实现的是希望能够在真实的商业场景中，帮企业打造能够自进化的数字员工。可能在座的很多嘉宾今天是第一次接触这个原理这家公司，可是其实张帆总是一个非常成功的这个连续创业者，您可能非常熟悉，甚至非常了解他过去创立的和深度参与的几家企业，包括妙计旅行，刚刚在美股上市的大搜车，另外还有包括刚刚在港股上市的质朴 AI。可以说，张总不但是建立了大模型在中国从萌芽到真正落地的全流程，其实也经历过中国百模大战非常血腥的这样的一个市场竞争的这个激励。 那么在我身边的这一位呢是向延平博士，他是智慧互通的 CEO。智慧互通是一家专门做高精物理 AI 产品的全球化企业，他们所致力打造的是将 AI 从数字系统带入真实的空间，构建面向真实世界的高精物理 AI 产品和基础设施。那么目前，向总公司的这个技术已经服务于全球超过70座城市、区域，还有市场，直接应用于城市的智慧交通管理、车路协同、无人驾驶等这些细分的前沿领域。那接下来欢迎4位演讲嘉宾。我想我的第一轮提问呢，其实是希望你们可以快速的点评一下中国 AI 加的产业目前到底是发展到一个什么样的进入。我想从投资人的角度来看，到今年到目前为止，您接触过多少 AI 加相关的这个项目？其中是不是已经有一些过度拥挤的赛道，和有一些还没有就是蓝海的这样的一个赛道？
非常感谢啊，今天受到邀请过来去跟大家来去做分享。我觉得刚才那个主持人说的特别对的一件事情，就是说今天我们在看的一些项目中，已经数不清有多少个是 AI 相关了。因为就算你是 AI 跟不是 AI 的一些项目，到投资人面前，他们都在说我在做 AI， 这个是一个很实际的一件事情。如果你不是 AI 的话，你的项目就不 sexy 了。那这件事情就很实际。那从这个角度来看，其实我们也可以看得到一个很重要的一个重点，就是说，今天 AI 已经慢慢在渗入进去几乎每一个行业。不管你以前可能是在做 marketing 的，有可能是在做软件的，有可能是在做硬件的机器人的，包括我们在看的 consumer electronic 的一些简单的消费的一些公司来讲的话，他们都在包装 AI 的这个层面，所以其实，在今天来讲的话 ，AI 已经嵌入进去，基本上我们可以看得到每一个垂直领域里面的。那如果从数量来看，我觉得我们真的是数不清。可是有几个层面上，我可以去做一些简单的一些分享，就是说，你刚才所说的，其实过去几年大家对于 AI 的理解都是在跟大模型相关，大家耳熟能详的那个质谱也好 ，Minimax 也好 ，Kimi 也好，只是在整个 AI 的大的赛道中，我觉得不可以说是非常重要，可是是非常重要的基础建设而已。在今天，其实我们看得到更多的是 AI 怎么样去落地到实际行业中的应用，不管你是软件的应用、硬件的应用、机器人的应用，或者是深度在绑定行业中的应用，其实都是我们可以看得到的各种各样的一些例子。这个是我觉得在今天可能在投资的层面上中，我们可能看得到比较多的一些方向。
好的，谢谢。那我们聊到应用，张帆总，我们之前在准备这个 panel 的时候，其实你特别强调，你们现在是讲平台怎么赋能 B to B 的公司，让它变成企业的这样的一个生产力。那原理到今天可能刚刚成立，差不多刚好1周年。能不能请您分享一下过去这1年你们实现了哪些细分领域的这样的一个应用？然后您是否也看到了一些特别高度竞争的这个红海和蓝海赛道？
好的，谢谢主持人。我觉得其实非常同意刚才 Harry 总讲的这个问题啊，就今天其实我觉得企业在应用 AI 的时候，更加大面积的其实是假性应用，就我们看到 token 消耗极大，然后很多人呢都觉得说我好像就我经常说 AI 给自己的幻觉，其实并不如 AI 给人带来的幻觉，感觉好像这是我的能力，而不是其实是 AI 的能力。所以我想说，其实今天有大量的假性应用，我们总认为企业内部单人的效率高，就等于组织的效率高。但如果从第一性的角度来看，反而其实恰恰所有的组织都是通过限制单人效率来得到组织效率的提升的。比如说，他们会用为什么要写 CRM， 为什么要写 PRD， 我可以不写，然后我就直接更快。但是其实在今天，相当于每个人都放了一个大杀器来做大量的 demo 的60分的产品，这是今天我们企业看到的现状。所以呢，我们认为这个事儿该怎么衡量，是不是真性在应用？就是你到底有没有真正的 AI 转换到你的财务报表，而不是1-2个很酷炫的 demo。但是坦率来讲，今天除了这个 Mega 7或者国内的极少数的头部，绝大多数如果我们看标普500、沪深300，到底有多少真正的 token 转化为真正的业务价值，其实今天并没有那么显性。所以呢，我们的目标是希望能够帮助企业来能不能做这种转化，我们如何把一个通用智能转化为数字劳动力，直接带来业务价值，我觉得这是今天的主题。所以这个也是我们的想法，就是我们，但是如果要解决这件事儿，包括我们原来在质谱啊，在大量的都是这么做，但解决这件事儿，今天的成本代价是极高的。你要做大量的定制，你要做大量的训练，你要做数据的建模等等。但是我们期望能够找到一种通用的手段，能够把这件事儿的成本有没有一种范式级的变化，成本能不能下降100倍？ 所以我们期望能够把类似于像 coding 这样的自学习、自进化的过程，能不能演化到商业环境？所以这是我们过去1年原理在做的事儿。那刚才提到的说，那是不是有一些结果？我们确实在过去的这个1年当中，我们已经有几个核心的客户，都是在一些这种传统的没有任何 AI 化的公司，我们试图通过帮他原有的知识转化为一些数字员工，从而进到业务商业场景当中，直接带来业务价值的转化，用业务指标来做衡量。所以我们现在已经看到了一些初步的迹象。所以通过人来替代，通过 AI 来替代人原有的员工，而不是简单的降本增效，而是由于你这种替代是一个2个数量级的成本的下降，可能导致你的商业模式会被重塑。所以我觉得今天在这一个开端吧，我很期待，我觉得未来的可能1年会是1年2年会是一个巨大的爆发。像 Harry 总刚才讲到的，大家的注意力会从基模的智能上线开始看它到底能转化为多少业务价值。如果这个能做到，我觉得 AI 就不是泡沫，就是革命了。
好的，谢谢。你提到一个非常关键的一个算是概念，就是 AI 应用的转化。我想要援引一个中国的长江商学院今年2026年1月做的一个调研，他们调研了中国内地2000家规模以上的工业企业，想看一下到底 AI 在这些企业的渗透。可是最后的这个结果呢，发现只有10%的企业是真正的在利用 AI 的技术，在帮助产业去做一些智能化的这个转型。而其中有近80%的人表示，他们之所以不用 AI， 是因为感觉不知道找到一个恰当的应用场景具体在哪里。那么结合这样一个真实的市场调研数据，向总，我的第一个问题就是，您认为当前 AI 加产业面临落地的主要挑战是什么？然后接下来的这个产业趋势，企业结合智慧互通自己的这样的一个这个经验，应该如何构筑核心竞争力，从而保持真实的落地和领先优势？
好嘞，我就着刚才2位的这个话题啊。就是当前的人工智能到了一个，就是说我们不是听概念，我们是需要 AI 下场去干活的一个状态。在过往的这些年发展过程中呢，AI 最早啊，它实际上是距离人的这个能力差距比较大，就是距离一个普通人的能力都差距比较大。但最近呢，有些大模型的突破呢，它接近人的，有一部分的能力上接近人的这个水平，当然少数部分它是超过人的水平。但是呢，当你把它投到实际场景中的时候，你会发现。这个实际场景中对 AI 的要求是，它是专家级的，它不是说我这个 AI 我接近普通人了，我就可以下场干活了。但因为你每一个专业的工作去做的时候，我们现在这个社会分工其实很细致，每一个领域它都是要求都是这些很多年经验的这个专家，是吧？很多年就算是工程师他或者是工人，他也是很专业的这些人员，很熟练的人员。我们的 AI 如果达不到熟练工人的水平，达不到这个某一个领域细分领域专家的水平，我们会这个企业的用户就会发现一个问题：我用它，我发现我解决不了我的生产效率的问题，对吧？解决不了我的这个关键的这个替代的问题。所以这是关键的一个当前的一个问题，就是说我们要把每一个细分的领域、每一个落地的场景中的 AI 的水平提到专家级的水平，或者说接近专家级的水平，能达到我们的这个实际的落地场景应用。所以呢，我们当前的我估计经纬的万总一定会看了很多项目，他因为会有个感受，就是包括刚才张总也提到，就是很多是60分，对吧？但是客户的要求是90分，对吧？实际上我说咱们刚才您评价说是60分，我觉得可能60分评价都高了。实际上有可能很多的场景下，就是说它可能只有50分、30分，它是个 demo 级的水平。但是你的客户的要求可能是要求是90分，甚至要求是100分的，接近100分的水平。所以这是当前人工智能产业落地的关键点。所以呢，在这个情况下呢，我们要做的一个事情就是说，我们把每一个人工智能的应用要跟我们的要解决的问题对标。它到底差距在哪里？我们应该怎么去优化它？不管是数据层面、模型层面，还是系统层面，要去做这个问题的解决。这里面有一个很关键的问题，就在于什么呢？AI 这个应用啊，它在做这个革命或者替代的时候啊，它就是什么呢？如果你达不到这个标准，它的价值趋近于0，因为你没法用。但是如果你一旦超过了这个标准，它的价值是指数上升的。所以呢，我们做这个行业内的这些应用这些企业，它的目标就是我一定要突破这个临界点。一旦突破临界点，那么对应的价值指数上升。对。 对，这是我们对于 AI 当前这个落地应用挑战上的一个看法。当然，对我们企业来讲呢，因为我们之前做了是大量的这个图像相关的这些机器视觉相关的这些应用，那么当前呢是面临一个从我们原有的这个比如说我们对2维图像的这个理解，变成了这对视频的理解，对3D 数据的这个理解和推理的这个应用场景中去。因为比如说我们在对这些城市道路的这个感知，还有这个分析，那实际上呢，过往我们有海量的这个平面的2D 的这个图像，对吧？这个时候我们也训练了很多的这一个模型，也做了很多的积累。但是接下来呢，对这个城市的这个道路的管理，还有对这个空间的这个感知的来讲呢，3D 的信息，持续的3D 信息，就是持续的这个724小时的这个3D 的信息进行做这个空间的感知，还有这个认知、这个决策，这个实际上是将来未来一个重点的一个区域。就是我们接下来面向就是一个是物理的 AI， 第二个就是3D 的 AI， 这是我们后续要面临的一个重大的一个问题。同时呢，我们就刚才提到这个问题，就是同时各个行业内啊，它对这个精度的要求会越来越高，因为你只有精度达到一定水平，你才能达到那个突破点，才能达到那个用户满意的这个点。所以呢，高精度的物理 AI，适配3D 场景的这个应用，我觉得这是将来的一个重大的一个突破方向和趋势。
好的，谢谢高先生。我想我是同样的问题想问一下您，不过可能更多的是聚焦在政府还有公共服务行业 AI 加实际落地的这个应用的深度。另外就是中国本土的这些解决方案放到国际市场，跟我们的友商到底有哪一些差异化的优势？
感谢。首先我是新加坡人，中文不是很好啊，多多包涵。而且刚才这个郭老师有可能是 AI 在幻想 hallucination。我在职业这个已经有40年，只有前面25%是在新加坡政府从安全做到智慧嘛。这样说到这个问题呢，其实我总结一下4点嘛，就是我个人觉得，因为我们全球的业务120多个国家做了政府业务，发现呢西方尤其美国的 AI 啊，根本是在制造法拉利。但是中国呢 ，AI 是先修路。这个我觉得中国不是有一个俗语嘛，就是要享福先修路嘛。你看现在中国的5G 基站是全球的5G 基站加起来还超过，这样你这边的固网，你看很多全球的固网就是骨干网，有可能只是几百个 gigabit per second， 中国的固网是超过1个 terabit per second。所以第一点年纪还是很关键的，所以很多人都误解 AI 就聚焦 AI 芯片，其实数据很关键的。这样第2点呢，这个很不一样的就是中国在2017年发布了新一代人工智能发展规划 AI 加X的战略。中国的做法是人人用得起，人人用得好，这个很关键。因为欧美呢，我们发现他们的 AI 就是法拉利，搞到很昂贵，不是每个人都可以用。其实联合国的 UNDP 跟 IMF 都已经有发布警告了，有些国家用不起会被淘汰。所以这个普惠 AI 很关键。而华为在这个领域，不管是在中国还是在海外呢，我们聚焦3个领域，一个是政务嘛，政府、智慧城市啊、税务等等；第二是社会，智慧社会，智慧社会有包括 AI 教育、AI 医疗。你看医疗，我一个好的案例就是上海瑞金医院，瑞金医院它跟我们合作，用了我们的不同的 AI 科技，它搞出了好几个 AI 模型，可以识别19类的癌症。19类的癌症，而且其中4类的癌症、7类的癌症，它开源了，连新加坡卫生部也在用。所以这个中国提倡开源模型呢，是很极端的，因为你可以想象这种模型如果是在西方社会呢，他们会很昂贵去卖，而中国把它开源，所以这个很关键。但是差异最大的是第3点，经济。因为我们在海外没有看到政府去支持这个经济跟SME 中小企业。我一个故事我特别喜欢讲的是江苏省的南通市。南通是一个小城市，当然跟新加坡比是很大，对吗？但是南通呢是生产全球42%以上的家纺。你的家纺就是你的窗帘啊、你的桌布啊，超过42%来自南通。所以中国政府各地的政府呢，他会积极的去拓展这些中小企业，教导他们什么是 AI， 就是我们提到的 AI 的应用在哪里。所以就是这个原因呢，王仁勋最近不是说 AI 有5层蛋糕嘛，最高层是应用嘛，最重要的是应用。他公开说，中国不只是在开源模型，在应用也是最发达的，就是因为这个 AI 加X的原因。第3是数据，海量的数据。你看我在这行干了30-40年，全球飞了 70-80个国家，最大问题就是没有数据融合。但是你看中国呢，就通过中央政府跟各省各市的政府，不是有一个数据管理局吗？它就在安全隐私保护的情况下，汇聚所有的数据 ，no data no AI。你的模型需要数据，给它更精准；你的应用需要数据才有价值。所以无论是在刚才我提到的基础设施、年界还是数据管理呢，中国的这个统筹统建。其实是很多国家想做一直做不到的，这个是一个很大的成功因素。最后一点，人才实训。你看中国去年9月开始，每个小学生都要学 AI， 每个小学都要学 AI。我在海外很多大学学生都还没开始学 AI， 中国小学生都要开始接 AI。所以我们华为在这方面呢，就帮了很多中小学建那个 AI Education Center、AI 教育中心，或者大学建 AI Practice Lab， 就是实践的实验室。我们现在让所有的学生，包括文科生，可以不用写代码情况下呢，能生成 AI 模型，因为这个是未来这个人才很关键，所以我觉得这4点非常重要。
好的，谢谢。我想延续您刚才讨论的这些议题，你讲到的是中国的这个技术和欧洲的或者说西方的这个技术的一个差异。那我还想问一下，当然以华为的经验为主，当中国的不论是独角兽企业还是初创企业，他们出海的时候，他们面临的最大的这个挑战是什么？是信任问题、合规议题，还是对市场的这个深度的了解？
这个首先呢 ，AI 这个很关键，不只是芯片嘛，有端到端的东西，但是从中国公司，因为我离开新加坡政府之后，我在美国公司16年，在华为10年，对吗？我觉得有2大点，第一就是那个偏见还是很大的，所以尤其是全球很多这种高端的报道科技的这种媒体，很多都是英语为主，都是英文为主，对吗？所以这个偏见呢是一个很大的问题。无论如何，很多客户，其实包括香港一些客户，还觉得西方的科技比较好。但是这几年一直在转变，所以我们华为呢，我觉得我们没有办法去控制这些假新闻，但是我们必须聚焦研发跟这个创新，把这个局势扭转过来嘛。你看全球的 ICT 公司全球平均 ICT 公司只有20%是研发人员。对吧？这个我们的向老师以前也是华为研发出身的，对吧？
对。
所以，但是华为呢，我们超过50%的人员是研发，而且我们的研发不止在中国，包括在香港、在新加坡、在欧洲所有的大城市，我们每年用了20%多的 revenue 进入研发，所以研发很关键。而且有一点我一直在观察的是，世界的这个国家有一个世界的这个知识产权组织 WIPO（World Intellectual Property Organization）。因为任何公司你要卖一个产品在全球，你必须保障你的 IP， 你的知识专利嘛，对吗？所以这9年来，华为一直排第一，我们申请的 IP 多过全球的任何国家。而且最关键的是，这5年来，其实有一个趋势，很多的申请专利的公司呢，都是来自亚洲。欧美下滑，你看这去年2025年 Top 10首10家公司呢，4家来自中国，3家来自韩国，2家来自日本，只有1家来自美国。所以我们已经有证据慢慢的显示，所以我们还是要靠实力，对吗？第二呢，就是我们尤其做政府，本地员工很关键，因为很多时候有些厂家他去了带一大伙人去做了项目就撤掉。我们呢坚决每个代表处在中国以外超过80%的人必须是本地员工，他会参与那个售前啊、销售，尤其是交付很关键，交付需要本地人。所以我觉得要做好海外要出海要做好的话呢，这2点很关键，我们要去改变人家的这个偏见，对吧？靠实力，对吗？第二就是我刚才提到的本地化很关键，而且华为这几年呢，我们的海外的办事处呢一直在变革，因为世界的环境一直在改，尤其那个 geopolitics， 所以我们现在给很多的权利、自主权都给到每个国家的代表去一国一策的去做。但是最后一点呢，我觉得中国公司出海的时候呢，应该多合作。因为我以前在美国公司，我看到其他国家的公司，他们在自己国家竞争得很厉害，他一出国，他很会合作的。但是我这10年来在华为发现呢，我们现在在海外不止跟美国公司要竞争，我们还要跟中国公司竞争。 所以希望中国公司，因为我们华为虽然有很多层的科技，对吗？有些上面的应用啊、模型，我们还是要靠伙伴的，最好是能一起合作。谢谢。
好，那 Henry 站在投资人的角度，你刚才有讲过，现在各行各业基本都要披一个 AI 的外衣，所以当你见到这些公司的创始人的时候，你怎么样去评估他们真实的竞争力？另外，在过往的投资案例当中，你认为他们在海外扩张面临最大的挑战或者是痛点是什么？
对我觉得就是在 AI 是一个非常大的一个产业，在中间的话，其实在每一个不同的垂直领域中，我们对于这些行业里面的一些项目的一些评价跟评估的方式，会是完全不一样的。就比如说，当我在看真的要去看机模的时候，就非常简单，你肯定是需要那个非常 deep 的 research 的 capability， 这个是我们的就唯一最大的评估的一个方式。因为如果你没有这个能力的话，你做不出来世界级别的一个基础模型。可是当你落地到不同的一些垂直领域里面的话，我们对于他们来讲的这些评判的方式会完全不一样。比如说你要去落地在应用层面上，那你需要对于用户的理解，你需要非常的通透。对于当你要落地到垂直领域里面，你对于行业的理解你非常通透。包括刚才那个嘉宾所说的，如果你真的要去落地到一个海外的一个国家，你是否真的能够去落地，懂得这个国家里面怎么样去他们的 workflow 是怎么样来去做这些东西的话，如果他没有这个能力，尽管单靠你的技术层面非常强，我觉得都没有方法来去落地。所以在评判每一个垂直领域的层面中，我们对于这样类型的一些东西的评价都会不一样。那可以再去给一些别的一些细分啊，就比如说我们今天可能看的比较多的是机器人的领域。那很多人都对于机器人的理解或者是幻想，它就是一个人形的一个机器人的一个 humanoid。可实际上在绝大部分我们看得到的机器人的行业中，它都是在落地垂直领域。它可能是在一个酒店里面去服务，可能是在一个 logistics center 里面再去服务，可能是在一个分拣中心里面再去服务，不是单单你的机器人做得好很帅，然后去做一个非常好的一个 demo 就行。它真的要去懂得在单个场景中怎么样去落地。所以在每一个行业跟项目的评价中，我们其实在里面的一个东西的一个区分是非常不一样的。那回到你刚才所说的第二个问题，就是说如果真的要去做海外的话，我觉得其实跟我刚才所说的都是一样，你是否真的懂得海外的公司他们怎么样去干活，这个是非常的关键的。我觉得反正在中国的公司里面，你可以发现任何对于不用碰客户的项目，中国的企业会做得特别好。就比如说淘宝，比如说 TikTok， 比如说 Manners， 你做好一个产品不用去卖的，就这个 self deployment。自己来去 sign up 的中国的企业，他们做得好。可是反过来说，如果你真的要去出海，你要去跟一个垂直领域里面去落地，你不懂这个行业，你不懂它的 workflow， 你不认识他们的人，在行业中你不懂怎么样去 deploy 白人来去面对去销售去落地，他们是做得不好。所以在里面的话，也有另外一层的一个挑战。我觉得我们在评判项目中，也要去从这个层面上来去做判断。
好的，那最后的时间给到两位这个创业者，张帆总，我知道原理虽然很年轻，但是你对国际市场还有包括海外市场的发展是一个什么样的规划？有没有一些目标？还有包括市场竞争力的一个判断？
对，我觉得也很同意刚才大家讲的。我觉得今天要做好一个企业的价值转化，我觉得需要对当地的以及对于这个企业本身的业务的逻辑要有极清晰的理解。所以我们确实觉得，作为一个这个在中国的企业，我觉得一定还是要先把中国原有的企业服务好，把这套能力沉淀下来，才有机会去做海外。所以我们保持着对海外的关注，但是更重要的还是关注国内。我们希望能够在国内验证跑通，到底如何 AI 赋能企业，如何能帮大家把 AI 结合原有的业务产业变成一些新的业务链。因为我们总是很担心，大家都是就今天不可避免的，我们大家都在希望用 AI， 就有点像我们用发动机来制造更高效的养马，而不是发明一个汽车，对吧？然后我们所有的这个 KPI 的导向、我们的目标的导向、我们的组织、我们的工作习惯，全部都是在原来体系里面的。但我认为这样的方式并不能彻底发挥 AI 的价值，因为从第一性上来讲 ，AI 本质上就是个概率性的事儿，而我们原来所有的程序全部都是一个确定性的事儿。如果我们拿确定性的基准来衡量概率性，就会导致这件事儿一定是排斥的。所以呢，我觉得我们在今天更多的目标还是在国内，是不是能够找到一些样本，能不能真找到一些灯塔，让大家看到 AI 的原生的作为第一性如何去改变原有的业务，不只是让某些环节降本增效， 而是在这个环节之上，是不是能重塑业务链路，是不是能重塑它的商业模式，是不是能重塑它的财务的模型？我觉得这是我们今天在尝试的。当在中国把这套逻辑跑通了，我觉得我们其实还很愿意看这种是不是在海外有更多的机会，因为本质上来讲还是要先找到。就我们总觉得今天 AI 的点并不是在为知识建模，我们原来的逻辑都是一个企业有一个 workflow， 我们叫知识建模，有点像 AlphaGo 里边的这个，我要找它3000万个棋谱，怎么能下出这个棋来？但是你发现，其实 AI 真正的第一性其实是为学习建模，就像 AlphaGo Zero， 没有任何的棋谱，只要画出了棋盘 ，AI 就能在一个空间内博弈，找到理论上的最优解。这件事儿，其实在今天的 coding 啊已经跑通了，所以我们很坚信如何找到为这个学习建模的这套逻辑，快速的把基础智能转化为业务的生产力。所以我们也期望能做出一点成绩，在尝试海外的市场。
好的，那向博士，我们之前交流，我理解其实你们已经有非常具体的想要在海外落地的一个计划。你们的规划是什么？哪些细分的行业，甚至包括一些新的场景能够落地？
我们首先呢是把我们在过去11年内积累的这些成熟的应用场景、成熟的产品把它推广到海外去。当然，这里面可能有一个就是国内的场景和海外的场景之间的一个差异，这个地方我们会做一部分的适配。目前呢，我们重点的市场一个是在中东，还有一个就是东南亚。这边就是把我们的已经做好的这个产品呢，进行升级和迭代之后呢。去服务我们的客户，这是这一部分。当然呢，这里面呢有一个差异点就在于什么呢？就是我们要去第一个，因为去每一个国家，它都涉及到一个场景的迁移的问题。它这个还是有一定的差异的。有中国，那么对应的不管是交通的，因为我们在交通场景下嘛，那不管是车牌、车型、车辆，还是这个道路的这个市政设施的情况还是场景的情况，它跟中东都是有典型的差异的，对吧？所以呢，这种情况下，我们可能会需要做一些相关的这个模型的迭代和优化。同时呢，我们还会把根据这个当地的情况呢，把很多的这个东西本地化。因为比如说，尤其是跟城市基础设施相关的，那么它的数据、它的模型，这个实际上是。各个地方它会有一定的这个要求，所以我们会在当地做好这个本地化的一个工作。同时呢，还有一部分呢，就是说，会跟当地的这个合作伙伴进行充分合作，确保这个整个的这个产品落地会比较顺利一些。因为毕竟当地有一些文化呀，还有这些交流上的这些更便利一些这样的。
好的，谢谢。那再次感谢我们今天4位嘉宾的这样的一个分享。我想我们今天聊的最多的是 AI 技术到底怎么样能够落到实际的应用场景当中，而我们今天的主题是全新的这个全球化创新的一个路径。我想在未来，如果中国 AI 输出的技术不仅仅是一个聊天机器人，更多的是一个城市治理的能力，甚至是工业调度的能力，那么我们所参与的这个国际竞争就不再是一个技术的竞争，而真的是一个重塑生产能力，甚至是生产模式的一个竞争。我想这或许就是 AI 加行业，或者说 AI 加计划下中国创新新的出海路径之一。谢谢大家。谢谢。要拍一张 take。
Biggest thank yous, of course, to our panelists for giving us a window into China's AI ecosystem. Now, on this stage at LEAP, we've discussed at length, if you were here also yesterday, the importance of cross-border growth as well as expansion. But for Asian companies that are looking to break into new markets, having ambition is just the first step. The real test right now is about capital and how you can finance this expansion. So if anyone in this room is in this situation right now, we're going to bring together several investment and banking leaders to get their tips, their advice, and their tricks on how you can break into new markets. So with that, please put your hands together for our speakers and our lovely moderator, journalist and presenter, Adam Shaw.
Thank you very much. you very much. Thank you. Please take a seat. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So yes, what a great introduction, very accurate. So this session is called the Asian Expansion Equation, Financing Growth Across Borders. And as Asian companies expand into new markets, growth increasingly depends on more than ambition alone. It requires, of course, access to capital, financial partners, market infrastructure, and institutional confidence in those new startups and expanding companies. So this session is going to bring leaders across investment, banking, capital markets to explore how companies can finance cross-border growth, navigate new market expectations, and build the partnerships that are really needed to scale operations across international borders. And I'm particularly proud to be part of this panel because I think uniquely here we bring together partners from private capital, global banking and corporate finance, and capital markets, and indeed the Hong Kong Stock Exchange itself. So let me welcome Cliff Chow, Managing Partner at EW Partners, which is a global investment firm, as many of you know, and backs a lot of high-growth tech companies. John C. Lee, who's Vice Chairman and Co-Head of Asia Country Coverage at the global banking giant UBS, and Johnson Choi, Managing Director and Head of Global Issuer Services at the Hong Kong Exchange. Welcome to you all. Cliff, if I could start with you. When you're deciding whether to invest, how important is international ambition? And by that I mean, I suppose, is global expansion now an almost a requirement, table stakes, if you like, for you to be interested?
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, first, it's truly fantastic to see LEAP to come to Hong Kong, first of all. The debut of the LEAP East, the first version. We, EW Partners, is the strategic partner with this event. Not only this event, but I think it's also for LEAP main event. Some of you may not know, LEAP has been in Riyadh for many years. This is the first time they come to Hong Kong, and so it's truly great to see how, as yesterday the Minister of Technology said, how to see how East and Middle East meet in this very venue and location, and see how tech companies from China, Hong Kong, and also from Saudi Arabia can interact, and for visitors to in one place to meet the global companies, international companies all together. I think it's truly amazing. I mean, I've been to many tech events in Hong Kong, but I think this is the only one can bring Middle East and East together. Now, coming back to from investment perspective, it's also very much like you said that I mean, there's a lot of different ways to make investments, but for us, and we also very much observe, especially the last few years, and we predict in the many years to come, that Chinese companies are now ready to take on the global stage. Many going global, or in Chinese they say go overseas, or chuhai, is almost like nowadays not an option, but a must to address for investors, not so much on investors, but for entrepreneurs, for founders, for CEOs. Now, of course, different industries have different perspective, different stages of companies have different perspective. Overseas investments, overseas expansion, I should say, sorry, is not going to be easy. As an investor, over the last 10 years or so, we have assisted roughly over 20 companies in various stages. Mostly are quite at the late stage. To assist them, mostly go to Saudi Arabia. That's where we started our firm. I can give you many examples, but probably not enough time. But in fintech industry, in medtech industry, in robotic industry, logistics, storage, and so on and so forth, because we have multiple industries. So we assist them to bring two things together. One is how to address the actual needs in the market. You can't just go to the market. You have to understand where the markets are and what the markets are looking for from you. So this is very important, and because we are spend a lot of time in overseas market, we have teams actually stationed in those markets for traveling.
I mean, that's an interesting point about, you talk about the importance of overseas expansion, but you've got to understand those markets. Let me bring in Cliff at that point. What do you think determines the difference between companies that succeed or fail in trying to expand?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Adam, and thanks again for Leap to invite me for this panel. I think, as Cliff mentioned, now actually is a great timing for Chinese companies to look at overseas expansion. But we have seen, obviously, success cases as well as cases in which didn't go as well. And so what are the key things I think that make M&A sort of deals successful, and what are some of the things that kind of make deals less successful, right? I think the key is really the ability to understand the local market, right? I think for Chinese companies, obviously a lot of their business obviously apply to overseas, right? But the importance is that you need to adapt to the local market when you deploy into overseas, right? A lot of times the companies will try to use what they do in their own place and to adapt that to the international market, right? And a lot of times that doesn't work because different markets, different behaviors and different approaches. So having a very good local team, okay, in terms of the market you go into, and making sure that you understand the local approaches, and while deploying your expertise from your original home market is very, very important. I think that is really the key in terms of how a lot of M&A situations will be successful. Secondly is financial discipline. I think companies, when they go to do M&A, having the right sort of capital structure, right, and ensuring that you don't put too much leverage or too much sort of financial burden on companies you acquire is very important, right? Because in some situations, if you do try to stretch your balance sheet too much, and then when you go through different industry cycle, then it keeps a lot of pressure on those situations, and we end up, you are stressing out the sort of the balance sheet, and then put more pressure on those companies, and which then result in much less of a sort of successful case.
John, in a way, I'm surprised by what you say, because you think it's sort of obvious that you can't just apply the same thing in Hong Kong as you can in Paris or America. So I'm surprised that people make that mistake. Are they getting better in your experience?
Yes, for sure, right? Because we have, as we go to get more experience, I think we all learn from different case studies and different situations, and I think we are getting a lot better, right? And that's why, if you look at the more recent deals, there are a lot more sort of successful cases in which we don't rely on the home market, but rather just rely on local team, right, with proper supervision, right, and also to ensure that we do the right things.
And Johnson, we're talking about expansion from here, but I wonder, speaking from the Hong Kong Exchange perspective, how much more international is it actually becoming?
Very much so, increasingly, on two fronts. One is just the level of investor participation. The second level is at a company corporate level. So firstly, on investors, for context, Hong Kong, we've always, we are one of the most international and largest international finance centers globally. We are primarily institutional investors trade our market, over 70%. But importantly, over the years, we've always had a very vibrant and broad set of international investor participation in our market. And particularly in the past 12 to 24 months, we've actually seen a increase of even more international investors.
And where are they coming from?
Everywhere. So to share some numbers, in the first half of this year, for our IPOs listed in Hong Kong, we had about roughly 85 IPOs completed in the first half. Over 70% of the IPOs had international investors acting as cornerstone investors, taking up a 6-month lockup. And these investors, they come from the US, Canada, Europe. There's an increasing cohort of European institutional investors being even more active in the Hong Kong market. From the Middle East, the GCC region, all the sovereign wealth funds and family offices, and obviously in Asia and also in a more China-focused capital. Yeah.
And as you say, Hong Kong has internationalism really as part of its DNA, and that's not a new story. That's almost from its inception, really.
Yeah.
So why do you think, what is changing that has made it even more international?
Yeah, again, two things. One is our liquidity. To put it in context, so in Hong Kong, year to date for the first half, our average daily liquidity is about $36 billion US. So we're one of the most liquid equity markets globally. Pretty much after US and the Chinese mainland, we're one of the most liquid globally.
Right.
And the liquidity. There's actually increasing breadth of liquidity, from where investors are. Hong Kong is also very unique in the sense that we have a mechanism called the Connect franchise. So Hong Kong is the only only exchange globally where Chinese mainland investors, through this Connect mechanism, can trade and participate in the Hong Kong market. And roughly about 20% of our daily turnover is from Chinese mainland investors through this, we call it southbound Connect franchise. Right. So that's on the investor front. The second thing is just the sheer quality of companies that's listed in Hong Kong. So we have over 2,700 companies. As I mentioned, that for the first half we had 85 IPOs, and what's very interesting is a lot of the Chinese companies that are listing in Hong Kong. These companies themselves are hitting on what John and Cliff have mentioned. These companies are going global. So we're actually sharing a new term to sort of help people understand. These Chinese companies, whilst they may have originally started from China, they're actually MNCs. They're actually China MNCs. And increasingly with some of the younger companies that's emerging and obviously listing on our market, they were born global. They somehow were headquartered somewhere in China, but the business from the get-go was a very international business.
Right. John, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as Johnson mentioned, I think a number of things the Hong Kong Stock Exchange have done, besides what he mentioned about liquidity, about obviously investors. But more importantly, in the past few years, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange have obviously made the listing rules a lot more flexible to attract international companies to list in Hong Kong. In fact, last Friday, Johnson and I were at the listing ceremony for Merdeka Gold, which is the first Indonesian company to be listed in Hong Kong, right? And it was a very highly well-received listing, and it was a great testament to show how international Hong Kong can be, right? It's just not a listing exchange for Chinese company, right? So not only for international companies coming to Hong Kong, but also for Chinese companies, which are obviously already have a very large international exposure to be listed in Hong Kong. So I think that is a very good, I think achievement, and we see a lot more interest, right? We went to Indonesia last week. I think Johnson was there as well. And since the Merdeka Gold, right, the number of interest just from the Indonesian companies wanting to list in Hong Kong has increased tremendously. And I think this very easily be replicated into other countries around the world as well, right? Hong Kong is the only market that will allow these international companies to get access to the Chinese investor pool via the Stock Connect, which is the biggest, other than the US, the biggest investor pool that you can get access to.
If I may, just on the Hong Kong topic, just to finish that, just to add on what both of them said, more on the secondary market, listing and capital market. I would comment more on the primary market. We also see so much of the synergy, how Hong Kong government and many agencies like Invest Hong Kong, etc., TTC, they're all doing a great job of advocating how Hong Kong become a hub for the so-called selling out together with this Chinese company using Hong Kong, all the benefits, capital market, talent, legality system, tax system, and so forth. So we being the private equity investor, we do really see so much of the emphasis of talking to Chinese entrepreneurs. Many of them actually a little bit, some of them still need to learn more about how Hong Kong has turned over into a technological innovation hub and outbound hub. Some of these Chinese entrepreneurs need to come Hong Kong more often, I think, especially those haven't. I invited a few entrepreneurs for another panel. Many of them have not been to Hong Kong for the last 20 years. So I encourage more to come because Hong Kong has really so much on how to help Chinese company to go global.
And you talk about going global there, and previously in your first comments, you talked about the importance of internationalizing your ambitions and understanding the market you're going into. What I wanted to understand is, when you're looking at the companies you're investing into, are there ambitions Asia, expansion into Asia, which is a grand enough market in itself, but at least they may have a closer understanding, or are they already looking beyond that to Europe or America or beyond?
I would say that no, it's not going to stop in Southeast Asia. Just look out this robotic products outside. I think that if there's no trade barriers, if it's just looking for value for money, I think that EV, robotics, I would bet every country people would like to have one.
Right.
So, but then we do have trade barriers in the world. That's another subject. It's also, as a private equity investor, we do address under the current environment, geopolitical environment, how Chinese company can continue to excel on the export market, and that's part of the things that we do is to how to structure to make those company continue to be very competitive in the global market, right. To say the least, yeah.
Yes, yeah, I mean, as Cliff mentioned, right, one trend that we've been seeing now for Chinese company is that in the past, people always see Chinese company as a exporting goods, right? Production in China, export to overseas, right? But with the geopolitical situation and the various tariff, Chinese companies have now shifted from exporting goods to exporting capacity. What do you mean? Is that now they are looking at having production capacities in overseas market and produce in those local markets. Okay, because Chinese companies are a very good way to manage overall production costs. So even they do that, right, they're able to get around some of the tariff situation. And in the EV space, it's probably the most obvious, right? With many EV companies now looking at production capacity, in the European markets, right, which allow them to export their technology know-how and their production efficiency, into those European markets, and then produce locally and sell locally.
And John, where do you see the biggest opportunities? What sort of sectors are you seeing growth in? Okay.
I go first. Okay. It's quite diverse. It's quite diverse. Just sort of from Hong Kong Stock Exchange, you see from a capital markets fundraising perspective, I think that echoes where these companies are operating in. So tech more broadly, and obviously a lot of AI and hardware tech, has gotten a lot of attention this year. New energy, that whole supply chain, very relevant, from EVs to batteries to new materials, etc. And what's interesting is, obviously, the consumer healthcare, that part right. is also a big sector. So it's actually very diverse. But
it seems to be a lot. It's diverse, but the theme through all of those things you talked about is tech, isn't it?
It's a few mega trends. So there's tech, there's new energy, broadly speaking. There's healthcare. And I think underlying a lot of it, and we've been seeing this a lot, particularly in the past 12 months, is the re-emergence of commodities, metals, and mining. Because nowadays, it's really hard to look at these sectors on a standalone basis. They're actually quite interrelated, because the driver of sort of this renewed focus and demand for commodities and metals and mining companies is reindustrialization. Tech, hardware tech, you build data centers, etc. It actually requires the use of a lot of these minerals, and so actually there's a lot of crossover between these various sectors which fall under these global mega trends, right. and we're actually capturing a lot of it, in Hong Kong, obviously, Hong Kong, China, right?
Right. Yeah, I think in particular, I think maybe on the biotech and healthcare side, I think we see a really big emerging trend in the sense that a lot of the global pharmaceutical companies, right, are now looking a lot more to China biotech company for the R&D. So if you look at the past 12 months, there have been a number of billion-dollar plus business development deals announced by Chinese biotech companies with global major farmers, right? And why is it happening, right? Because the global pharma companies knows that they can never be as competitive as Chinese companies on the drug development and on the R&D. So rather than for them to invest and be less efficient, in developing their new drugs, they will then work with Chinese companies, in which they can also develop, very, top-notch, biotech, healthcare drug development, and then do, business to do licensing, right, for those companies, for them to use those drugs, in the overseas market. So it's a win-win situation because for Chinese companies, their expertise, okay, is definitely on drug development and on R&D side. They are less efficient on the overseas market, and having this business development case allow to bring both together and address each of their needs and maximize the value for both companies.
Cliff, it's interesting. I mean, all of you talk with a strong message and and I think a message which echoes each other's philosophies. But we live in interesting times. Even overnight, we've seen big political moves, the US being quite aggressive in its international stance, and for many, more than that, unpredictable. How has that changed the playbook for you and the companies that you work with when you have made a big point about the importance of international expansion, but you're talking about international expansion into an increasingly uncertain world? How difficult is that for you now?
Well, challenges always also present opportunities, right? So as far as like from our EW partners platform is concerned, the typical private equity is more staying with one country. If you invest China, you invest China. You're purely based on China growth to drive the return possibilities in your potential portfolio companies. But because of the Chinese companies are now considering going global on one hand, and on the other hand, and more so, there's a so-called anti-evolution, just like not a very precise translation, but long and short is a very competitive inside China market. Therefore, many industries are experiencing margin decline. So as a result, going overseas also is not just for the sake of going overseas for the new market, but also oftentimes are more profitable and more reasonable margins for the same products or services. And these two trends together created, I guess, and the third is like you mentioned, because of the world is building a lot more protectionism in certain regions, and then therefore it's not so much on the easy trade, export your products and services, but rather company need to be more innovative and creative. Like John mentioned about lending capacity on production. In some company considering restructure their organization using Hong Kong. For example, Hong Kong is a free flow of capital, free flow of talent, information. And all that is creating some room for us to consider how to invest into companies. We oftentimes invest in the international operation, not so much on the domestic operation. Yeah.
Yes, John.
And I think put aside all the sort of the market volatility and the geopolitical uncertainty, right? At the end of the day, the fundamentals remain the same, right? In the sense that there are many opportunities, okay, around the world, right, in which for a lot of Chinese companies, to take advantage of that. China and U.S. are the two biggest economies in the world, right? If you look at the past, 20 years, U.S. companies has gone global, right? And obviously they've been very successful in doing so. And I don't see why that Chinese company cannot do the same, right? In terms of from both a technology, capital, in terms of all the R&D, et cetera, I think these two markets offer very similar sort of DNA, right? So I think over the next 20 years, I think we see huge opportunities, right? Particularly now you see in today's, right? We have seen many robotics, big booths here, and a lot of AI-related booths here as well, right? I mean, this I think will be a new revolution, I would say, for Chinese company to leverage on that to demonstrate, how they can be, from a global perspective, be able to have a very, very strong footprint.
Actually, I'll add a few comments from a capital markets perspective. I feel, and we're seeing this increasingly, corporates, in the midst of everything that's going on in the world, they themselves are becoming more agile and flexible, and they're no longer just copying the past playbook. And so specific for capital markets, dual listings, for example. In the past, when a company thinks about listing, okay, I find one exchange and I'll list there. Increasingly in the past couple of years, and we feel this is going to grow more, is the benefits or the return of dual listings. So in Hong Kong, we have a bit over 2,700 companies, of which there's about 250 that are dual listed across over 10 different exchanges. And increasingly, the Indonesian mining company that John mentioned, last year we had a dual Astana Stock Exchange and Hong Kong Stock Exchange listed tungsten mining company, so on and so forth. And I think as companies think about navigating their operations, business growth and development, if and when they need to use the public capital markets, they are also becoming a lot more flexible and agile, and perhaps having a dual listing, listing in Hong Kong, for example, provides win-win outcomes from a capital markets perspective.
And on a bit of an extension of that point that you make, we've talked about the big changes going on in the world and in companies. The role of the exchange itself, how much of that is changing?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So historically, capital markets for fundraising, and obviously we continue to do a lot of that. Hong Kong, with our liquidity and international investor exposure, we continue to provide investors with companies with that. But I think increasingly, a lot of corporates, definitely listing in Hong Kong, the strategic value of the public listing in Hong Kong is continue to be amplified. For example, just helping them to go global. Having a Hong Kong listing, a lot of the corporates, they feel that it actually enhances their business discussion and reputation with their global business partners, to the extent that in the future maybe they have like M&A targets or aspirations. Having a listed and liquid currency listed in Hong Kong, that could also be a part of acquisition currency. And as John and Cliff mentioned, to go global, you also need to go a bit more local. And so increasingly, they'll also have like locally based staff, and with a listed stock and currency that could also be used for ESOP purposes.
And you talked about how the Hong Kong exchange, increasing amount of IPOs, great liquidity. Is that because it's a relative game? You're winning that from older markets, or is the pie getting bigger, and then you're just benefiting from that?
Yeah, no, I think it's both. The pie is definitely getting bigger, and the way we actually think about it is as an exchange for sort of the next batch of companies. From exchange perspective, how can we continue to partner and facilitate these companies listing in Hong Kong? And John actually very kindly mentioned a lot of like listing rule and chapter changes. Now, just a couple of examples. 8 years ago, we introduced a chapter called Chapter 18A, which basically allowed biotech companies to list in Hong Kong. Fast forward 8 years, Hong Kong is the second largest biotech hub globally. And the entire ecosystem from VC, PE, crossover, public market investors, research analysts, and almost 100 companies have, over 90 companies have listed by with Chapter 18A. 3 years ago, we introduced a chapter called Chapter 18C, specialist technology companies. Effectively, it's earlier stage tech companies that have either pre-revenue or at a very early stage of revenue monetization. And we see this is sort of the future, the next batch of companies, and quite a lot of them are in the hall today. And I think that's the role of the exchange, just continuing to grow with the market and issuer needs.
And traditionally, the exchange on Hong Kong generally has been a gateway to China. Do you see it as more than that now?
It's definitely more than that. It's two ways. I mean, Hong Kong, HKX, we're a super connector. So I mean, today we talked a lot about Chinese companies going global and leveraging the Hong Kong capital markets. But vice versa, we're definitely seeing more international companies coming to list in Hong Kong, taking advantage of the capital market status, expanding into China, but also the entire region as well. And we've even in the past couple of years, we've seen companies from Asia, Africa, US, and across all sectors, like tech, biotech, metals and mining, consumer. So this is definitely a growing trend as well.
Yes, John.
But I think one thing I also want to emphasize as well is, despite all the international things we are seeing, one thing we see Hong Kong as well is the connectivity to China has also continued to increase. One of the biggest trends that we have seen in the past 12 months are what we call the A+H listings, right? So H shares are Chinese company listed in Hong Kong, and A share, obviously, a Chinese company listed on A share. So we have seen, obviously, a huge increase in volume of this dual listing of A+H, right? And this is very important as well, because as part of the internationalization, having a company using A share as a domestic listing for a domestic market, and using X share in the Hong Kong market for the international side of the business really brings the two of them together. And I think this sort of closer connectivity and how Hong Kong Stock Exchange have worked much closer with Shanghai and Shenzhen Stock Exchange on this in connecting, both local and international, will really allow the Chinese companies to go international and be even more competitive, from a financial sort of capital markets perspective.
And Cliff, but before we get to sort of final thoughts, one specific question. You talked about technology a lot. We're here at a technology conference. AI is one of the big themes that's mentioned on every platform there is. Do you have any fears that actually we've talked it up too much, that we're expecting so much of this thing, that valuations are actually, or they're way too high, and our expectations have run ahead of what can be delivered in a reasonable time?
Yes, as an investor, I do have my big concern about valuation, overvaluation. Valuation is always, one old saying is, anything is investable, it's a matter of price. So, of course, valuation is very important.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Diplomatic answer. So in the last minute or so, we've talked about so many different things. If there was one issue you wanted people to take away with today, one thought, what would that be? Johnson.
Hong Kong is an international finance center, so whether you're an investor or a corporate, you could definitely make very good use of our international capital markets.
John.
Yeah. Hong Kong being the superconductor, I think both for China and for international.
Cliff.
For me, Hong Kong and Middle East, I guess Hong Kong, I think that I don't have much more to add. For Middle East, for Saudi, it's also a very vibrant economy. Vision 2030 is progressing very well. And that region, well, my team is always, all of them are back to Middle East, by the way. So the market, you have to differentiate country from country. Cannot just say one region. Just like a lot of people, Asia is very different, right? Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, China is very different. So Saudi is actually a very vibrant economy, a huge country, very high GDP. And as you can see, they're embracing AI, embracing technology. And they're embracing East, China and Hong Kong. So there's a lot of opportunities that I will encourage. Yeah.
Brilliant. A wonderful point to end on. Please thank our panel. Thank you. I think if we just do a photo.
So big thank you once again to our panelists. Now, as AI moves deeper into banking, the biggest question right now is not longer where the banks will become digital, because that's a given. It's whether how intelligent they will become. And Barbaros Oygon, he's the CEO and Executive Director of Mox Bank. He's going to take us on a little bit of a journey to see what banking 4.0 will really look like and what this means for credit, for customer experience, as well as operations in a more automated financial world. Now, Barbaros, he's been living in Hong Kong now for about 5 years. He's still here, he loves it, so please give him a warm welcome to the stage.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I hope my voice is well. Okay, so I will take about 10-15 minutes of your time, give you an angle of approach to a new kind of wealth services from banks. As a digital bank, Mox, I will try to describe what we are trying to do. In the previous panel, you heard Hong Kong's role, and Hong Kong is one of the world's biggest wealth hubs. So what we try to do is add a layer which is globally becoming a benchmark for wealth management services. So we say intelligent money, but Rome was not built in one day. So what do we mean by intelligent money? How did we come here? So banking 1.0 to 4.0, as I try to describe here, 1.0 was all people and branches. So this is the local branches that every banking need is done through a branch, probably even someone you know. So if you look at the right, some might even claim the level of personalization was very high. Next stages, multi-channels came in, so transactional banking became more automated. Next, it is self-service, still is to a higher degree, that people can do their banking services, transaction and other products self-service. But the real game changer is what we call intelligent money, is helping the customer acting on their money together with the customer and fully personalized using technology and AI. This is the key. So going maybe even back to the roots of 1.0 banking, which is the person who knows you. In this case, the intelligent money, the intelligent bank, knowing you as a customer and serving you, helping you to act on your money on your behalf in some cases. So this is fully personalization, which is the key, because intelligence should mean fully personalized for every single customer and to the benefit of every single customer. That's when we can call something intelligent. So in Mox's journey, I will go through it. We'll take the example of wealth management, and with a difference, with a slight difference, maybe not slight. Here, the whole goal of Mox Bank as a digital bank is not only to serve people with wealth, so managing their wealth. What we are trying to do is use our technological abilities, our structure and cost to serve advantages to serve people who want to build wealth, because that's where the real need is. I'm talking about young professionals, I'm talking about young families, I'm talking about university graduates with very little money. Doesn't matter how much money, but should be about going forward how to build wealth, giving them the right tools, personalized, and the services. We'll go into details. We say wealth within reach. So let's go to the how. 4 stages. The journey of Mox itself to 4.0, intelligent money, is on 4 stages. First, the people. Our real capital is our people capital. So how do we do it at that level? Then technology and operations. How do we execute? And then on the front, how do we show and display to our customers? 4 stages. Let's put some numbers behind what I'm trying to say in all 4, and we'll go into examples. On the people side, as we speak in Mox Bank, we have more bots running than we have people. Actually, the number is coming to 2x as we speak. Expert bot, departmental bots, personal assistants, and every person in Mox uses more than 2 assistants on average. So we can actually, as we speak, triple our workforce. This is the people angle. On technology, roughly 50% of coding is handled by AI and additional services we created. These are all corporate IPs that we utilize technology for the bank. And then, of course, on operations, same thing, about 50% use rates to make beyond automation the judgment pieces also human supported. So I'm not talking about automation, we're already 100% automized, but I'm talking about the angle where you need to make a decision in operations, like in fraud operations, I will come to, or any risk operation, I will come to details. So this is intelligence in play, utilizing technology and AI mostly, but starts and ends with people. Everything I talk about is about building our own people capital and corporate IP with regards to that. So let's deep dive into examples into all 4 domains. So people, what do I mean? What does really happen with all these bots? So what happens is the culture changes. The company culture shifts. The language changes. Because previously, you need to talk to an expert in a given department. Now you can actually talk to an institutionalized expert IP through AI. So you can talk to a bot. You don't need that specific expert at any moment next to you. So all these bottlenecks is becoming institutionalized IPs so that every single employee in every single domain can change the language from like structure a contract to what is the best terms for the customer. Because you can actually ask this as a lawyer, an institutionalized corporate lawyer, which is just a bot. You can ask this question yourself. Rather than which requirement, you can say which feature will help my customer. So the whole language with this underlying structure, institutionalized IP, becomes a customer-facing dialogue, which is a change of the culture. I'm living and breathing this every day, so this is an evolution as we speak. So this is the people side, an example I tried to give you with expert knowledge becoming institutionalized expert IP. Another example from Tech and Ops, I took the example of the whole design journey. Of course, as a digital bank, we are quite famous with our design, globally acknowledged. We have the highest NPS in Hong Kong compared to all banks in the last 5 years, since our birth. Mox is 5 years old, by the way. So, design journey, Tech and Ops example. You see 4 stages: spotting the problem, iterating against benchmark, correlating signals, and then final, shipping the experience. In all this journey, we are using technology, AI bots, to speed up the whole design process. What do I mean by that? Normally, all these stages would take a bunch of people doing a lot of research, doing a lot of work, iterations for weeks, requirements, back and forth, business, design people, the whole journey, even including a third-party agency, and then coding in the front. All this, if you can just imagine, visualize in your mind, we claim internal data, it's 3x faster, 3x minimum, because we use bots all in the journey. That's how we do it. So all this, what we describe here, we are using technology as an aid, but not to do it with AI. We are using AI to help our designers to become super designers. So they are, in my mind now, super designers, because they get all this help and they can ship an amazing product in 3x the time. 3x faster, lower cost and everything. And more importantly, once we ship it, with the marketing tech stack underneath, we can also market it in a personalized way. So, this is how we make it in use in one example, which is design journeys, of course, very important. And then how does this display in the front, right? That's also the key. I'm talking about helping people to build wealth, not serving only people with wealth. So on the front, intelligent money, remember, has to be beneficial to customers. So flexibility and choices, a time deposit example. In Mox Bank, customers can use any version of savings or time deposits in any currency almost, including even miles. And they don't even have to wait. They can get either a daily interest rate with savings, or they can just put it into a miles TD, get the miles up front, not wait for the term, in the first day they do it, use it to buy a ticket to Japan, and then when they come back, maybe even the money is still in time deposit. So flexibility and choices. Frictionless experiences, remember, for everyone. You just need $1 Hong Kong for this, no fees. You can buy like bunches of stuff with one click. Everything in the app is actually maximum 3 clicks, including lending. So here, the customers can reach to different baskets of investments with one click, buy, sell, track, real-time data, and everything. And the good thing is, just like for spending and others, everything is real-time displayed, so it gives the full control back to the customer, daily, real-time. That's why actually our customers visit our app more than every single 36 hours once every 36 hours on average. But does this work financially? Of course it does, because we can deliver faster services, better experience in 3 to 5x lower cost. Our cost to serve as Mox Bank in Hong Kong is 3 to 5 times less than a traditional model. So financially, this is the mathematics behind it, it is doable. That's why actually just in 5 years we are a profitable bank. But the key is redefine wealth management. So how do we help and benefit our customers to build wealth? So build what you don't have, which is the harder part actually, where customers need the real help. And hence we call this a democratization of private banking. So bringing private banking wealth services first time ever to the average Joe. People who are trying to build wealth from very young age. And this is our mission going forward. This is what we grow from Hong Kong, and it's already becoming a global benchmark. So hopefully what we did as banking for the wealthy traditionally will be brought to the average people for building wealth. So intelligent money, banking 4.0, is synthesized intelligence for the benefit of the customer, creating time for employees, efficiency in operations, and most importantly, more opportunities for our customers. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the interest.
So warm thank you there to Barbaros, CEO of Mox Bank. Now I have a question to all of you in the audience. Who thinks here that they're pretty good at table tennis? Don't be shy. Put your hands up. Okay, who thinks that they could beat a robot when it comes to table tennis? So that's very interesting. I see no one put their hand up, and I see some smiles there because, in fact, Sony AI has developed a robotic system that's capable of competing with humans with table tennis. And it's really a glimpse at the major shift right now that we're seeing in AI. I want to bring to you one word, or a phrase in fact, reinforcement learning, and this ability to learn not just from data, but also from experience. Now, to give us a window into the next generation of AI, and also to tell us a little bit more about this table tennis robotic system, please welcome Michael Spranger to the stage. He's the president of Sony AI. Warm welcome, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good morning. What a pleasure to be here. Thanks for coming. My name is Michael Spranger. I've been building and running this organization called Sony AI for the last 6 years, and our mission is to unleash human imagination and creativity with AI. But we also have another mission, which is to transform Sony, which of course is a very large conglomerate, to be more AI-enabled, AI-powered. And you may think of Sony as an electronics company, but it's really an entertainment company today. About 70% of the revenue is from PlayStation, Sony Pictures, and Sony Music. We still have electronics, but we also have semiconductor, which is a very large, oops, too fast, which is it's the largest CMOS image sensor producer in the world. So your smartphone, about 50% chance it has a Sony sensor in it. And so AI transformation, especially if you're thinking about differentiating AI, for Sony is a really interesting task because there's so many opportunities and so many challenges. And so we've been running a number of projects across the business, as well as things that are looking more into the future, maybe future business or future direction of the company. That spans AI for creators, so we work on generative AI, translation and dubbing. We've worked on scientific discovery. We're working on chip design. And we also have a very strong AI ethics team because everything we do in Sony is related to people, and so we want to develop the technology responsibly. The two projects I want to tell you about today are really connected as one story. And the story goes from agents in games, interactivity in games, to agents in the real world, to robotics in the real world. And so the story starts in 2020 when we set up a team to work on a breakthrough technology that allows us to train AI agents to be the best racers in the world. And so for this, we collaborated with a Sony PlayStation title, Gran Turismo. It's a 30-year PlayStation title. It's been long part of PlayStation. It's a PlayStation exclusive, and it's a really realistic racing game. It's really about recreating that racing experience. Yamauchi-san, the head of the studio, Polyphony Digital, really is interested in that. And so we worked with them and their teams on building a superhuman racing agent. And that was actually a really big AI breakthrough that made it on the cover of Nature. And that agent also has a name. It's called Gran Turismo Sophie. And so this is Gran Turismo Sophie in action. Right? There you go. So the question is, can you turn down the volume a bit? So the question is, which of those cars is driven by one of the best human racers in Gran Turismo, and which one is driven by AI? And I challenge you to tell the difference between the two. In fact, the gray car is driven by an AI, the white car is driven by a human. And it sort of gives you an impression of what we're aiming for here. We're aiming for real racing, amazing experiences, this back and forth of the best athletes in the world with AI to challenge them to even push themselves even further. And so it's a really interesting AI breakthrough for 3 reasons. One, the physical realism of the game. It's such a realistic game that actually people who have learned to drive in the game, teenagers, have become real-world racing drivers within the span of 3 months, which, by the way, is the story of a movie done by Sony called Gran Turismo. So racing is really interesting because it's at the edge of control. So a minor difference in steering can be the difference between your best lap ever and crashing into a wall. So this is the agents have to, the AI has to learn to control the car at these like limits of control. 2, tactics. You're not alone on the track, and you have an adversarial opponent, be it human or AI. When you're trying to overtake, somebody's going to fight back, and deception plays a role. You have to use slipstream, which changes the physics of the car again. That's like being behind another car. So tactics, also a really important topic for racing. And then third, something that has not been covered in previous AI gaming breakthroughs is sports etiquette. So racing, I describe it as this collaborative, cooperative, but also adversarial dance where you cannot just run into other cars. So you have to drive aggressively, you're trying to win, but you have to do it in a fair way, and you have to observe sort of imprecise rules while you're doing it. So we use a technique called reinforcement learning, which is a very famous technique that's been used before, but we apply it to these really realistic scenarios. And essentially the way you can think of this is that the agent, the AI, is learning to drive, is learning to be a great racer, actually superhuman, the best racer in the world, by playing the game and doing actions and observing the state of the game. And then instead of telling it how to do racing, we just tell it what is good racing. So if it's on track, if it's making progress, if it's very fast, if it's overtaking, that's a good thing. So it gets a good reward, the agent gets a good reward. Crashing into other cars, getting off track, being slow, that's bad. And so we tell the agent that's not what you're supposed to do. And then everything else you see, the control of the car, the tactics, the sports etiquette are coming from that really, really sparse signal, the reward signal. And the agent is essentially, the AI is essentially learning to drive by itself. So, of course, we need a lot of data for that. Now, we're lucky because we do have large PlayStation clusters in Sony that we can use to train those agents. Essentially, we roll out versions of the AI, they play the game, they come back with the experience, and then we retrain the neural network to become better over time. And this is what this looks like. So 15 minutes of training, starting to be able to run around the track, and it takes about 24 hours to sort of looks like something that actually resembles racing. To become superhuman takes even longer. This is an AI agent driving a car on a track called Dragon Trail Seaside, and there's an important, really interesting thing that's going to come up here. It's called the chicane of death. Okay, it's a very, very complicated chicane for human drivers, and you're going to see that this agent actually learned to, it's going to come up right now, to take that chicane in a superhuman way, much faster than any human has done before. And we also see tactics emerging. So in this scenario, the white cars are driven by the humans, the colored cars are driven by the AI. And let me just go back here for a second. What you're going to see is a tactical thing, which is that the agent is trading off positions, it's letting other pass in order to get a better entry and then also exit in this curve, doing a double overtake. So again, none of this has been trained directly. This is all emerging behavior from the agent playing the game and learning to play the game. So we tested this with the best racers in the world across different car and track combinations to show the versatility of this agent and this AI. And it turns out that
it was really interesting
we can beat them.
The lines where the AI would go. So there were certain corners that I was going out wide and then cutting back in, and the AI was going like in the whole way around. So I learnt a lot about the lines and also knowing what to prioritize. Like the AI into turn 1, for example, I was braking later than the AI, but the AI would get a much better exit than me and beat me to the next corner. So I didn't notice that until I saw the AI, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. I should do that instead.
So this is Emily. She's also a top racer, and this is really interesting for us, being an entertainment company. We're not just interested in building superhuman stuff. I think it's actually quite boring to race against superhuman racing agents. But hearing that the top athletes in this Gran Turismo universe are actually taking cues from the AI, how to improve their behavior, is really interesting for us. Now, we can take the same framework, really exactly the same training framework, and we can slightly change the objective, and then we get drifting agents, right? So you can imagine same AI system, and then we train agents with a different objective, and the objective here is not to be the fastest on the track, but to use as much tire as possible while going around the track. And then what happens is we get superhuman drifting agents. Now, it's not a complete story if we're just focusing on the AI technology breakthroughs. In fact, what we did after we published and got on the cover of Nature, we immediately turned around and took that agent and made it available in Gran Turismo in the actual game to serve it to millions of players. And over the last years, we've done multiple versions of this, created more car track combinations, allowed people to change the car that the AI is driving, so it has never seen that before in training. And then very recently, and this is the one I'm most proud of, in December 2025, we released the first ever paid power pack for Gran Turismo, which is centered exclusively around a new AI experience, where people can play against that AI in realistic racing that was not possible before. And this is a trailer for that, which is really interesting. So people pay $39.99 to buy an AI experience directly. And the human-like AI experience is that you can have longer races, we can have a full race weekend to really provide that racing experience that the game developer, Polyphony Digital, and Yamauchi-san, who's the head of that, are interested in. Now, it's really interesting to see the progression of AI in games. So there's been many breakthroughs from companies like DeepMind and also ourselves in Gran Turismo. And then very recently, there's also a shift of this into the robotics universe. And then a really great example of this is 2023, the University of Zurich published a really great result on drone racing, how they can build superhuman drone racing. And what we added to this in April this year is a table tennis robot that's able to beat professional table tennis players. And so I'll show you some videos about this. But what is very, very important about this, that this is exactly the same platform that we've used to train agents in Gran Turismo and that we're using to train AIs for interactive experiences in other games. But in this case, it's applied to table tennis. And so I don't know what you know about table tennis, but table tennis is a really interesting challenge for robotics and AI. The first big thing is that it's extremely fast. So the ball is moving across the table, literally in the blink of your eye. And it's also changing its trajectory based on spin. Spin is the core differentiation between professional players and amateur players. Spin can reach up to 9,000 rotations per minute. And it's very similar in a way also to Gran Turismo because, yeah, you have to master the physics, you have to be very skillful, but then on top of this, you have to make tactical decisions. Where do you place the ball? And it's an adversarial scenario. The opponent is trying to beat you, is trying to fool you, is trying to deceive you. And so building an agent, building an AI that is able to do that was another very large breakthrough for us, covered on the cover of Nature. And the reasons are very, very similar to Gran Turismo, but of course in this case, the added difficulty is that this has to work reliably in the real world. Now, in the real world, there are things that can happen that you cannot have imagined, even in training. And so this is an example of the ball hitting the net and the robot having to extremely, much faster even than before, to adjust its decision-making and this, selecting the skill and trying to figure out how to beat the opponent, even in those adversarial scenarios. And by the way, this just purely fell out of the real-world experiment. This was not actually trained. It's actually very difficult to train for balls hitting the net. So many things have to come together, but really the core thing that we've kind of solved here is how to use the same technology that we use for autonomous racing in gaming and how to bring it to the real world, using exactly the same AI platform that we've built to do that. And very similar to Gran Turismo Sophie, these agents, these AIs that are driving the table tennis robot are actually trained in simulation. So that's a very important breakthrough for robotics. There's actually other companies who are doing this as well. But to me, being in robotics for 20 years, it was really surprising that we can train something in simulation and then we can take it outside. And so for the past year or so, we've had increasing level of difficulty of opponents. So we started with people in the lab, then college players, and now professional players who all have played against the robot, and we can now reliably beat female athletes like Miyu Hirano. She's a Women's World Cup winner and a two-time Olympic silver medalist. And this is the actual game that we played against her. Interestingly enough, I think she's going to make the next point, which is also very cool if people are able to beat the robot. But ultimately, she's going to lose the game, and that's another big victory for the AI. So these things are really coming together. Reinforcement learning as a base technology that is really a microcosm of physical intelligence, because in these tasks, the robots, the agents, they have to do perception, prediction, control, planning. They have to deal with the human interaction. And in some cases also, they have to do continual learning. So it's a really important base technology, but it's also becoming a technology that's actually deployed to provide meaningful interactive experiences, particularly in gaming, that are actual products that are deployed today. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Michael. So my takeaways from that, incredibly impressive, but I don't want to be in the position playing against the robot. So maybe just a quick note to every one of you. Thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage, but there's plenty of content. So if you want later on, there's the orbital stage, which is just in the middle there. We also have the Deep Fest stage, as well as the ecosystem exchange. All very different topics. We're covering finance, fintech, all the way to biotech, as well as Web3. So lots on the plate for you to choose from. Now, our next session, AI's next leap will not be powered by GPUs alone. As demand for compute accelerates, new architectures and infrastructure models will be key to making AI more efficient, scalable, as well as resilient. And as many of us know, that's not an easy task, but our next session is going to feature some leaders who do have a front row seat to all of this and hopefully can give us a little bit more clarity and answer. They're going to break down what exactly it will take to build the next AI compute stack. So with that, please welcome them to the stage, as well as our wonderful moderator, Finn Hatherall, venture partner over at Next Sequence. Please give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Hey guys, right, hi. We kick it off.
Morning.
Morning. So today, the way we're going to format this discussion is essentially we'll break it down into what we see as the 4 key topics, which is quantum and next-gen computing, infrastructure and data centers, geopolitics, and then finally we'll speak a bit on AI sovereignty. But firstly, just to kick it off, for any of those in the audience that may be new to this topic, can we speak a bit about what we actually mean when we talk about AI compute? Is it chips, data centers, electricity, software, or all of the above? Esther, I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, well, good morning, guys. Thank you so much for having me. So my name is Esther Wong. I'm the founder and CEO of 3C AGI Partners. We focus especially on AI infrastructure. So when you think about AI compute stack, there is actually the very famous 5-layer cake. The first one obviously is energy. So the kind of energy that goes to power AI has been a very hot topic. So as Sam Altman say, whoever controls power controls AI. So it's one of the most limiting factor of AI potentially. Second one is the kind of data that goes into it. Data curation, data collection. So currently all the AI that we're using today is trained on transformer. So transformer is based on structural data, i.e. very language based. So the question is, apart from structural language, what are the other kind of data, other kind of unstructured data out there, such as what you see, what you smell, how you feel, how you touch things. These are the kind of data. So that's an interesting area to explore. And then we have the third layer, which is the hardware. I think we have some very experts here on this stage. So apart from NVIDIA, which is great at processing, parallel processing for training, any other inferencing, any other hardware apart from NVIDIA that can do a very good job in terms of that stack. Because think about it, right? No one here is going to pay for a slow token. We want things to be done yesterday as users. So that's actually a very good area to explore here with some of the panelists. And then you have the LLM, which is dominated by the Anthropics, OpenAI, this part of the world. You have the DeepSeek, you have the open source like Kimi and all those guys, which is doing great. And then the final, and then not the last layer, is the application. So you have applications further split into software and hardware. So you hear our friends next door doing the dancing robots being one of the key examples of that. So that's the whole stack.
Thank you, Esther. Mohammed, we'll go over to you now. Can you please define what we know as AI sovereignty?
So, thank you very much, Finn, and good morning, everyone. It's always, people think that sovereignty is about data and where the data is. However, that definition is incomplete. What do I mean by that, and what do I believe is sovereignty? Sovereignty is about data residency, it's about technology, and it's about operation. So if we break those three, data sovereignty is, as I said, where the data sits, and what are the regulations that the government is putting to protect that data, and building the trust between multinationals and the regulations and the partnerships that they're building in countries. Talent or operation goes into the heart of talent, and the talent that operates these technologies. Do we have them in country? Do we have them outside? How we can build that capability of making us sovereign in terms of operation, all the technologies that we're procuring. Third is the technology that we build in the country. So for example, in Saudi Arabia, we have a program called Saudi Made. Saudi Made is an ambitious plan or how you can build or localize a lot of aspects of the Vision 2030 in terms of products. And one of those pillars is technology. And us at HPE, we're building servers from a local facility in a partnership with a local champion called Al Fanar, which I can give details about later.
Thank you. Hiro, we'll move out to you now. Can you please tell us why compute has become such a critical issue in AI over the last few years, and what's changed compared to the pre-ChatGPT era?
Okay. Thank you, Finn. My name is Hiro Nakata. I'm working for quantum computing. So let me explain how to contribute the quantum computing to the next generation of the AI. The AI's problem, we think the two problems. One is energy consumption. Second one is we call the large-scale type of a problem. The quantum computing is on the fiscally point of view, we can minimize to consume the energy. So theoretically point of view, that's why it's expect to minimize to using the calculation resource. Second one is that currently the world is getting very complex now. And if we use the very high quality quantum computing, it's very faster to calculate more than current GPU and CPU. That's why we are currently providing the quantum computing in the world. Yeah.
Thank you. Wei Shun, we'll move over to yourself now. With regards to GPUs, firstly, can you define what exactly a GPU is, and what are the practical limitations on it as well?
So GPU stands for Graphical Processing Units. And I think it's meant for, as the word goes, graphics, I think for the last 30 years, I think. Use it for gaming. And as Esther alluded to, the transformer-based models are structural data and meant for parallel processing. That's where the GPUs took on such popularity in recent years. But it's not exactly the latest and the greatest. About 25 years ago, I was already exploring using GPUs to accelerate applications. But back then, it was used by universities for high-performance computing. But today, everyone's using it, with the LLMs.
In terms of the limitations on it, why can't we just keep buying more GPUs to meet demand?
So for the last maybe 5-10 years, everyone has been training the models to get ready. And the workloads are basically just for training, right? It's basically one big, massive data dump. You train your models, get them out as quickly as you can, and you keep iterating on them. But once it goes mainstream, people like you and I use, what you need is something that's more efficient, right? I think an average standard current GPU box takes in about 10 kilowatts, 10.2 kilowatts of power. At Rebellions, we are able to deliver a box that goes no more than 7 kilowatts. So, and when you multiply that across entire inference farm, the energy requirements are very, very high. And the difference of savings of 3 kilowatts per box from Rebellions now makes a huge difference.
I'm going to put a question out to the panel now for one of you to take. In terms of the AI compute stack, can anybody just explain it in simple terms? Where do chips, networking, data centers, cloud providers, and software all fit together? Does anyone want to take it? Wei Sean, I'll go back to you because this is your area of expertise. Sorry. In terms of the AI compute stack, where do chips, networking, data centers, cloud providers, and software all fit together?
I think like what Esther was saying, right? I keep alluding to Esther because her notes and my notes somehow seem to align very well. Like she says on a 5-layer cake, I think power is everything. The energy to power the data centers, because while it's been described as the 5-layer cake, I will call it like building a house. You need the foundation, you need to build the land, you need to build the roof, the cooling, the plumbing. But all this doesn't turn on without power. So power becomes the most critical item that you need.
Hiro, I'll now move over to you to speak more specifically about quantum and next-gen computing. Quantum computing receives enormous attention. Realistically, what impact could it have on AI over the next decade?
Okay. So currently, quantum computing is like a child, or like going to like elementary school. So which means that it's very difficult to adapt the the industry in the world at this moment. But we are sure in the next five years, we can adapt to any industries like energy or manufacturing, transportation, defense, and material science. After in the last 6 months, the generative AI rapid development, which contribute to faster the development the quantum computing. Yeah.
In terms of quantum-inspired approaches, the advantage they offer today, what even before fault-tolerant quantum computers, sorry, I've got my question on here. Let me rephrase this. Where do quantum-inspired approaches offer advantages today, even before fault-tolerant quantum computers arrive?
Okay. Quantum means several meaning. So what the photon and the quantum computing is like actual hardware quantum computing. But also what the important thing that the quantum algorithm. The quantum algorithm is using the quantum algorithm on the software more than just using the quantum hardware. So at this moment, it's very difficult to use actual quantum computing. That's why we are focusing the quantum-inspired algorithm on the current GPU and CPU. For example, like the delivery of the any like logistics, there are so many patterns. We call the large-scale type of problem. That's why if we adapt the quantum-inspired algorithm, we can solve too faster than the before. This is the current approach and the current trend.
What breakthroughs would need to occur before quantum becomes relevant for mainstream AI workloads?
Okay. So to adapt the quantum computing in the actual industry, we have like 3 layers. The first layer is, of course, we need to develop the hardware itself. But not only that, the second one is that we develop the quantum algorithm on the software. And then the top one is that in any factory or any like city, people who doesn't know what is a mathematical or what is a physics, but they use the solution. These 3 layers we follow at the same time. This is very important, we think. Yeah.
Wei Sean, I'll move back to you now. We're going to focus on infrastructure and data centers. The conversation often focuses on chips, but how much of the challenge is actually power cooling and physical infrastructure?
All of it, because Mohammad's talking about sovereign, and it's not just about data. In fact, I would like to quote a former statesman: what you cannot defend, you cannot own. And precisely what you cannot own, which is what you need to own is the physical infrastructure, like what we talk about, the house that you're building, the data center that you own, the water supply to cool the building, the electricity coming in, the chips, the servers, the racks, everything, right? If you outsource it to a foreign hyperscaler, your sovereignty is challenged. Today, if you look at AI data centers, they are deemed as a core critical infrastructure, like telcos, banks, service providers, utilities. They're just as critical because these days, when you pick up the phone, well, you don't pick up a phone anymore, right? In my time, you pick up the phone, you expect a dial tone. In this case here, I guess you turn on the tap, you expect water to flow. In this case here, when you click a button, you expect an AI service to be made available for you, which actually I had a little incident last night. I was trying to prepare for today, and I was trying to run Claude, and Claude doesn't work here. There was when the service is not available, right? So this becomes something that every sovereign must own, right? That's why we're having this event as well.
Could access to energy become a bigger competitive advantage than access to capital?
You know, we've got Esther here, the money person. In fact, the most number of meeting invites I got for this week's events were all from the money people. I would say, I dare say, right, being in Asia, money is never a problem. I think access to power is a problem, right? Sorry, access to energy is a problem.
Esther, given you are the money person, I'll let you come in on this as well and give your input on it.
I think both are very important, but they come hand in hand together, right? Because with access to money, it's not just powering existing way of powering the AI stack, but we also have the resource to think about how are the other ways to potentially power the AI stack so that the entire AI factory is a lot more sustainable. And that's why VCs like us came in. So one of the solutions, we believe there are 3 verticals of solutions with that, how to make AI itself more sustainable. One of the solutions is here with Weixiang, right? So apart from NVIDIA, which is very power consumptive, are there any hardware or software-based solution, including quantum computing even, that can drastically reduce the energy that used in order for the token to be more effective? So I believe there is. Rebalance is one, Hero Solution is one. So that's the first vertical. The second vertical is we got to think about how and why do we form the data center in the first place? Are there any better ways to build data center apart from the current way of building? So that's why we are actually one of the world's first investor in the first data center in the space. So why do we care about space? Because space data center in the long run, not right now, but in the long run, we believe is 70% cheaper than data center on Earth because you don't have to buy the land, you don't have to buy the building, you don't have to pay for the electricity because the sun is free. So that is the second vertical. And the last but not least vertical is, and this is why I think money and AI come hand in hand, because I think throughout the whole period, you guys will hear a lot about AI application. As an investor in the infrastructure, I see 2 genuinely revolutionary AI infrastructure in that space. One is healthcare. I believe that in 10 years' time, we can beat cancer, but that's for a different panel. The other one is energy. So the running joke with fusion is the world's cleanest form of energy. But the running joke on fusion is always 10, 15 years away. Always 15 years away. And why is that? Because in fusion, you have to hold 100 million degree worth of temperature, right, in the plasma. So any kind of minor mistake, you're destroying a plant that costs millions, if not billions, to build. The cost of failure is very high. But now with AI, you can actually do a lot of simulations virtually so that it can actually shrink the trial period of actually building a fusion plant. So fusion is no longer a 15-year story, but it's maybe an 8 or 10-year story. And it shows in the capital market too as well. Many of you here are investors, so you hear a lot about fusion energy getting listed or fusion energy getting fundraised, and that's because of that. So 3 different stacks, both equally important, and all need money to accelerate.
Wei Shan, back to you. What does the AI data center... Sorry. What does the AI data center of 2030 look like compared to today?
I would say more power efficient, a variety of chips, right? Obviously, GPUs will still be available for training, but as the world goes into full-on for inferencing, you will see a multitude of even more options than what we have today, right? You know, in the backstage, we're discussing of the various types of XPUs, we call them, and Rebellions offer an NPU version of it. We expect more to come, right? I think Esther shared some very interesting ones in her panel later as well, right? So I think we're going to see a lot more variety, and this AI story, you know what, is really just the beginning. You know, it's another 30 years and more, you know, I would say that. Yeah.
Esther, will we have more data centers in space by 2030?
I strongly believe that. In 10 years' time, you will have this discussion. There will be significantly more data center in space than on Earth. What is stopping data center in space right now is mostly the launch cost. So give you an example, right? So the first satellite human being ever built, Sputnik, right, by the Russian in 1958. Per dozen kilo, the launch cost back then is $1.2 million. Now that has dropped significantly to now Falcon 9. We're talking about a few $1,000s per dozen kilo. Still not cheap enough. With the emergence of Starship, hopefully by Elon Musk's schedule, 2029, but who knows, it's always delayed. So let's say in the next 5 years, the launch cost can reduce further to a few hundred, $100-200. So from 1.2 million to $100. You know, the kind of 99.99% drop in human history, if you think about any period, any technology that also experienced this kind of drop, it's actually not compute. It's actually communication. So think about it, right? Like, you know, 50, 70 years ago, when you use a satellite phone to call from Hong Kong to US, it costs like a few $100 per minute. Nowadays, you use your WeChat, your WhatsApp to call, it's free. So what happened when communication is free? Everything is possible. Leap East is possible, right? Same thing is happening in space. Before, space is like a science fiction. Everybody thought, oh my God, space tourism, that's science fiction. Space exploration, space mining, all science fiction. Now, if the launch cost is reduced by 99.99%, a lot of these is no longer science fiction. And we can actually legitimately bring data center in space that can cure a lot of the issue in terms of buying land, buying the building, and worst part is, should I say, getting government approval, because that takes a long time for anything to be done for any government on Earth. And also, there's a very nuance, is that if you build something in space, think about it, it's quite redundant. It's insulated from war, right? With the Iran war, one of the first structure to be hit was the Amazon Center in Abu Dhabi. It's much harder to hit data center in space. So I believe that this is happening for sure in 10 years' time.
Last question with regards to infrastructure and data centers for yourself, Wei Shan. Are we building AI infrastructure fast enough to meet project demand?
The short answer is no. The short answer is no. I mean, before coming here, you know, the last week was spent with customers. And why they are talking to me is because there's just insufficient supply going around. And everyone, no company worth their salt will have no AI strategy. And will need to own something, right? You know, so no, it's not enough.
We're now going to focus on sovereignty and geopolitics. And here I'll bring you in on this one as well. Firstly, with regards to Europe, do you think Europe can realistically build a competitive AI compute ecosystem, or will it remain dependent on the US and Asia?
Me?
Okay,
because I live in London, UK. I originate from Japan. We have also the German branch, and newly we established the US branch. So we manage the 4 regions. So in the UK, our headache is called GDPR. It's pretty much restrict the data restriction. So we have the consortium project with Germany, Finland, UK, and Czechoslovakia and Spain. But it's very difficult to make the data box and then to share on the cloud. That's why compare with the US and here or Japan, if we have the project in the EU, it's a bit difficult to how to deal with the data. Yeah.
Esther, this is for you. How concerned should businesses be about concentration risk in the global semiconductor supply chain?
They should, right? Because obviously there's a lot of talk on sovereignty, and sovereignty comes with software, hardware, and that's why you see there is so many plethora of interesting chip startups from around the world, including my fellow panelists, Rebellion, which is doing a phenomenal job. They're a Korea-based company. You see a lot of interesting Chinese chip companies doing very well. And actually the revolution is just not on only the GPU side, but on the CPU side as well. So CPU historically been dominated by 2 companies, right? You think about it, Intel, right, and ARM-based solutions. So Intel and ARM consists of, let's say, 90% of the market. But these days, you actually hear a lot about RISC-V. So what is RISC-V? RISC-V is an open source platform, software platform. So anyone can actually build the next generation of CPU, so it's not restricted to US or a particular region. So there is actually a diversification happening in every single layer for the hardware. And for the software, I believe that there is a push to adopt more open source. So open source, big player is obviously China. So according to Open Router, more than 60% of the traffic for LLM is from open source models like DeepSeek, like Kimi, like GLM, which China is doing a phenomenal work. But I believe this is, a bit of for everybody.
Mohammed, we'll move over to you now to speak with regards to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and their approach to AI sovereignty. From HPE's perspective in Saudi Arabia, how should governments and enterprises think about AI sovereignty beyond data residency, particularly in terms of local infrastructure, trusted supply chains, ecosystem development, and national capability building?
So, Finn, if we go back to the sovereignty definition at the beginning, right? We said it's technology, we said it's talent, and we said it's data. There is an interesting panel discussion for His Excellency, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology in Davos 2026. And he talked about AI adoption and how we can accelerate AI adoption. And he talked about 3 main pillars. The first one, it was, again, technology. He talked about trust with partners like HPE, and then he talked about talent. Putting that in front of our face, from HPE perspective, we focused 100% into aligning ourselves in Saudi Arabia of informing enterprises and governments on what do they need to do and how they can achieve that quickly. In terms of technology, the Saudi Med program and the initiative that we're doing with building technology in the kingdom, and it's not about just building servers or compute for AI or etc. No, it's a long journey that we want to start for 15 and 20 years where we depend on a local champion and we move them quickly into being sovereign. When we talk about talent, we brought experts from outside to the local facility to make sure that we train the local team of that facility on how they can build that advanced technology. If we talk about, on another pillar of talent, we started a program called Grow Middle East program. So what we do, we go and incubate students before they graduate from the university. And we build their career from the minute that they join the company, and we show them their path for 10 to 15 years within the company. And finally, from an operational perspective, what we do is using our experts worldwide, where you talked about the supercomputers, right? We have engineers, HPE engineers in King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. where they have the supercomputer Shaheen. We are training those students and we're training those engineers on how they can operate such supercomputers, which is the main engine for AI and research and AI.
As AI demand accelerates, do you see national AI infrastructure, including data centers, power cooling, connectivity, and localized computer capacity, becoming a strategic economic asset similar to energy infrastructure? And how do you see Saudi positioning itself in this space?
Yes, and the clear example is the national champion, Humane. So I'm sure a lot of you heard about Humane, led by the esteemed CEO, Tariq Amin. So that company will own the stack for AI infrastructure, and this is going to be an economical asset for Saudi Arabia to export AI to the world.
How can we make AI more economically scalable through better infrastructure?
Through operations and through technology sovereignty, right? What do we want to do? We saw the geopolitical tension a couple of months ago, right? And without having that right infrastructure within the kingdom in Saudi Arabia and having the components that is needed for building those systems, we will never be able to operate. So operational sovereignty is what we need to move forward.
In terms of an ideal ecosystem that combines compute, networking, data centers, cloud operating models, energy, talent, regulation, and local deployment capability, what does that look like to you?
It looks like HBE helping enterprises in the kingdom. And why do we say that, right? We have a lot of challenges, right? We have the memory wall challenge. We have the network wall challenge. We have the power challenge. And HBE has been building the integrated systems for a very, very long time, right? Where from the lower end of the stack to the high end of the stack, what we call the AI factory, right? So we build the network, we build the compute, we operate it, we build supercomputers in universities, we've been training talent. So that's how we see it, and that's where HBE can play and give value.
Right. Esther, we've got a bit of time left, so I might go back to you to speak a bit more about data centers in space and where the end game is for that, because I think that's a pretty fascinating topic.
So when we actually launched the first data center in space last November, okay, it was a very emotional time for us. By the way, it was ahead of SpaceX, okay? The world's first was launched by one of the company we invested called StarCloud. So we were there for the launch. And what we realized is that in order for that to happen, I mean, there's several stages of technology. First of all, does it work in the lab? It worked. Does it work as a POC? So far, it works because, you know, it's still running. It's actually running Gemini and doing quite successful. But now the third stage and the most important stage is how do we make that actually scalable? Because if you run one on top of you, it's different from running, let's say, 1 million on top of us, right? So the challenge right now that we have, apart from launch costs, which Elon Musk is working on that, so hats off to him. There are also other ways, because nobody in the history of human has actually tried to scale data center in space before. So we identify some very major challenges, i.e. opportunities as an investor that we focus on. First of all, how to do thermal control, because the side that facing the sun synchronous orbit, facing the sun is 1,000 degrees. The one that's not facing the sun is minus 275 degrees. So how do we do thermal control, right? Number one. Number two, how do you fix things? Because unlike data center on Earth, you cannot fix the data panel in space. So how do we do automation, robotic maintenance, right? That's second. Third, how do we do connectivity? How do we link? Because right now, all the satellite that we have is mostly on communication, some on Earth observation. But how do we make sure that whatever training data is linked to each other in space? So that's a very interesting challenge. And now, not last but not least, but one of the other one is, space is full of radiation, right? So how do we make sure that the chip that works on Earth can also sustain those radiation? So there's some kind of specialized hardware that we need, in addition to great chips like Rebellion or NVIDIA, right? So these are the things that we're working on, and these are very fascinating companies, and I have to say that thank God, because we have SpaceX IPO, thanks to Elon Musk, this idea is no longer be seen as science fiction, because now Elon Musk said that, okay, Elon Musk with SpaceX validate this space. And in addition, more importantly, in his prospectus, it says that they're going to spend $40 billion in space capex. So these $40 billion is going to spend on these companies that I just mentioned that can actually tackle these challenges head on. So that's why we're also launching a space fund to capture the opportunities for that. So we are a firm believer in data center in space.
Other than yourself, who are the main capital allocators in this space?
Come to me first. But it's interesting because we did a study. We followed this for the last 8 years, right? We've been doing this for many. The fact that we put money in Star Club, but before that we did a lot of work on that. So, but we don't have, there are some bigger names, like for instance, apart from us, which is, we're part of the NVIDIA VC Alliance, so NVIDIA is also investing in Star Cloud, so these are relatively bigger names already. But if you think about companies that focus on, let's say, thermal management, there are specific space funds, but they tend to be quite small. So if I look at my other fellow members in the VC Alliance, such as the Sequoia, the Benchmark, the Menlo Ventures, right? Those are bigger names in the US. They are not, some of them are involved, but on a very picky manner, like very selective manner. But we are seeing some emerging space-specific fund. I believe this is a super exciting year. This is the first year that space as an investment category, apart from SpaceX, space as an investment category is emerging, and we are at the Cambrian age of that. Now, if I can leave the audience with one last number. Right now, on top of us, right now, there is 17,000 satellites. This is from the history of Sputnik to now. We have 1,700 satellites on top of us. The next 3 years, the number is surged to 10,000. So in the next 3 years, we'll have more than the last 70 years combined plus 5 times. So we are at the Cambrian age of space explosion. So that's why I believe now is the right time to put some money in this category.
Thank you, guys. I think we'll wrap it up there. So huge thanks to Esther, to Jairo, to Mohammed, to Wei Shan for your time, and hope you guys enjoyed it.
So biggest thank you there to our panelists. And I just want to echo some of the things that Esther just pointed out. Whenever we speak to business leaders and investors, it feels like there are two camps when it comes to space exploration. Ones that really believe that data centers in space can work and that's the future, and others who still are sitting on the fence and remain pretty hesitant. But she's also pointed out some of the challenges there. Now, if you are enjoying all the content from LEAP so far, let me remind you that LEAP in Riyadh is actually taking place in August, from August 31st to September 3rd. So if you don't have any summer plans for those dates, make sure just to check it out. It's also a grand affair with about 200,000 people. And speaking of LEAP, let me just remind you also how big of a milestone it is here in Hong Kong. We have about 250,000 people, 300 investors, 300 speakers, 400 exhibitors all spread out across these 2 halls, as well as 4 stages of content. So plenty of content here for you. If you were not here on this stage yesterday, also I want to give you a bit of a recap of what we discussed. Yesterday, it was all about building bridges between the East and Middle East and how we can forge all of these strategic partnerships. We talked about how both regions are actively supporting and backing, trying to create these new tech champions, as well as the next generation of scale-ups. The other big question that we discussed was how can we move exactly beyond our local markets, our comfort zone, and get into new markets where there are different regulations, different partners, as well as different cultures and customs to work around. And we also discussed, of course, how to take AI beyond just this experimental phase, taking them beyond pilots and moving into a phase where it's really deploying and bringing an ROI for companies. So that's just a taste of everything that's happening on this stage, and plenty more to come. We'll be talking about biotech, fintechs, as well as family offices. Now, I want to keep this short and sweet, but first of all, let me play you a recap video of everything that happened yesterday. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please don't go away. Stick around with us, because in just about 4 or 5 minutes, we'll be kicking off with our next session. You won't want to miss this. It's all about family offices as well as multi-generational wealth. So please stay with us for that. They'll be starting in about 4 minutes. Thank you so much. So welcome back. The next generation of family office leaders from Hong Kong all the way to Saudi Arabia, they're right now inheriting vast pools of capital. But how they're deploying it right now looks very different to, say, a couple of years ago or a decade ago. In this next session, we're going to dive into multi-generational wealth, and we're going to find out exactly what is essential right now in the portfolios of modern family offices. So with that, please welcome to the stage all of our wonderful speakers, as well as our moderator, who was also here yesterday, Ahmed Al-Dawish, Managing Partner of Noah Capital Partners. Please put your hands together for all of our speakers.
Thank you so much for having us, Leap East. Thank you so much. It's been a great conference so far. Amazing to see people from all around the world, and hopefully see you all in Riyadh in a few months' time. Very interesting topic today, and amazing 3 panelists with me today from all parts of the world, from Asia, Saudi Arabia, and also Germany. Discussing private capital, venture capital, and private equity, and how next generational capital will evolve going into a lot of these different asset classes in 3 different parts of the world, which is very interesting. But maybe we'll start off with you, Jörg. You come from a kind of very interesting part of the ecosystem, KfW, a quasi-sovereign wealth fund in Germany. It'd be great to understand a bit more about your lens of private markets, how it's evolved, how do you view Asia, and how do you work with families? There's a lot of questions in one, but I'm sure you've got the experience to handle that.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short so, in order that the other panelists can also say something. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. Jörg Goschin, I'm CEO of KfW Capital. We are a subsidiary of KfW Banking Group. And we are really focused on the venture capital ecosystem. Investing, we are one of the largest LPs in European venture, but we also invest internationally. We have raised a 1 billion euro fund of fund, where we have a lot of private sector money, also large single family offices from Germany and abroad, internationally investing, co-investing with us. We do direct co-investments. And I mean, to your question, really, I think tech is nothing which is tied to national boundaries. If we want to overcome the challenges which we are facing in the world, in every sector, be it healthcare, be it security, be it energy, mobility, everything, we really need to embrace technology, and this is really an international business, and we need to work more closely together. So for us, as we are also a quasi-sovereign investor, our mission is not only to invest. We are trying, on the investment side, we are trying to really pick the best managers, invest into the best venture capital funds in order to attract more private sector capital. So attracting private sector capital from institutional investors and also from large single family offices, because the capital is really needed to scale, and so this is basically our mission. We don't do it only in Germany. Most of our activities are in Europe, but we are also engaging in other parts of the world. We've been quite active in GCC and also in Asia.
Thanks, Jörg. Great to see you involved in lots of different parts of the world. And at Noah Capital, we focus on multi-generation next gens, predominantly in the region, in the Gulf and beyond. Sultan, you come from one of the most respected Saudi families, one of the most successful in Saudi. You have a very interesting lens as well. You are an entrepreneur, very successful entrepreneur, and now investing private capital. Tell us a bit more about your story and how you've been involved in the Saudi ecosystem and the opportunities you're seeing today as well.
Thanks, Ahmed. I mean, first of all, we come from an entrepreneurship, well, what we say, an entrepreneur that turned an investor. And that that allows you to look at investments through a completely different lens, not through spreadsheets, but rather from a builder eye. So when we invest, we look at the founder more than the business. And we believe that a great founder can take a shitty idea, sorry for the word, and turn it into a successful business. Because I've never seen a business model or a business plan before the company starts that turns out to have any relevance to the actual business once the company goes to market. And because the GCC, generally the GCC startup ecosystem is really less than a decade old, that requires from investors a different set of tools or skills to actually deliver returns. One of them is to have more of a hands-on active engagement with your portfolio companies. And so the spray and pray strategy that maybe international VCs are used to might not actually work in the GCC, especially in Saudi. And we believe that this approach has differentiated us also from other investors in the market. It has allowed us to have a positioning that we're closer to founders than other investors. And so it has allowed us to source deals at an early stage and be able to work with those founders to navigate regulatory hurdles, operational frictions, demand or supply generation, partnerships, and what have you. And this is maybe the model that makes us stand out.
Oh, thanks, Sultan. And maybe to you, Alex. Great to see you here in Hong Kong. You come from a very respectful Asian family office. You've seen, the growth of China. What's your perspective on kind of bridging private markets? What's happening in the greater China area with AI? And obviously, you travel all around the world looking at private markets, investing across the asset classes. What sort of opportunities are you seeing in private markets, but also the opportunities that you're seeing in a lot of next gens that are coming through Asian family offices?
Thanks, Ahmed. Great pleasure to be invited to Leap East. I think the previous Leaps are in Saudi. It's good to be in Hong Kong. My name is Alex. I run AO Holdings, and we are a Singapore-based family office. We deploy directly into funds, managers, as well as we do a lot of direct investment and real asset investments. Going back to your questions regarding where do we see the opportunities, I think from our lens, we tend to see things previously at the beginning from the LP lenses through the managers into vast categories of opportunities. But when the market evolves, we tend to see a lot of direct opportunities that are coming to this part of the world and especially to our specific sectors of allocators. I think that the key difference between how we allocate capital is we really see through things from a permanent capital and a patient capital perspective. That means that when the market is, I know that especially in Hong Kong, in the past few years, in the stock market has been very booming, and it's easy to actually realize extraordinary returns from public markets. But we tend to be very focused on private market because we think that over a few economic cycles, it would tend to give us long-term stable returns. So it's really need to have a bit of patience as well as selections to allocate to the right asset class and ready categories. And to your question regarding AI, I think it's in every conference that we went to, everybody will be talking about AI and should it be LLM models, AI agent, or things that are coming to, on the table for us to explore opportunities. But our humble sense is we tend to be a little bit more cautious about the trendy stuff. So whatever we see on the headlines, we tend to, appreciate that, but also be a little bit cautiously optimistic. In terms of deployment, we are very much into AI infra, so we invest directly into GPU cloud, into land, into electricity powers and things, because we truly believe in peaks and showers. And going back to the patient capital points, that we tend to deploy over a kind of decade horizon. So short term, within 5 years, the up and downs isn't really the most important thing for us.
Thanks, Alex. Maybe to go back to your presence here today is a signal that European institutions are looking at the region a bit more, in China, but also in the Gulf. Give us a bit of insights on what happens in the boardrooms, if you can. Are they telling us, are they, trying to navigate more capital towards this part of the world, or is it, as historically was, more towards the kind of West and the US? And what do you find interesting in Asia?
Well, in general, I think we should really unite sovereign capital together with the private sector capital. It's really important. This could be or create a win-win situation for all partners. I mean, public-private partnerships as a new model in every form, they are, depending on how they are structured, they could be very well equipped to reduce risk for the private sector investor, to attract more capital into projects, be it on the infrastructure side or in any other investment area where it's needed. And so intelligently structuring products that give a financial benefit to the private investor and generate additional capital to the public sector projects. I think this is something which is needed all over the world, not only in Europe, but also here and in the GCC region. And that's something we are working on. So, for example, we've been in close relationships in the GCC region with SVC and JADA, for example, two organizations which have a very similar heritage or a similar setup, a business model as we have. And we, here in Hong Kong, for example, the HKMA or the Hong Kong Investment Corporation are also very active investors, although they have different roles, larger roles, also working together with our parent KfW Banking Group. So I think it's really important to not to think in silos. It's really important to bridge the gap and between public and private sector capital, and also to bridge the gap across the regions. Because, I mean, business, technology is nothing which is regional. We are living in a global world. We are interconnected. Technology is truly global. There are global capital flows. So I think we should, work on that.
And maybe just to add on to that, are you seeing interest from your portfolio into scaling into kind of Saudi and the region and the wider region? Is that something from your funds and from your kind of portfolio companies? Is that something actively that you're hearing about?
Well, I mean, we've invested in roughly 160 venture capital funds, international venture capital funds, and some of them are investing in the GCC region, in Saudi also. And some of them also are investing here in in Asia and in Hong Kong, and really bringing those universes together. I think it's very important here in Hong Kong. Johnny Chan is there, the chairman of the Hong Kong Venture Capital Association. So really, and we have also in venture capital associations in Germany and in Europe, and working closely together is something which is very important, and opening the doors for European venture capital funds to invest in Asia or in Saudi or in any other parts of the world is really important, as well as to reciprocate and opening the doors into Europe.
Oh, thanks. And Johnny, if you haven't spoken to Qusay is the Saudi PE VC Association, so I think you guys should definitely connect, and great to have you here. And then Sultan, obviously you're an very successful entrepreneur, and now you're writing checks into startups and into great companies in Saudi. Tell us a bit more about that kind of shift. What advantage does that give you now, having had the experience of building companies and now writing investments? Like you said, deal flow doesn't come from reviewing pitch decks. It's from years of building that network. So what advantages do you have from being an entrepreneur now, writing and making investments in Saudi companies?
I guess our approach is to leverage that operational know-how that we've developed through our entrepreneurship journey to hedge literally our risk when investing. Because when you have been an entrepreneur, your way at looking at startups is completely transformed. You no longer look at the financial metrics or the spreadsheets or the balance sheets. You actually you focus on spotting whether this company will face regulatory hurdles if they are a fintech company, for example. Because on the pitch deck, it looks wonderful, but in reality, because you've gone through that track, for example, if we're talking about regulatory licenses, if you have gone through that track as an entrepreneur, then you know what is required in terms of skill sets to work with the regulator to actually get that license. Does that team have it or not? If that company is a B2C company, scaling up a B2C company in the region, it might be different from other places around the world. So does the founding team is capable to scale that company properly, or are they able to assemble the right teams? And what we've seen, there's the PayPal mafias and what have you. In Saudi, there is an equivalent to that. And so, and by the way, those type of founders can demand a premium, because how many companies in Saudi have reached a unicorn status? Think about this. Few. They're growing in number every year, but the number that actually got there are few. And so you want to try to get a team who has been working for some of those companies and then decided to come out and start venturing, because those also can hedge your risk, investment risk. So founding team is for us number one. Number two is, can we add value? Because we do not come at late stage. All of our investments come in early. Most of the time, we cover the whole pre-seed ticket and the whole seed ticket, and then join Series A and bring other co-investors with us that can continue to add value to those portfolio companies that we are investing in. And because we are coming in at an early stage, the risk that we are taking is higher than if we came in at a later stage. And so using our operational knowledge is not optional. It's actually our core strategy to hedge that risk.
And I just wanted to add to that, maybe just ask you a follow-on question. So you're a well-traveled man. Obviously, you're in Hong Kong today. Are you seeing more of your portfolio look east as well? And what kind of opportunities do you see or foresee between kind of Asia and the Middle East, and specifically Saudi? Culturally, there's a lot of alignment and interests and sovereign capital strength flowing now. What kind of opportunities do you see Saudi companies scaling to this part of the world?
I think scaling to this part of the world requires a different type of skill set from entrepreneurs and founders. And even looking at the West, we've seen very few companies that expanded east. And the type of portfolio companies that we invest in regularly are companies that require a barrier to entry, or a form of defensibility vis-a-vis defense tech or financial or fintechs or insurtechs and what have you. That implies that if they want to expand into a different geography, then they will have to also get that type of license, be it in Hong Kong or in other places around the world. So we are, rather than asking them to expand, we look at partnerships with Chinese companies that are based in Hong Kong or in China. We believe that this is a much more probable route to generate that kind of success than for our companies to come and expand on their own. But we've also had, I've personally had the pleasure, this is not my first time in Hong Kong, so I've actually lived in China back in 2013, and I've been coming to Hong Kong or China almost every year. And I've had also the pleasure to work with some of the major blue chip Chinese company and work with them to bring them into Saudi. And so we've seen more and more flow of capital from China to the venture ecosystem in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia over the last couple of years. We've seen flow of technological know-how, whether it was technical talent that are coming from China to co-found companies in the region. And I think those are the two major components that we are looking for, whether it was technical talent or capital that we can co-invest together into the ecosystem. One more important is the appetite by both governments to develop this partnership. I mean, we've seen how the Minister of His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Swaha or the ministers here in Hong Kong, we've seen the interest, otherwise Leap East wouldn't be here. And by the way, this is the first leap outside of the kingdom. And so be it in Hong Kong, that's a signal that I think this partnership has a lot of leg to grow.
No, thanks, Sultan. That's great insights into what's going on from a technology standpoint, and maybe Alex, from a different perspective, from an Asian perspective, looking into Saudi, and also from a next-gen perspective, maybe predecessors of family offices didn't look into the Middle East, concentrating on building the actual operational businesses that exist today, that we see walking around Hong Kong and Singapore and Asia. But how do you view it? You have your investments all around Asia, in Europe, the US, but also in the Middle East. You've been an investor in some Saudi companies. How do you view the Saudi market, and from your existing companies as well in Asia? Do you see them interested in that part of the world? And also from a next-gen perspective, a lot of your fellow peers in the family office world. Do they view Saudi and the region as an interesting place to invest?
Thanks, Ahmed. I think, first of all, we're extremely humbled to be here because I saw many of my peers from Family Office Hong Kong, from other family offices down there. I think, generally speaking, again, from our perspective, we're not deploying sovereign wealth fund money. We're not deploying a huge asset manager, insurance company endowment. I think from our approach, we tend to just learn what's in the market and trying to play part in it. When we write the first check to a Saudi company about 5 years ago, and to us, the trend is very, apparent. Given the young population in Saudi, the big market, the evolution, as well as the stability forecast, together with all the great mega plans in Saudi, it tends to be an inevitable trend. We start building the wealth, especially in the private equity space, with the deployment into Chinese companies quite early. Some of them become category-defining vertical leaders. Some of them become like listcos, like the BATs, which apparently you see them everywhere in the world and expand globally. And actually, we view that we think we need to be humble to capture things at the beginning, but more importantly is to actually follow up and be a resilient kind of investors and observer at the same time. What do I mean by that is, our family office, we call AO Holdings, stand for Alpha Omega Holdings. It's the exact word from the Bible, Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. So in Chinese, we say it, 有始有终, means you have to follow things from the beginning to the end. To us, it's not about betting on the trend, finding the buzzword, because we saw the trend come and go. IoT, shared economies, there are many business models and trends tend not to survive more than 5 years. And with with AI and everything, I think every single month you see the ARR doubled. Some companies suddenly become the champions, some of them just fade away. I think the important thing is be able to find the sector that we are mostly comfortable with regards to our investment horizon. So the company that we bet in Saudi is a platform business, it's a fintech business. We saw that with the demographic and as well as the kind of uniqueness in its business model, you can easily see the Western peers in Germany as well as in China, which is merely like a copy but enhanced paste in Saudi market. So to us, that's very certain trend, and we tend to invest at the angel round, we top up in the pre-A, then we are going to top up again in the upcoming Series B rounds. So the ability to see something is important, but the ability to follow through is even more important. And back to the point about the East, blessed to be here and humbled to be speaking in front of the peers, but as probably the only Asian on the stage, we think we have to capture both 0 to 1 and 1 to 100. I think we bet on some US companies because they are really, really good at 0 to 1. And going back to the point about PayPal mafias and the likes. But I think in this part of the world, the Greater China region, Greater Bay region, Singapore, where I'm based, as well as Southeast Asia, we're extremely good at 1 to 100. So you see the scaling loss, and you see the robotic companies and around the stage. So we have to do both 0 to 1 and 1 to 100, and we need to be able to tell the difference in between.
No, thanks, Alex, for that. Great to hear your thoughts as well. Very interesting, you know, Asia to the Middle East thoughts. And when you're talking to your peers on the European side, on the sovereign side of things, you know, what would be your advice if there was a new sovereign in Europe that wanted to access the Asian markets? You know, you spoke about partnerships, but how exactly does that happen? Do they just fly into Riyadh or Hong Kong and start knocking on institutional doors? Or, you know, give us a bit of a playbook or how you've done it. You know, you've mentioned a few of the quasi-sovereigns that we have in Saudi. How did you build those relationships, and how do they become to evolve to be a great exchanging partner? Thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, building relationships, I think in this part of the world as well as in Germany is, I mean, the word relationship means getting to know each other and developing trust and kind of a mutual relationship, working together with each other and on projects and developing an understanding of each other, of each other's needs, of each other's goals. And this can only be done by being transparent and being as open-minded as possible. I think, but you're addressing really a general problem or a general challenge which we are facing. This is the intransparency, in the market which we are facing. I mean, on the technological side, we have a lot of startups which haven't existed before. So in the beginning, they're very small. No one knows them. And the startups need to develop their market. They need to find customers. They need to find investors. So increasing transparency in the market is really important. And I mean, developing platforms, being on conventions like this one, I think is very important. Showing presence. And transparency is really, creating transparency is really a challenge. What we need to develop in order to have a faster flow of ideas, have a faster flow of business, and also having a faster flow of capital. And this brings me to the second point, which is very important. I think we need to create more efficient secondary markets. I mean, we are all here, very much talking about a primary market, investing into companies. But especially on the venture side, when you invest in venture, you're really stuck for a very long time with the investment because the companies need to scale. They need to, reach the next stage before you get another investor being invested in them, or even before they reach IPO readiness. I mean, Hong Kong has been very lucky having most of the IPOs in the last year, having had most of the IPOs in the last year worldwide. So this is very good. But IPOs are not the only exit route. I think really finding investors, be it financial investors or be it strategic buyers, is a challenge. And here again, transparency kicks in. How can a financial investor or a strategic investor know that this company exists, which they might need for their business? So increasing transparency is really a key issue. And that's what we're working on. And I think organizations like KfW Capital, like the Hong Kong Venture Capital Association, or others in Saudi, also SVC or Jeddah, are really crucial, developing this transparency because they are creating platforms and enabling businesses. So, that's about how we do it. Sorry, that was a long answer, but I think increasing transparency is really the key to it.
Great. German efficiency. We like that. Maybe one for you, Sultan. We've seen, as wealth evolution has evolved in Saudi. A lot of next generation have stepped into the family office roles. Also in Asia, so it'd be good to get Alex's perspective on the same question too. But specifically on the Saudi side, a lot of next gens go into their family offices, and the first thing they start with is venture, right? Venture tech, it's exciting, it's evolving, you know, AI coming into it. You know, what would be your advice for, you know, new generation in Saudi that's coming up and taking a role in their family offices and investing in venture and technology? From your experience, what would you tell them to do in terms of building a portfolio management, you know, the value add that you spoke about? You know, it's not an easy job, like Jörg was saying. Sometimes these positions, even today, you know, with deep tech, can go up to like 10-year plus holding positions. So what would be your advice to a new generation coming up, taking roles in their family offices and starting to invest?
First of all, I think to not look at investing in private markets, or be it PE or VC, as side bets. In a tech-driven in a tech-driven economy, which is what's the world state at the moment, these type of investments become critical for a properly diversified family portfolio. And by the way, there is a global trend for tech companies avoiding to go public right away, because they're seeing the hurdles of being a public company. You no longer have the luxury to continue to innovate and develop products as much as you used to before you went public. Now you are looking at your quarterly earnings and what have you. And so a lot of opportunities are in the private market. They're, in fact, as I said, they're avoiding to go public. And so if I'm advising is to look at these type of markets not as a side bet, but rather as part of the core strategy. And to do that, being in conferences like Leap East, or meeting other family offices that have started that journey before you, is critical. Because when you are as part, you know, the difference between being in a family office or in a bank, you have, you know, history of other people and procedures and processes that have been built into place, that when you join a venture capital affiliated to a bank or a venture capital firm that has history, you're kind of learning from the others who have been operating that machine before you. But when you are going into family offices, you don't have that type of infrastructure in place. And the only way to develop that infrastructure is to meet other family offices and take from their lesson learned. Even the type of people you want to hire might not be from other venture capital firms, but rather from other family offices that invest in venture capital. Because the dynamics of working within a family is also, you know, different than operating within a corporation that is investing in that type of asset class. I think these are the two most important things, is not to treat it as a side bet, and to learn from other family offices that have done that before you.
No, thanks. And then maybe Alex, to follow on, but from a kind of on the Asian perspective, you know, do Asian new next-gen family offices think about, okay, let me invest strategically to future-proof operational assets for a long time to come? You know, a healthcare family investing in, you know, health tech to ensure that they're at the forefront of technology. How are they like viewing investing the next gens from this part of the world?
Thanks, Ahmed. Well, first of all, I think I can't speak on behalf of Asian family offices. It's a very broad word. I mean, Asia is super heterogeneous, like the Middle East or Africa. I think from our perspective, I think going back to the point of Jörg, I think we shift from being LP to being direct investor in many occasions. But at the same time, I think we always remind ourselves to be humble, because we only know the verticals that we know. Then a lot of wealth creation actually coming from big liquidity events, which is building with very deep expertise in certain verticals and being able to leverage on liquidity events that are coming afterwards. So we tend to be focused, or if we really don't have the expertise, accept it, go to a manager and learn how to build the things over time. At the same time, like what Sultan said, I think it's important to learn from peers. This entire categories of wealth management sectors or be a family office, it's super heterogeneous. I think the family backgrounds are different. The investment approach are different, not to mention that I think risk tolerance are different. So our ROI target must be very different from other people. So it's difficult to actually follow each other, but it's always nice to learn from each other, to see interesting things. Maybe just a humble example of ours is one of the companies we invest quite early in China went into the Saudi market, and they become very, very successful, being a mega unicorn company. But the first discussion that we had was with MISA, our first trip into Saudi, and we received a warm welcome from MISA, and we sit down to talk about this. We are sitting in the back row, but we can feel the vibes and learn from the expert. And over the times, we learned how to gradually build wealth, hopefully not only about wealth preservation, but also about accumulations in the heydays. But with that, I'm aware of the time, so pass over back to the moderator.
No, thank you so much. You know, really appreciate great perspectives, German, Saudi, and Chinese perspectives all on panel. And we look forward to continuing the discussion in Riyadh in a few months' time, inshallah. And thank you so much for having us and joining us. And thank you for the Leap East team for a great conference, and look forward to connecting with all of you over the next few days. Thank you.
Okay. Give me a Once again, a big thank you to our previous panelists for sharing their thoughts on how the next-gen family offices are deploying capital. And it's quite interesting to see what this new generation is doing, not only compared to predecessors, but also across regions and sectors. So we're going to turn over to our next session now, and I want to get an idea, who in the room has been to Saudi before? Raise your hand. Yes, some enthusiastic hands. Now, if you have been to Saudi, you'll know that its cultural and entertainment sectors are really taking off. I'm talking about music, esports, all the way to film. And with this growth right now comes this more demand for immersive and digital experiences to engage audiences and ultimately to put Saudi on the cultural map globally. Now, to give a glimpse at what's really happening on the ground, I'm delighted to welcome our very wonderful panelists who do come from Saudi, as well as our lovely moderator, Juliet Mann, who's also been on our stage yesterday and a lot today and tomorrow. Please give them a warm welcome to the stage.
Just sit underneath. Hello, everyone. Great to be here again, and welcome to all of you, my fabulous panel. You know, Saudi Arabia's investment in culture, in entertainment and creative industries is one of the most fascinating parts of the broader transformation story. You know, across esports, film, fashion, music, live experiences, entirely new industries are taking shape and attracting attention way beyond the kingdom itself. And what's particularly interesting is that all of this is happening at a time when technology is changing how culture is not just created, but how it's consumed, how it's shared, and how it's experienced. An audience, so people like you and me, all of us, in fact, we've got more choice than ever before, and more power to shape what captures our attention. And that's why I think that this panel is going to be interesting, because we've got leaders who are building very different parts of that ecosystem, but all of it connects and interacts, doesn't it? And so I'd like to explore how audiences are changing, what technology means for creative industries, for creators themselves and for cultural industries, but also what Saudi's growing creative economy means beyond its borders and on the global stage. So let's dive in and start by talking about like, the audience shift. Raul, I'll kick off with you because the Esports World Cup in Riyadh now brings together more than 2,000 players and 100 plus countries across multiple titles. In fact, I should have said Paris, but we know that it's born and bred in Saudi. What does the scale tell us about how esports has evolved as a cultural force?
Thank you, Juliet, for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. It's exciting to be with such a distinguished panel here today. I think you're using the right word, saying that it's a cultural force, because we've witnessed that in the past few years, the past decade, I would say, for esports. There are 3.3 billion active users today globally. That's 50% of the population today. A lot of them are young, global entertainment ecosystem is the largest today, but it continues to grow to be so. Esports is doubling down on that through organized competitions, professional career pathways. The industry is really being very attractive for everyone, but especially so in the kingdom. I mean, we spoke earlier how Saudi has a very young population. More than 60% of them are under the age of 30, and a lot of them are young, passionate gamers themselves, so we want to leverage that baseline very importantly so in the kingdom. So at the Federation, at least, we try to double down on grassroots activations, whether in school, universities. We have a professional league where it's one of its kind, multi-tier, multi-genre, serving for more than 10,000 professional players annually. But that's even more important. I mean, look at the ecosystem. We have amateur players on grassroots level. We have professional players on a professional level. But then it's not just the pro players. It's the adjacent ecosystem as well, Okay. So everyone is part of what we do, especially with content creation. A lot of them are expanding the horizon of not just playing, but looking at commentators, refereeing as part of the game. Yeah. Everything is relevant, and with the sector strategy that we have in the kingdom, building 39,000 jobs by 2030 is an ambition that we plan and strive to achieve, hopefully.
So it's really, really thriving. And just to note, if some of you could hear some other voices there, it's our translators. So if English isn't your thing, of course, there are headsets around so that you can hear all of this conversation in Cantonese, in Mandarin, in Arabic, and all of those things. But hopefully you'll just be hearing us speaking on stage from now on. Nada, let's talk to you, because you've put on large-scale music live experiences. We were talking about the long list of them that you've got coming in Q4. And when you look at how people experience all of that now, what's something about the audience that's sort of taken you by surprise that maybe wasn't what you were expecting?
When we started, as I mentioned to you just recently, we started the first festival in Saudi in 2019. So for us, it was a huge cultural moment. This was the first event where we actually invite international musicians to come and perform, and having local artists coming as well and performing in big stages. We always had kind of a scene, but the scene was, let's say, underground. The scene was not kind of public. So after that, I see the audience, instead of coming as consumers, that actually the audience are very active when it comes to, participating. So we started with having, let's say, less than 10 local artists. Now we have a huge number of local artists coming, either as musicians or the whole kind of creative value chain. Especially even now, as I mentioned, the audiences they used to basically, they're kind of active as well on who they would like to see, and we use the technology to connect with the audiences and check whose artists they would like to come and see. From coming to seeing international artists, we see now like the audiences coming and supporting local artists, which also this is where technology helped. You know, it helped the local artists, helped musicians to learn, to become producers, and to become performing in different stages. Yeah.
So you're becoming tastemakers by showcasing these artists, but at the same time, the audience is driving what you're able to put in. And let's talk about fashion, Barat, because I mean, you could argue that fashion sits at the intersection of culture and identity. How do you see audience influencing what Saudi fashion actually becomes?
Yeah, in some ways, it's a country that's opening up to the world and showcasing their culture in a bigger way than ever before.
Yeah.
And fashion is obviously a key component in telling that story. So we are actively looking at defining, together with all the creatives, what Saudi style and Saudi fashion stands for. That starts with the creatives and the designers, the brands that are sold, but also the individual consumers, where they go, how they dress, and all the events that I participate in. All of the events of my colleagues here is also fashion moments. So you're creating new experiences, even for Saudis. What does it look like to go to a music festival? What does it look like going to a film festival? What does it look like when you're doing esports? So we are defining as we go, putting the creatives in the heart of it, making sure that they design appropriate looks and items for different occasions, from traditional heritage all the way to modern, and appropriate to the moment, and being able to also take that abroad and export it as the new Saudi style and the face of what the country looks like is a critical part of the journey.
Well, it's such an interesting story. So I think it's time to bring in a storyteller. What do you think? What do you think, Faisal? Because, I mean, the Red Sea Film Foundation is helping build that film ecosystem from the ground up.
Sure.
What does it take to build, not just films, but sustainable storytelling as an industry?
Thank you for saying sustainable. It is, I think, the key. Developing a film is developing an industry that even support different industries. That is in touch with my amazing panelists here from music, esports, and also fashion. So it's honestly, that's why the Red Sea Film Foundation started with having its own ecosystem, starting from the Red Sea Labs, which is the educational part that even started before the festival started, almost 7 years back, that takes the ideas, take the filmmakers, develop their scripts in order to be mature, to be produced. That's the labs, with collaboration with the biggest and most recognizable international institutions to develop the scripts to reach the professional level to be filmed. And then Red Sea Labs, which is, after we develop the scripts, one of the main issues globally, is the fund, of course. So Red Sea created this Red Sea fund that is now became one of the most effective funds in the whole Middle East, Africa, and Asia, and supported a lot of films from that regions that reached to the biggest film festivals globally. So every year we have like 4 or 5 films in Cannes, Venice, Toronto, Sundance. Films that started as an idea that was incubated through the labs or supported by the fund. And from the fund we go to the festival. So everyone think that Red Sea is just a festival. No, there are a lot of things that working all year round before the festival. It's the time for celebration. So we have the amazing red carpet event that celebrates this effort, which is not only a red carpet. It's during the festival we have the largest market in the region and Middle East and Asia that incubates also and connect. So, for example, last year we had literally 980 one-to-one meetings from beginners with the professionals to incubate their projects among a lot of participators from different countries and different production houses. So all of that creates an ecosystem that's been developed and increased every year till we reached last year we had almost 40,000 admissions during only the festival. And the next phase is to activate our cultural square that has the highest standard cinemas and one of the biggest cinema screens in Saudi to be active all year round. So we are not just going to focus on only the 10 days of the festival, so we will be active all year round with very art house programming, workshops, and also cultural activation.
So you're nurturing homegrown talent, that you're taking it globally, and you're making Saudi much more of a marketplace for the global film industry. I mean, so Nada, when you look at live entertainment today, I mean, how much of it is about creating cultural moments, would you say?
So in one festival by itself, it creates a whole, I would say, a whole ecosystem. So if an artist will need a producer will need an engineer will need also, each one of them, you'll need a photographer, you need a filmmaker. So it's a whole, it's fun, right? It's a lot of, I would say, a lot of art expression, but in reality, there's a lot of things and a lot of jobs could be created out of just one festival. So it's throughout what we do, as also Faisal mentioned, like everyone thinks Middle East is just a festival. However, as part of the foundation, we also do a lot of programs throughout the year to ensure this festival is sustainable and ensure also the artists not just do like a one viral moment, it's actually the artists have, or the locals have access to educational programs, mentorship, to consider this as a career. And the festival is just kind of a platform for these artists to, or a getaway for these artists to perform. Yeah.
And Rowan, I suppose it's the same with these sports. It's not just the big events, is it? It's now a structured global industry, not just gaming. What do people still misunderstand about how big, how organized esports has become?
I think a lot of people don't misunderstand how big. I think they just miss the amount of scale and organization that the industry is taking because of how fast it's growing year on year. I'll give you simple facts in numbers because I feel like numbers always speaks volume.
This is your corporate finance background kicking in, but we do love a number.
So the digital economy in the kingdom today is around 139 billion US dollars, almost 60% of GDP for Saudi. Esports and gaming is part of the digital economy and is expected as part of the sector's strategy to contribute 13.3 billion US dollars. That's almost 10% today, imagine. So it's a lot. I mean, global gaming market in the kingdom in 2026 was valued at 1.4 billion, and it's expected to reach in 2034 3.4 billion, almost more than double. These figures says a lot, it's fundamentally important to understand the fast pace and the opportunities, of course, that it presents. But I think in the kingdom is not just financial markets and the contribution of the economy, it's the hard infrastructure that is being invested by the kingdom. We have state-of-the-art arenas. Giddiya investment company, a PIF company, is investing in a gaming and esport district. Imagine a full district just for gamers, which hopefully will launch in 2029, 2030. But for us, what's more important is investing in the soft infrastructure, the human capital. And that's why I tell you, we have grassroots activations. We're touching, just last year, we had more than 1.5 million students register for our activations. Crazy, crazy numbers. But it's very important because today, important digital economy and GDP contribution is there, but our youth we don't want them to be just participating in the knowledge economy, but we want them to dictate their trajectory.
Barak, I want to talk a little bit more about how technology really is changing culture. I mean, how's it changing what audiences, what consumers expect from fashion today? Not just what we wear, but what it represents.
Yeah, I think we need to put it in context on where Saudi is as well. It's a greenfield sector. As a result, we can do things in a very different way than the rest of the world. Because of that, when we looked at the value chain,
startup mentality.
It's definitely many startups, a lot of SMEs, but also a lot of opportunity for the full value chain to be present in a new way using technology. And we've already introduced even sampling production spaces that is using digital pattern making, 3D knitting, all the digital cutting equipment that's already available, and we are training all the talent on all the technological advances on how to design and produce. So that's behind the scene for the talent, that support provided, and also how are they using new tools, especially with AI, around marketing and communicating their brands and their products to the audiences, which is going to have a significant impact in the marketing agency space in the coming years. And then as a consumer, of course, Saudi, but also Asia, is very digitally savvy, extremely penetrated with the phone use. As a result, also with a lack of enough malls and brands in the country, the engagement is always on social media. And different tools in social media, people are always communicating through digital tools and building brands only using social and also sell through these channels. China was leading this in the past, and we are seeing a similar way of thinking happening in Saudi, but using different tools and communicating in a unique way based on what the local audience wants. And I think this is going to shape also the consumer access for international brands in the country and how we tap into that market.
So it goes way beyond manufacturing and to marketing and all of those things. Faisal, we need to talk about streaming platforms. We were chatting about this a little bit backstage, about how it's completely changed film distribution, and it's completely changed the Saudi film industry. Do you think it makes it easier to reach global audiences, or harder to create maybe a lasting cultural impact?
It's definitely makes it easier with examples, honestly. There was films, I went through this personally. I produced several films for Netflix as originals, and I was blown away about how far it went. I thought it will be local for local, and that's why we designed the film to be a very local, based on true story that happened in Jeddah. But guess what? It was in the top 10 most watched films in 40 countries. The second part was number 5 globally in Netflix global platform. It was top 10 in Spain, in Portugal, in Panama, in Argentina, and Mexico. So I have some friends in Mexico. They would, sending me pictures of say, "Oh, this is a Saudi film that we have seen. It's been days for in the top 10 most watched films," and they never have seen Saudi film. So that's the impact and the important part. And I think this translates what happened with Netflix, for example, for example, Spanish, series, La Casa de Papel, or Korean content. I think it's a driver, and it makes it easy to cross-culture when it comes to the content. But of course, it takes a lot from the cinema stake, and it's affecting the cinemas globally, not just in Saudi. So this is one of the challenges that are happening. But I think maybe the platforms came the right time, where the production value is huge. So we needed some platforms in order to produce more movies, and also to take it to global platforms. So I see that there is a balance here that is happening, but it needs to be more balanced, honestly, in the future.
Nada, digital platforms are shaping discovery more than ever. But again, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? I wonder how much control creators still really have over their audiences now.
I think it's very interesting times with AI now. You hear It's super, like, I just heard a song and it was done by AI, and you will never know it was done by AI. However, I think now is very important to basically be ethical in how to use, the AI tools. There's like a lot of now problems happening where some of the lyrics or some of the music is being used in AI platform. So now it's, as much as AI is very progressing, it's very important to also be, keep the authenticity of the artist. And also, no matter what, I think AI and technology is helping music production, helping a lot of the content. Maybe also artists now can access to have more easier access to the industry. But I think when it comes to festivals and live shows, still the human part is always wins. Yeah.
Let's talk about Saudi's position and global influence. I mean, you threw out some huge numbers there before, how Saudi's investing so heavily in esports as part of the creative economy. What opportunities do you think it creates beyond esports?
I think we spoke a little bit about it here. I think there is some fashion element, of course. There's production of film. I think the Esports Foundation are doing an amazing job producing stories of athletes, because a lot of followers of the sport itself want to connect with the athlete himself or herself. There's a lot of music element, because esport is different, but gaming as an industry, if someone develops a game, there's skins, how fashionable the player within the game is, but then there's this element of the music and the art and look and feel of the game itself, and then there's the technological aspect of coding, and it's massive. There's a lot of work technology is vital, of course. The future of the industry and the partnerships that we have with Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, we cannot thrive as an industry without the support of adjacent ecosystem from government and private sectors. The Ministry of Communication and Information Technology enables us through fiber optics, through servers and connections with publishers, for us to have a proper game where gamers enjoy with low ping and latency. That's very critical, We're very fortunate to have that in the kingdom, unlike other nations. There are opportunities that we can work with tourism, because every investment we have to bring in talent and players and spectators is going to contribute to the overall economy and tourism as well. So we work with a lot of our partners in the kingdom, and we continue to grow with them. Hopefully this edition in Paris will exemplify that, and we're very excited for whatever is coming next, hopefully having the Nations Cup in November, and we continue to grow.
Everyone here is nodding along with you, and you in particular, Barak. I'm just thinking about from the Saudi Fashion Commission's perspective, those collaborations and those partnerships are very much at the core of developing not just fashion as an industry, but the creative economy more broadly.
Indeed, partnership drives many of the work, and as mentioned with the esports, such as Ministry of Technology is playing a critical role. Of course, we have also a film commission, music commission that's working closely with the both foundations. So our role is to be able to, one, create that partnership across the entities within the country, nurture talent, build the infrastructure, provide financing through the funds. So Film Fund was launched first, then Fashion Fund came afterwards. This was also even investment partnerships where a private equity partner with the Cultural Development Fund to be able to create the funds that's going into the Fashion Fund. And then, of course, international partnerships becomes critical, because we don't have everything in the country, and we need some of those expertise and skills, especially when it comes to technology. There's a lot of nascent technologies that we would love to adopt, because we are trying to leapfrog. So we are keen to find out these solutions across all of the cultural sectors, including fashion. That's going to help us be able to integrate some of these solutions into the country much faster than many other countries without disrupting existing economies, because we don't necessarily have a large manufacturing base, we don't necessarily have the mills, etc. And we have done many partnerships across education, specific areas to fashion, such as showrooms, as well as many partners that are coming across the full value chain of fashion that are coming to the country, that's enabling the local talent, but also international retailers, brands now coming with big appetite to understand the local market. And that requires a lot of dialogue and trust building, because clearly it's a very different pace, the way things work in Saudi. It's a different calendar, and it doesn't necessarily fit East or the West exactly. So we also have to tell our partners what the journey looks like, what are the right moments, right seasons, how does the local consumer consume all of the cultural and entertainment aspects to be able to make sure that partnership is a success.
It's so interesting what you're talking about, all of you individually, is about how you're very much focused on growing your industries within the broader creative economy in Saudi, but with a little eye on what's going on outside to maybe shift the way that the rest of the world views Saudi identity and this changing, growing economy. Faisal, when you look across all of these sectors, so we're looking across film, against music, esports, fashion, and how they come together like this, what do you think feels new about what Saudi's going to build? Because it does feel that this has a different, almost pioneering vibe to what you see in other regions.
Yeah. Like since day one, I think, and I think this is the main drive of one of the main drives of Vision 2030 is to how there are different components. Sometimes each one has its own focus, but it's being built on the collaboration. So we are too early to have any, like for example, when we talk about the film sector, there are almost 6, 7, 8 activators in Saudi Arabia in the film sector. And like it was natural what is happening in Saudi, but when I have an international eye, they were surprised, oh, you don't compete together? No, we see like, we collaborate together because it's one industry. For example, Red Sea Film Foundation started after a Saudi local film festival just last month, actually last week. It was the 12th edition, and we are this year in the 6th edition. So Saudi Film Festival is a very local film festival, started before even the cinema started in Saudi. And when Red Sea Film Festival, with its fund, with everything, we started to sponsor that festival. So everyone was surprised how 2 festivals in one country are supporting each other and not taking it as they are, competing. Even last week, we were having our fund supporting some of their awards. We had almost 4 or 5 of our films being selected in the festivals, and the vice versa. And if this happened with an entities that works in the same field, what about the entities that doesn't work in the same field? And for example, I had a great meeting last year with Borak for the preparation of our 5th anniversary. How can we collaborate? And that was not the first time. It was maybe 4th or 5th year that we collaborate with Fashion Commission. Esport, I had, with the Prince Faisal, I had different meetings years back discussing how can we collaborate together and how can we do things. Middle East, actually, they are one of our, main partners since day one, and focusing on the music. So we are taking the best out of the best and collaborate together. This is what makes things moving faster. Within 5 years, we created an IP that is, if you compare it with the international IPs or festivals, I have seen a study just actually 2 weeks ago, comparing it with international festival. It took 15 to 20 years to reach what we have reached within 5 years. And this is, I think, applies in multiple stages. Yeah. I was in China last year, actually 2 years back, and I sat with one of the biggest game developers, and he said, Faisal, I've been like 60% is owned by esports, by I think Savvy. So, and I met with him, I didn't know about this information. I met with him because I'm impressed about their work. And guess what? They've been acquired and they are actually doing amazing business.
Yeah.
So this, I think, collaborative work is the secret, we can say. And we are happy that we are here together and doing a lot of amazing things together.
It does sound like it all makes business sense, and you can really sense that sort of entrepreneurial spirit in each of these segments. Now, I'm going to give you the last word. So get out your crystal ball. Let's imagine that we're having this conversation in 5 years' time. What would you like to have seen happen in the creative industries? And what would you say would be the biggest obstacle to make sure that doesn't get in your way?
I would like to see everyone here actually coming to Saudi and attending either a film festival or a music festival or esports or a fashion event. I would like to see, especially in Saudi, the whole music ecosystem is done by the people within. We still lack some of that expertise, and I would love to see from A to Z is done by locals. So I hope in the coming 5 years, this is what we're going to see.
Another big theme of Leap East, that localization of making sure that everyone collaborates, but you grow that talent from within, which it seems that the Saudi creative economy is doing before it exports it all around the world. Thank you very much to all of you. What a fantastic panel. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, let's have a photograph.
Okay,
Everybody come
should do a photo.
تفضل يا روان.
Once again, big warm thank you to our panelists there for giving us a window into everything that's happening on the ground in Saudi Arabia. And you heard just there's an invitation for you to go and visit and see what's happening when it comes to the booming culture scene. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit, because for many business leaders out there, the real question on AI is how to create real enterprise value. Where is a real ROI? How can we see those gains on the balance sheet? Now, our next fireside chat is going to be a candid one between EI and Microsoft, and they're going to break it down for us. What's working for them, what's not working, and ultimately how they're partnering up to lead this next wave of transformation. And with that, please welcome them to the stage. We have Patrick Winter from EY and Ali Powell from Microsoft, and Juliet is not going far away. We've just heard from her. She's going to be hosting this next conversation. Please give them a very warm welcome to the stage.
Okay. Oh, it's good. I'm getting my steps in. I should have stayed. Should have stayed up to it. Well, welcome to both of you. Now, look, everybody here knows that we've reached a really interesting point, a really interesting moment in the AI conversation, where most organizations are no longer saying, well, should we do a bit of AI? Should we do it? They're not asking whether it matters. The big question is how we move from the pilots, from these test projects into production, into scale, and to do it safely and in ways that really create genuine business value. And that's exactly why we're here. We're going to have a really great conversation here. I'm excited about it because it's inside a working relationship. These guys have been doing business together and working out how to do it, and not just talking about it, by putting it into practice. You know, Microsoft, you bring the platform, the capability, the global scale of AI infrastructure. And then we have EY, one of the largest and most complex enterprise environments in the world, actively going through it all as part of its own transformation. EY is client zero. So I think you're in the right place. We've got a great team. You're in good hands. I think the combination we've got here, it creates something quite rare, really, an environment where new AI capabilities are tested at scale, they're refined at scale, and then taken directly into the client organization. So it's not about what AI is going to do one day. It's about what AI is doing right now and what others can learn from what is happening between these fabulous people on the stage. Okay, so let's start off talking about how we get from that pilot to production itself. Ali, I'll kick off with you, because everybody wants an AI strategy right now, don't they? Where are you actually seeing organizations successfully move beyond those pilots into the real everyday? And what feels different from the ones who are actually making it work?
Yeah, Juliet, I think it's a really good question. I think two things stand out in terms of the momentum and making it real. I think the first is they've shifted from experimenting with AI to actually operationalizing it within their organizations. That becomes really key. There's also a fundamental shift in mindset from looking at pilots, but actually deploying to production where the real value is realized. When you ask about customers that really take advantage of and ignite it, I would say there's three things. First is accountability, and that has to live at the CEO level, at the highest levels of the organization. Having that accountability, which can be shared, makes the biggest difference in terms of how companies and organizations actually translate that perspective into strategy, into execution. The second one that becomes very important is this notion around governance and controls. Having the right governance and controls around how you implement AI, because there are real costs that are associated with it, makes a huge difference in how the companies has confidence and how they're moving forward with what they're doing with AI. And this last one, it's about us all. It's about unlocking the human ambition, having really clear priorities top down about how we can unlock the maker in all of us. Given access to intelligence creates a unique opportunity for organizations to really unlock the maker in all of us. And I think that's the key piece that makes the biggest difference, Julianne.
I mean, Patrick, are you seeing the same thing in the boardroom? I'm just wondering if the conversations that CEOs are having have changed much over the last year.
Yeah, Juliet, what we just did a recent CEO survey in the end of May, early June, which we do globally effectively every year. And this year is actually probably one of the first times we've seen an extraordinary pivot to a discussion in the boardroom and at the C-suite around AI. So as part of that survey, we found that the organisations that we surveyed, 97%, so nearly 100% of these surveys, these organisations are looking at doing some form of transformational change to their organisation. Okay, 90% of the CEOs that were surveyed as part of those organisations expected that AI would be part of that transformation. So this is now a discussion at that level. You know, historically at a C-suite and a board level, it's a lot about supply chain, it's around trade, etc. The topic of AI has really, over the last 18 months, has risen really to such a significance at that level.
Yeah. So that's really interesting, isn't it? That your survey really showing that shift, that it's coming from the top down as much as anything else. I mean, you know, Ali, when organisations move from that, or start moving from experimentation, if you like, into production, what's usually the point where things maybe begin to slow down or get stuck? If a company says, we got the technology, why aren't we moving faster? What do you say to them?
I think building on Pat's point, it's a key focus around, it's actually not a technology decision. It's about identifying the right big bets in terms of...
Just one moment. Can we just turn off the translation? Because we can hear the live translation up on the stage. If we could just turn that off so we can't hear it, please. Thank you.
No worries.
Right.
I think I'll build on that and just basically add to it and say that it's actually focused on what are the workflows and the priorities where you can make the right strategic bets to embed AI in how the company operates. That becomes distinctly important in terms of the achievements that they can deliver. And I think having that clear guidance on what are the right bets, limiting the amount of pilots that exist within the organization, and making the right bets with AI and the flow of how work and outcomes get delivered by the company.
So looking at it from your side, is it about the technology? Is it confidence, governance? How ready do you have to be?
All of the above, and it's like we're finishing each other's sentences here.
Little bit.
How close we are. What we see is it is not about what we need to do or why we need to do it, it's how, and how do we do it. And that's where the blockage comes for a lot of this discussion on transformation and AI and transformation with what we see with our clients and with ourselves. And I'll talk about that in a moment. But it is, you know, how do we generate the savings? How do we measure the return on investment? How do we do these things? How do we get started? is often the blockage. So it is not necessarily about technology, and these guys bring the world's best technology to the table. It is about, are we organisationally ready for this? How do we build the governance structure, the PMO, how do we manage this, the change management process? And then the other piece to this is, how do we have the courage, the confidence and the courage to make the step? That's often the last piece of it. So we talk about confidence, it's often about courage to do it that builds the confidence in an organisation.
But it's also taking that leap, because you talk about being ready and sometimes you've just got to go. And let's talk a little bit about you, about why EY is client zero. Why is it important for you to go through this at the same time?
We are, EY is, as you highlighted at the front, Juliet, we are a $55 billion multidisciplinary organisation that operates in 150 countries, and we have over 400,000 people. So we are a big organisation globally. And so we use the term client zero, and I know that's a term that's often touted around in relation to a lot of organisations, but we use the term client zero. A, because we're an organisation that needs to transform ourselves. We need to go through a transformation, Simon. And B, it is so important, if we're about to talk to a client about their transformation agenda, using technology, using AI, their first question is, you're a massive organisation, what are you guys doing? Yeah. So we actually have to make sure that we learn what we do as an internal organisation on how we do that. And one of the critical things that we've looked at is just to make sure that we are very focused on what we call a people-centric approach to the AI adoption, that we are using this to enhance the capability of our staff, our 400,000 staff around the world. So that's been a critical thing, and we invest at the same time in technology as we're investing in learning and development and our people's skills to be able to use the AI technology.
I mean, Alec, we could call an organisation like this a frontier firm, couldn't we? I suppose if you're looking at companies that are behaving in this way, what does it feel like inside the business? How is work changing day to day for those 400,000 employees?
Yeah, I think it's a shift. And I think that shift happens in two ways, because AI is not necessarily bolted on. It's not the calculator that's sitting on your desk. It's actually in the flow of how you deliver outcomes and how work actually gets done. That's a huge fundamental shift, Juliet, in terms of the first piece. I think the second piece that becomes really important is the priorities that are set around where you're going to be intentional with AI and what outcomes you want to achieve, to the point that Pat just spoke about. And it's beyond just individual productivity. The right workflows tied to the right use cases, aligned with the right measured outcomes, make the hugest difference in terms of what it feels like within an organization. And this last piece, which is the one that's fundamentally the most important, it's about taking intelligence with trust and unlocking it within the organization such that it's universally accessed by all within the organization. And capitalizing on that makes a huge difference in how outcomes are delivered.
So a partnership needs to be in sync. It needs to nurture that trust. But Patrick, EI has its own culture. But you said it yourself, you're in all of these different regions, all these different countries, having to adapt the business to those different cultures, regulatory frameworks and all of this. So what does the EY-Microsoft partnership genuinely unlock that would be very difficult for organizations to achieve on their own when they try to move from pilot to platform to scale?
Yep. So the great partnership that we have with Microsoft, the thing that we learnt from that is there are some things that we were able to do ourselves on the transformation agenda. There were some things, particularly at scale, that we maybe attempted to do on our own, but we couldn't do on our own. And hence we bring in probably the world's biggest hyperscaler to assist on those. And they were really, that partnership that we formed with Microsoft and continue to work with Microsoft, particularly around aspects of rolling out Copilot to 400,000 people around the world. What we did to transform our finance function, our own finance function, our own talent function. What we did to build a platform for our audit practice. We've got 160,000 live audit engagements around the world, 130,000 staff. To be able to build a platform for them to be able to execute on those audit work, we had to bring in Microsoft to do that. So that's where we're really able to unlock. knowing when you need to bring in the technology hyperscalers such as Microsoft into that.
But Ali, I can't believe that you just said, we need to do that, and EY just said, yeah. There must be some kind of pushback, in which case, how do you build that trust to get to the point where you're on the same page and to move in the right direction?
I think it was a shift from not focusing on usage to being keenly focused on outcomes. That was the most important piece, a part of the partnership and the journey. And as Pat has talked about, the scale is massive. And what we wanted to make sure we didn't do is we didn't focus on individual productivity, as I spoke about earlier, Juliet. We focused on how they can deliver productivity that would serve the business outcomes that E&Y is trying to deliver on. And you heard Pat, 150,000 users deployed in the initial pilot. I mean, scale at a very large level. The second piece, the financial piece that he spoke about, a 37% reduction in lead time processing for E&Y for their customers. So that value add, it's about compounding the capabilities within the organization so they can deliver outcomes to their customers. When you're focused on the outcomes and you've got really clear metrics, it becomes really clear for everyone to see it through the eyes of the customers to align on the outcomes you need to do.
What you're talking about there sounds like a momentum that builds on its own once people start seeing something work. But you've got a huge team, as we've discussed, so you've got to get every layer signed off.
That's, once you get the momentum and the success of seeing how things work, and as Ali was referring to there, there's certain things that we work with Microsoft on, but it was also when we were working internally within our own organisation, and as we now work with clients, as we take our client zero experiences, this element of trust and authenticity. So we were very authentic to our own internal, our people and our different departments about this is a new frontier for us that we're entering into, but we're having the courage and the confidence to have a go. So work with us as we work through this, and we built trust with our own organisation about the change that we needed to make. So that's actually one of the things that if we think of things that we've learnt about being client zero, is having that conversation with our clients to make sure they are embedding that level of trust in their organisation to make that change, the courage and the confidence to make that change. So that's the incredible thing that we were able to take from that.
There's no one size fits all, and you work with organisations across sectors, from finance to media to charity to engineering to medical devices. Do some of them say to you, yeah, it works for you, you're a bid management consultant, you're accountants, you're change makers. It's not going to work for us, we're too creative, we're too small, we're too big.
Yep.
So what do you do?
Everything that we've been through in Client Zero experience, any organisation will go through. It's just depending on how big they are and how many. Because of the size of our organisation, there's probably not much we haven't seen and experienced, and that we can then impart in whatever size organisation is looking going through the change.
So living it and breathing it and sleeping it fosters that trust with
the
companies.
The good, the bad and the ugly is the way I'd refer to it.
Ali, there are leaders in this room now who know that AI is a priority, but they're wondering where to begin. They're wondering where to start. You know, what's the most practical thing that they could focus on in the next few months? And let's take it further. What should they be doing next year, 5 years?
Yeah, I think the first place to start, as we've originally begun on this journey, is the few is better than the many. Identify the right set of outcomes that are important to the organizations, that are the right strategic bet, and get the top-down alignment. I think that becomes the single most important thing you can do. The second thing, as I talked about earlier, is having access to the governance and the controls enables you to not slow down the innovation, but have a measured way and a comfortable way to scale it within the organization across the enterprise. And I think, Juliet, the third and final one that I would say is really AI compounds within an organization, such that you'll build on the momentum that you just heard us talk about. And as you compound within the organization, it creates clearer confidence, it creates better momentum, and it identifies the opportunity for the organization to measure the value that they're delivering. Those three things become the clearest priority for people to start with as they move forward.
And what is it about the partnership with EY that illustrates all three of those golden rules of yours?
That is a fantastic question. I feel no pressure from Pat to answer that. But I'm going to generally say it like this. I think, as Pat has referred to, we're really good. We understand the technology stack. What E&Y brings to the table is they bring institutional knowledge, they bring industry knowledge, and they bring execution. But here's the fourth that should matter to everyone. They've done it. It's beyond theory. They can point to where they've seen that value, they've been on that journey before, and they can connect it up with the technological expertise that we could bring to the table. So when you can take industry capability and align it with our forward deploy engineering capability, it lines up to seeing it through the eyes of you all, our customers, and helping you achieve that in an accelerated manner.
And again, thinking about our audience and the leaders in the room who are thinking, I want to do that, I want a piece of that too. We've heard about what Ali thinks they could be putting in place and what they should be doing, Pat, but what's the one opportunity you think that they'll be missing if they don't get their ducks in a row and get started now?
I would, and this is again from our experience as Client Zero, do not fall in the trap, which we did, that AI is everywhere, but AI is nowhere. AI is everywhere because we're doing a pilot over here, or someone's doing an experiment over here, or whatever ticks. Oh, yeah, we've got AI covered. AI is everywhere, but AI is nowhere. And that's what we've got to make sure. We fell into that trap, and it only gets driven to be AI is everywhere when you actually embed AI into your transformation agenda. You embed AI into strategy. You take AI as a whole of organisation initiative that is led by the CEO, by the board of the organisation, and is pervasive through the whole organisation. As I said, we fall into this trap of, oh yes, we've ticked the AI box because I heard someone's doing a pilot somewhere on it. So that's the concern that that's what you'll miss if you don't actually do that.
And how do you convince your teams that AI is not going to take their jobs, but it's going to help them work smarter?
Yeah, so this is all about the concept of investing in the asset that you are using AI to work with you. So in our case, we're 400,000 people, so we invest in the learning and development. We invest in our people, our talent function, to enable them to work with AI in a more collaborative manner.
You're nodding along sagely. I'll give you the last word.
No, I agree with what Pat just shared, and as I spoke about earlier, AI is about unlocking human ambition. That capability delivered with industry knowledge, aligned with the existing IP and intelligence that exists within the organization, connected to trust, and the ability to execute, is what's going to make the difference in how we move forward.
And I think we can all see that in the room. It's about people, isn't it? It's about relationships like this that are going to take us into the AI future. Everybody, please put your hands together for Ali Powell and Pat Winter. Thank you. Quick photograph with these guys here. If you just come forward.
Now we're going to stay on the AI train and switch over to finance because that industry is also entering a new AI chapter. Now some players are building new digital finance infrastructure with AI at the core. Others are just upgrading their systems. And we're going to see what this looks like in practice and how AI is really reshaping financial operations from the ground up. So with that, I'm going to ask all of our speakers to join us here on stage to peel back the layers for us and of course to welcome our lovely moderator, Adam Shaw. Please give them a warm round of applause.
It was amazing, but then they went in a different direction. I was like, I possibly got too old, I don't know.
Well, welcome to the new finance playbook from AI native to AI augmented, or perhaps that should be the other way round. Now, certainly finance is entering a new chapter. Some players are building new digital finance infrastructure with AI very much at its core. Others upgrading their systems whilst they're trying to run very significant businesses. And this session will explore how AI is reshaping that financial operating model, from financial grade AI infrastructure and digital identity to smarter banking and a whole range of other products, but really not focusing on the products, but focusing on the systemic challenges and opportunities that this industry faces, and that you in your various businesses can feed into that and the opportunities that might be there for you. Joining us to do that is a fantastic panel. I really think the best panel of the whole session. So we're really delighted to welcome these people. Benson Wong is Managing Director, Head of Digital at JP Morgan International Private Bank. Stephen Tsang is Chief Revenue Officer at NTT Asia, and Gary Sien is Chief Solutions Officer at International Business and Digital Technologies. Benson, if I can start with you. As I said in the introduction, it's a curious moment. So you come from JP Morgan, a very well-established business, and yet you presumably are trying to reinvent the business as you're going along. You can't just stop and go, we have to start again. And that must be a nightmare.
Yeah, I think, and firstly, thank you for the opportunity. I'm very excited to be here. I'm really excited to be just chatting with the people on the panel. You're absolutely right. I think for many of us in the technology digital space, you'll probably have heard this saying, which is when you do digital transformation, it's like changing the engine of a plane mid-flight. I think as it comes to AI, it's almost like changing your plane into a rocket ship mid-flight. And I think that's something that we're all figuring out at this moment in time. And to answer your question, I think there's a different journeys, and I think what we're seeing now is you have a cycle in the beginning where everyone has a lot of hope and a lot of hype, focusing a bit more on a spray and pray. How does it work? I'd like to say now we're grounding a reality into actually taking a step back and going, what are truly some of the infrastructural things we need? How do we bring through? But to answer your question, absolutely, it is a nightmare, because I think the expectations versus reality versus pace is something we grapple with every day.
Does that not put you at a disadvantage in that a new entrant can actually start with an AI base? If we're all agreed AI is going to be, if not the future, a major part of the future, they don't have all of your heritage problems, and that's a major advantage for them and a disadvantage for you.
I think as with all things, there's always like a pro and a con. And so the way I kind of see this in a glass half empty kind of way, to your point, we have a lot of inherent things that we have to solve for. That was either not built with AI native in mind, and or just scale, people, culture, all the things we have to grapple with. But from a glass half full perspective, we have sort of the problem statement, the processes, all those kind of ironed out, knock on wood. And I think at the end of the day, the thing that I'm grateful for is that AI is a technology, and technology enables us to better serve our customer and clients. And the process and all those things are there that we have the expertise around, we have the people around. And we're very grateful that we have the resource and scale to invest. So on that basis, that works in our favor. But to your point, we have legacy. I think, though, if we look at an incumbent, someone new, they absolutely have the advantage in relation to starting something new, starting with brand new, either from as minimal as the data architecture you want to the way you want to scale a company. On the flip side, as you're coming in, the challenge is, do you have the scale and the resources, and do you have the processes worked out? So I think there's pros and cons on both sides. And I think for me personally, the interesting part, as we were previously discussing, is if you're somewhere in the middle, how do you stand? Where you're small enough that you don't necessarily have everything worked out, but you're big enough that you're actually not as agile. I think those are sort of where the interesting question mark would be.
Stephen, if, from NTT, if I could bring you in here. We're talking about the opportunities of AI. What about the risks and highlighting the key risks for the financial services industry? Do we understand those problems, you think?
So, yeah, thank you, and wonderful to be on this panel. And I do agree with you, probably the best panel so far. Yeah, I think what we've seen, especially from infrastructure side, is that we've seen both sides of it. We've seen how fintechs can really sort of start and accelerate very fast, but the scaling of it becomes a problem. You see the more traditional bankings being able to combat that in a better way. But one thing I think we can do is give a safety net in many ways as the infrastructure. With this high usage of AI, I think people seem to forget that the infrastructure itself has to be stable, has to be plentiful, and be able to scale.
You're talking about energy here largely.
Energy, yes. So, you know, as you know, data centers use a huge amount of energy, and where you put your data center is going to be exceptionally important now for your growth. We're very lucky here in Hong Kong that we have very good energy security and stability. If you look at the macro usage, I think we're using about 5 to 6% of the total electricity. Some countries are using up to 20%, and we really only starting the AI revolution right now. So that's one area where I think is exceptionally important, that will give a bedrock for the users here to really explore how AI can move forward at a faster rate.
Do you think that's going to become less of a problem? I know you said AI is only going to grow, so on the one hand it'll use much more energy. On the other hand, things tend to get more efficient. Is it possible that it's actually not going to be the big problem that we think it is if you just sort of draw an extension of the line where we are now?
That's a great question, and I think from experience, consumption never goes down, it goes up. But it'll be used slightly differently. I think today we're seeing the very, very heavy learning of AI, which requires a huge amount of infrastructure. When we get to inferencing and where they're making decisions where that learning has got to a certain level, possibly. But the other, I think we'll always find different ways of using AI, so this consumption is going to go up. But I think the other thing to look at here is that are our current sort of environments or materials that we use suitable for this type of growth? So my colleague Stephen this morning talked about our photonic networks, which is we're using light rather than electrons to do the processing. So this is optical compute, and bringing this sort of scale using photonics rather than electronics is another way to bring down the energy consumption and also be able to bring the volume through.
So, I mean, that's one, but I don't understand your conclusion, or whether you've come to a conclusion. It's fine not to have come to a conclusion. We may not know what the future is, but is your gut sense that this is still going to be the major constraints on AI, or do you think actual developments in energy generation, like the one you mentioned, will overcome this problem?
Yeah, I mean, changing the energy source takes a lot longer. I mean, that time scale is so different from what AI requires. So yes, we're still going to have this bottleneck, okay? And I think that, if you look at it, the scales that have happened recently in the last 18 months to 2 years is something we haven't seen in the industry. So if you look at Stargate, the one in the single data center in the US uses as much energy as all of the data centers in Hong Kong put together. Now that's unprecedented. So you think, can we resolve that in the short term? The answer is probably no. And so this will take a lot of methodology to get around this because the demand is there. So my view is that I would say we possibly would use AI more efficiently, but the overall consumption will go up.
Gary, Sian, one of the big issues I've heard on lots of stages around here, there's a sort of phrase, OPC, one-person companies. And you and I were talking a little about this before the session. Can you explain the significance of that for AI and in particular financial services and what relevance it has?
Yeah, so thanks Adam and the panelists here. So I guess for those that don't know, right, one-person company literally means that you've got one person and a whole bunch of AI agents running a company, right? Conceptually it's that. And I think the significance here is less so about the literal meaning of OPC. We're probably in an era right now where to an extent we can outsource intelligence. And I think that's significant for every one of us here. Whether we are a one-person business, whether we're a student, our children, our panel members who works in corporate and enterprise. Because all of a sudden, you now get a chance to re-look at everything that you do yourself, what your peers do as your team member, and even how you interact with some of your family members. So that for I guess we spoke a bit pre-panel, so for like small to medium enterprises, literally you may be one CEO working with AI CFO, AI COO, AI CTO. Now if you then elevate that to an enterprise point of view, and then all of a sudden the organizational design and the resource profiling could be fundamentally different, right? Because all of a sudden, because I think most of the time, a lot of the work that we do in an enterprise is just coordination of resources.
Right.
And I love working with humans, but humans comes with certain variable factors, right? We get a bit emotional at times, right? So if you talk to me at 8 a.m. in the morning, I probably won't answer your call.
Right.
But my AI agent will always respond to me, right? And it'll probably talk nicely to me. They'll never be grumpy. So all of a sudden, collaboration, coordination, we start to then now ask the question, do we really need a human in that loop? Now, if you flip it around in a regulatory, right, because we're talking about financial services, I think I speak to enough regulators around the region. Human in the loop remains a very strong consideration factor.
But do you think that will change? Because there's an argument to go, including the human in the loop is nice because we're humans, we understand humans, but surely there's an argument to go, they're much more fallible. If you want steady regulation, if you want constant rules applied all the time, a piece of software is almost genetically designed to do that. Humans are not genetically designed to be constant and reliable.
That's right. And I think that's situational. So I think the very important part on that topic then becomes the responsibility and the governance of the use of AI in all the different kinds of workflow that we do. It's almost like, you know, in financial services, we love to talk about STP, right? Straight through processing. So in that straight through processing, do you still take a risk-based approach so that the lower risk stuff, let AI be autonomous, but you may have a way of doing periodic review on whether AI has hallucinated, the reason that it hallucinates, so that you're able to demonstrate to the regulator that you as a company are always in control of what you allow the AI to do and what you allow the AI not to do. And I think that's the way we demonstrate confidence. And to be honest, if you don't allow AI to do certain things, you never learn about how far you can stretch that, right? Or how far can the straight through actually goes.
But sorry, I want to bring you in on that, but on this point, you raised the issue of regulation. You addressed it by talking about how regulators and how companies can respond now. My question to you actually was about the future. Do you think the regulators will change their view and adapt to the new technology and go, we're restraining development by insisting humans are involved in everything? We're actually not giving this technology its head. Do you think that will change, or are we going to be here for the long run?
Actually, I think that there's sort of two angles to that answer. One is that the fundamental of risk management in financial services will not change, because it becomes that the user remains accountable and responsible for the risk of adopting AI in what they do. That fundamentally will not change. However, the specifics to the implementation of the systems, the designs, the risk, the mitigation and control, that will evolve as our partners, as our regulators also get very deep into what the technology can do and understanding the underlying where the potential risks are. And that's actually what's happening. So if I use Hong Kong as an example, HMA has set up a AI cybersecurity task force, which we are in there because I sit on the Fintech Association of Hong Kong. And specifically, it talks about two risks. One is the cybersecurity risk as a result of the bad actors using AI, right? And then coming into the financial institutions. The second one is actually the risk of using AI when it potentially goes rogue as well. So they are very aware, they are very conscious, and they are actively working with the industry players to understand that so that it equips them with more information to actually help the institutions to better govern the risk.
Okay. So Benson, you want to... we may be visited.
It's all right.
By a drone.
You're all safe here. It's okay. The drone's not going to attack you.
Good to know. I completely agree with what Gary's saying. I think what I would just kind of also elaborate on or double click on is this concept of human in the middle. And I think that a lot of people are using that as a clutch. I don't mean that as a bad thing, right? I think as you have new technology, you want to anchor. Sorry, let's make sure that. All right, I'm going to talk over that because I'm sure there's going to be another language that's going to come out on top of that. So the reason I say this is, I think that's a great clutch as we start exploring new technologies, if you will. But if we take a step back and we look at human in the middle, it's another term for saying someone's accountable for this. And then if you actually take a step back, I completely agree with your statement in the sense that when you look at any task being done, there's two levels, right? There's the pure accuracy of the math, the data, all those things there, to which I 100% agree with you. Technically, a really well-written skill or whatever can probably do much better than what a human would be, because if you ask me as a human to go and review a spreadsheet, I probably wouldn't review it as well as an AI could. However, then the next level up, to Gary's point in the context of, does the output make sense? Am I using it correctly? Ultimately, the accountability and how much I decide as a human being for judgment, the level of accuracy that I want to get to ensure the outcome, that's something that at this moment in time, at least, where AI is not there. So I think to me, I think human in the middle will stay. The question really is, it can't just be the end-all, be-all. I think we're going to have to start unpacking the black box of explainability in the context of this stuff is done by AI, et cetera. The only other thing I would just add on is, I find it really interesting because I agree with Gary in the sense that the lower-end tasks does with AI. Interestingly enough, I find that as I'm looking at use cases within my day-to-day work, and as we speak to different regulators, it's actually the lower-end tasks that's the hardest to get correct with AI. So a very simple example. If you ask AI, can you recommend me a portfolio allocation, if you will? Yes, it might get certain things wrong, et cetera. But the general population probably goes, okay, yeah, you're off by 2%. I can get your judgment on this, et cetera. A lot of people focus the effort on how can AI get that perfectly right, when reality is there is no perfectly right in that context. I think a lot of people don't appreciate, though, is if you ask an AI, what is my cash or my bank balance? The importance of getting that absolutely correct is paramount. The challenge of getting it right is so hard. Because if you just ask if you just ask chat and go like, what is my cash balance? Trade date, settlement date, net available cash, is it with my statements, did I book intraday? And I guess those are the things where I'm really just kind of, it's really interesting because as I talk to regulators and whatnot, the focus is actually how do you get those basics right? The higher end use cases, whilst equally important, that's where there's a higher degree of tolerance for not 100% accuracy, if you will.
But it's interesting you raised this point as an example, like consumers just going to ChatGPT or whatever, Copilot going, what's a great asset allocation? And you assume that they're not going to be as good as the brilliant people at JP Morgan giving me a much better answer. But the question is, they're good enough, and they're a lot cheaper than you are. Isn't that an existential threat to the financial services that you and your colleagues provide?
Just to clarify, I think they're not a lot cheaper than me personally.
Right.
But
ChatGPT are effectively free.
I don't know. I mean, there's the premium versions can get quite expensive. The way I kind of look at it is this. I think there's a couple of things. And again, saying whether AI can replace a bank's is sort of saying why this bank is better than that bank, right? I don't think that's necessarily the point. I think the way I would look at this is there's a couple of different reasons. As it pertains to complex financial decisions, it's a complex piece of equipment. I analogize this to, it's like saying if you want to leverage AI in its entirety to go run your own wealth, something very critical and important, it's like saying I'm an individual and I aspire to win the F1. I'm one person. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an agent to be my pit crew, an agent to be my timer, and I'm going to go buy the best car off of it. I think AI can actually do each of those individual tasks well, but then the whole curation of it is very difficult. And I think it's important to realize that at the end of the day, when it comes to something as financially regulated and important as your wealth, it needs to be assisted but not replaced. And the only last thing I would say is, my personal view on this is that a lot of people think that at least the models we use, that we're using the models to help us. The reality of it is that these models are using us to train them. At the end of the day, there's no fiduciary obligation to the accuracy of the responses given back. And so those are, again, I could go on forever in terms of context of the great things of AI vis-a-vis financial institution. But if you personally ask me today, would I replace an entire ecosystem of people who can give me thoughtful, personalized advice with a model in of itself? Maybe not. But I would expect that the experts are using AI to make them even better.
Stephen, let's talk a bit about risk, because we've been circling this issue in lots of different ways. What's your take on whether organizations have properly added the AI risk to their portfolio of risk management problems?
So I think if I could just maybe just elaborate a little bit on the things you said. You're right about the variables. One thing that we haven't taken into consideration, AI will have to cope with variables soon at some point. Models are not constant or fixed. And you know, one of the areas that will change this, to your question, is around the sovereignty and the privacy of the data. So if the data sovereignty is not taken care of, your outputs are going to be very different. So we had a chat earlier about, you know, today's real focus on AI is efficiency, cost saving. You just mentioned it about, you know, is it cheaper? The reality is that, you know, the cost of bleeding edge technology is very expensive, okay? And yes, it can do a lot, but at this staging point, the economics, if you look at the balance, does it require big organizational structural change? Because there's been a saving that's been, you know, we've focused on the saving and not realized what that saving should release to do other things.
Right.
So you're absolutely right. And this is where we're seeing, as we scale up, and you're seeing larger adoptions of AIs, where the bottlenecks are starting to come through. So I would say that, you know, like with anything, we as humans have to learn. We have to train ourselves how to use this. And structural change in large organizations are probably one of the hardest things to do. And especially if you're bound by a lot of regulatory as well, because the two are just moving at different paces. And this is where the sort of friction starts to happen. So, you know, we're very fortunate to be able to see from a fintech point of view, the speed and the barrier of entries can be broken, it's very low to come in, and they do so much with it. But then it comes to a point of when you scale and regulatory becomes an issue, that this then puts on a lot more cost than people actually give credit to.
Yeah.
So I would say that we're at this sort of pinch point right now where we go all in, and the money that you have saved in certain mundane tasks, it's got to be reinvested correctly to cater for this part. And I think regulations will change, especially around sovereignty. Sovereignty is going to be probably another cost that hasn't really been looked into properly. So it's very fluid at the moment, I would say.
I mean, that was true of the first industrial revolution, when people brought in weaving machines and steam engines. They were only interested in the cost saving. No one looked ahead and went, this will lead to the ability to create computers. But that is what happened, and we're at that early stage.
And I think that's where we always, encourage my customers to not look at the bottom line, right? I always encourage them to say, can the AI opportunity actually create, you know, make the pie bigger, right? Because once you make the pie bigger, you probably get a little bit more time to work out what you can do to the bottom line, right? I think that's one part. But I also think, you know, on the topic of the sovereignty part, that's why it's fantastic to be in a place like Hong Kong, because you're literally in the sandwich layer, right? You're sandwiched by the West and the East, right? And you think about it in the philosophy of the commercialization of AI, you're literally seeing two camps, right? Closed source and open source. And that's the beauty of it, right? So the beauty of it is you get a great, you're in a place where you have, you know, there are certain supply chain risks that we need to manage, but at the same time, the talent are literally all appearing here, right? Especially now with Leap, you add the Middle East in as well. So all of a sudden, there's a lot of choices, right? So as long as you have the right ideas, there are the right talent here, there are actually a choice of the price you want to pay for the AI, right? So I always tell my customers, I go, you know what? Yeah, maybe you should use the most frontier, most expensive model to just get your ideas off the ground. But once it gets into BAU, right, repetitive tasks, maybe take a look at some of the you know, leading open source, right? So all of a sudden, I think people forget that AI is not a thing that you just throw the problem at and expect magic to happen. Now, of course, if you've got enough, literally unlimited resources to burn, go for it. But comes back to it's not going to be sustainable, right? Every AI token actually is a representation of the energy and the GPU that you're consuming.
Yeah.
It's just that it's been rebadged, right? Because it sounds actually less expensive when you talk about it in the form of token, but then sometimes people go, why do we charge per 1 million token?
Yeah.
Why not one? Why not one, right? I mean, I'm not a marketing person, but I literally think this is the way it's priced. It's to actually confuse people.
Okay. Stephen, can I bring us back actually to this regulation, sorry, the risk issue here? I'm not sure we properly addressed that, my fault. I wonder how much we should be worried, in your view, about the stuff we don't know. Obviously, we know some risks, and AI can be wrong, it can hallucinate or lie or whatever, however we wanted to talk about it. But maybe there's a whole bunch of stuff we don't even realize that are at risk. How much of that is an issue, and how alive are companies to that issue?
Well, I wish I had a crystal ball to tell you full extent, but let me look at it from a foundational view, okay? Because I think we provide infrastructure to the leading finance companies in Hong Kong, and one thing that we're very, very clear about is that you have to plan for the future here, okay? Because the risks could be in consumption and usage. It could spike, and we have to be ready for that, okay? So there's a lot of contingency in that respect. So I think as an infrastructure supplier, we have to be a bedrock of stability for what we don't know going forward. And what we're seeing as I think you mentioned a really good point, the industry is growing at a bigger rate. So if we, when we look at cost savings against our current business model, it may look expensive. But if the business has grown 8 times, 10 times bigger, it becomes a smaller percentage. And hence why that area of risk is very hard to predict. But I would say probably 2 areas that we need to be in the medium and short term is things like supply chain. Supply chain and geopolitics around the world has really affected the speed of this. And as I mentioned previously, is that if your energy security is not in good shape, that would derail everything.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I completely agree, and I think that what's really interesting here is the one thing that a lot of people say, like, AI is supposed to make our life easier and whatnot. I personally think that AI hasn't made my life easier, and the reason for that is that to your point, we can't future-proof everything, and we don't know. But the reality is that the one thing we do know is that how we currently do anything is going to change, period. And historically, when you think about prepping for the future, we've all been in the positions where it's like, do you have a business continuity plan? Great, it's there, you use it when something triggers, you take it out. The reality here is that you not only it's hard to come up with that BCP plan, plus on top of that is, it used to be, well, okay, if it happens, let's do it. Now you know it's going to happen, you just don't know where. And so you constantly just take every day thinking about how do I reinvent what I'm doing day in, day out. And I think that's the thing that I think is the great opportunity. But if we kind of take a step back, and a lot of time people go, okay, what should kids do? What should people do, et cetera, right? And a lot of people say, be creative. I kind of see it as, yes, be creative, but it's not like everyone go be YouTube influencers, and maybe that is better, and I'm well past that boat. But the reality of it is that we should just assume that if you're anchoring on something that is being done the same way, you're not going to be able to add value to that. And so you might be doing the same things, the same outcome, but your creativity and how it's done is going to be key. And to your point about the risk, that's a day in, day out, because it's just hard to plan. And so every day we just got to monitor it, if you will.
So that's like a challenge to us all to ask of ourselves, actually, how we can do something different.
I think, to be honest, a lot of times curiosity is that word that everyone keeps throwing out there. I think the number one thing we all have to do is just to be deeply curious. And that's just sort of saying, I don't know what's going to change, but actually I know something's going to change, so let's just see what it out. I think that's something key for myself, and I'm sure others would venture the same, if you will.
Benson, in talking about the challenges, we've looked at sort of systemic risks. One thing I suppose we haven't really touched on much is the risk of of just consumers going, it's commoditized now. Everyone could use the same AI model, all the brand distinctions you've built up. Why on earth would I come to you when someone offered me a very similar service? It's all AI driven. How much of a challenge is that?
I think that the answer to that really depends on which industry, which segment, which scale, et cetera. And I think that is something that is true of anything. I equally don't have a crystal ball, so I'm not going to sit here and say that things won't be changing, if you will. I think then that's really going back down to, are you in a position to actually do something better than the next person, if you will? At the end of the day, if something becomes commoditized, if a task becomes commoditized, that's just a fact of life, right? Like things get commoditized, get automated, et cetera. Then the next question is, how do you leverage these things to create a better outcome in that way? So I would say that I absolutely do expect tasks, specific things to be done to be commoditized. Then the question is, do you get better at it? Do you do the same thing cheaper? Do you actually use less people things, or are you better at that commoditization? That's key. But I think one of the key things, though, is at least within regulated industries, and again, I'm just using finance, but in other regulated industries, at least as of this moment right now before the drone flies around, like, I don't think the technology is there yet where we have certainty, and as a result, it is important for us to find so. But I think there will start becoming a pace, but ultimately at the end of the day, the tasks will be commoditized. It's just how we do it.
But it goes back to your other point, it's a challenge for ourselves how to respond.
Yep.
In the last minute that we have, of the many subjects we have discussed, there was one key headline you feel people should take away today. What would that be, Gary?
I think except the fact that AI is now the next wave of consumer-grade technology that is commoditized. I think for enterprise, I think we're still at the very beginning. But that means that every part of what we do is already changing. So I think just accept the fact that digital services is no longer tied to your smartphone, I would say, and then just live your vibe moving forward on that.
Stephen?
Yeah, I think don't treat AI as a panacea, right? It's not going to solve everything. And I think you made the point, we should always be challenging. That's the key thing we've got to do.
Henson?
I would just say, be deeply curious. I know I already said that before. I think when we work in enterprises and we use day-to-day life, I think we have this really weird kind of split personality thing, right? Because your firm-approved data security, cyber AI is never as good as the one on my iPhone that I'm just doing all these random things on, right? But at the end of the day, if you don't use that brain and just know where things are going, the side where it's safe and how it is going to fall far behind. So I'd just say, just be deeply curious. Get frustrated with AI. Like, it's overwhelming, but you got to get started. So I'd say, be curious and just get started somehow, somewhere.
Great way of ending. Please thank our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think they just want a photo.
Big thank you once again to our panelists. Now, much of the conversation here on the main stage has revolved around the value of AI across very large enterprises. We saw it just here from Ant, NTT, as well as JP Morgan. But there is another place where AI is really unlocking a lot of value and new opportunities, and that is in the lab. Now, as we speak, many people are trying to figure out how AI can discover new drugs, model new diseases, and help us to lead essentially longer and healthier lives. And our next lineup of speakers, they come from the world of biotech, medical innovation, and investment. So they really know this world from inside out. And they're going to walk us through how AI is going to impact healthcare and, of course, the future well-being of people like you and I. So with that, please welcome to our stage our wonderful speakers, as well as our moderator, Amber Tong, who's a journalist over at Bloomberg. Please give them the warm welcome they deserve. Thank you so much.
just started my recording to make sure we have document of this great conversation. Hi, thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Amber Tong, and I cover China healthcare for Bloomberg News. I've been reporting on biotech and pharmaceuticals for quite a number of years, and in my conversations with industry insiders, I've been learning how artificial intelligence has already reshaped medicine and opened doors to new innovations. In fact, McKinsey has estimated that generative AI could create as much as 60 billion to 110 billion a year in economic value for pharma and medical product industries. But at the same time, I've also heard a lot about the limitations of current technology and how far they are from realizing their full potential. So I'm very happy and honored to be joined by a panel of esteemed speakers today to discuss this topic from various perspectives. Sorry about that. On my left, we have Alex Zavoronkov, founder and CEO of In Silico Medicine, a Hong Kong-listed AI drug discovery company with 31 drugs in the development pipeline, which Alex wears on his vest. And then we have Minami Maeda, president of Rakuten Medical. He is visiting us here today from Tokyo, where his team has introduced a new type of cancer therapy that kills cancer with light, and he'll tell us more about that. And then last but not least, we have Frank Yang, the founding partner and CEO of venture capital firm Blue Ocean Capital, with around $400 million in AUM, and he's a seasoned and very busy investor in life sciences. So thank you for joining us. So let's kick off with a rapid fire round. I'd like to ask each of you, in 1 minute each, what is the single most important way AI is changing your corner of healthcare right now?
Sure. So I think that our company is focused on just one very singular mission, which is uncovering the secrets of aging and developing longevity therapeutics. So AI helps us reason across the entire program within the entire lifespan of the human, from cradle to the grave, and identify dual-purpose therapeutics that are targeting aging and disease at the same time. So I think that it's solving the most important problem that I have, which is aging. Actually, don't have any other problems.
Minami?
Yes, so I work in the space of biotech, and we're developing a cancer treatment where we're using light to kill cancer cells. So it is a drug and device combination. And for us, when it gets to use of AI, this will definitely come in terms of, when we talk about the outcome of the treatment. When a surgical procedure is involved, it's really the function of the actual surgeon's technique and also the characteristic of the cancer cells, which is the biomarkers. And I think the use of AI, especially for how to do the actual surgical procedure, as well as conducting the surgical procedure, that's where AI is going to be helping us improve the outcome of the treatment. And I think that's where it's going to be very important.
Yeah, for us, as we venture capital investor focused on the life science, I think AI for us is not only about biotech, not only for the drug discovery, but really reshape the industry from the biotech, medtech, and health tech, from the early stage of drug discovery or the therapeutic, but also going to the whole way to pushing the clinical trial until going launch to the market. So I would say the whole process, the new formality.
Great, thank you. Alex, so you founded In Silico in 2014, and you've lived through this AI boom and bust cycle even before ChatGPT or Claude. AI is helping you reason through it all, but how do you use AI? Like, what's the secret to discovering not just any drug, but viable drugs with AI before you can test it in humans?
Sure. Well, first of all, great to be on the panel with you, because you started your career, I think, at Endpoints under John Carroll, and that's, now they're part of Financial Times, but back then they were like the only ones who, well, one of the few that were going deep into biotech, so you know our story from the very beginning. I think John did his inaugural story on us when he started Endpoints, one of the inaugural stories. So we were kind of very early in the game. And what I realized is that AI changes very quickly. So every 6 months, your models change in a very profound way. and many of your capabilities changed. Usually you gain many capabilities, or you realize that some of those AI technologies that you were working on may not be applicable because you got the experiments back and the model might be just very bad. So validation, experimental validation that you get back from the lab after getting the prediction or generation from AI takes a very long time. And in order for you to get more experiments back to AI and to train the model and to test the model, you need to be able to scale. If you cannot scale drug discovery with real experimental evidence, you are not going to succeed in our industry. You can do it once, generate the molecule, go into clinic, and maybe you succeed if you are lucky, but most likely you're going to be a binary company. If you are a platform company providing services to the others, the market is actually very small, and usually pharmaceutical companies have really good AI teams as well. So you wouldn't be able to turn it into a super profitable business. By the way, today we announced that we did a profit warning. We're profitable, likely, for the first half of the year. That's like absolute.
Big milestone.
Yeah, well, imagine a frontier AI company and a frontier biotech in one with longevity focus, and that is also reaching profitability. That's pretty cool. By the way, stock prices has gone up, and you can see 3696 on Hong Kong Stock Exchange doing well. But I think that the real kind of value is long-term, and the only way to get long-term value is to scale. You cannot scale without China, in my opinion, right? I might be wrong, but currently I have not seen any other company in our field that managed to scale without having frontier lab and preclinical and clinical development in China, because China cuts about 2 years in the time from zero to developmental candidate, just because of more availability of labor, more integrated infrastructure, favorable policies, and just better attitude to work. So people are more hardworking. By the way, in our field, it's a good thing.
So the key is to have the infrastructure to try again.
And to ensure that you're sustainable. So also it's a bad idea to be born with a lot of money in your kind of bank account right away, and you burn it very quickly.
Speaking of money, I want to bring in Frank's perspective. As an institutional investor, when you vet investment opportunities these days, how much weight do you put on AI? And what kind of questions are you asking to kind of separate hype from real promise?
Well, sure. I think just regardless this kind of biotech company or even medtech company, I mean, AI and the related capability is definitely essential. So it can develop its own pipeline, or it could be or even serving for the third party. For example, some kind of services sectors. So the question you're asking is that, okay, so we firstly figure out what's the model, right? It's on pipeline, assets, or service model. But then going to a little bit technically, so who are doing the job, all right? So I mean, some houses have a lot of the internal, staff, this kind of expert. But in the meantime, they also still, you need to have some third party, and also what kind of modules, as Alex said. So I think one of the things that we realized, for example, I mean, take DeepSeek as an example. Just make the AI efficient and smart is important. It doesn't necessarily, from the very beginning, every task use the biggest, the large language model, but make a suitable, a reasonable, module to make it work. So that, because you need to take up a lot of the token sectors. So we need to figure out the strategy, the right people, in the right way to using this kind of AI infrastructure. So that's the key thing. And probably the last thing I would say, I also want to see between the technician people, AI people, and those kind of traditional biologists. So who are something between? Understand from both sides to make it efficient. All right. So I think just again, I think now, as I mentioned a bit earlier, I think AI changed the way they're doing the R&D, the drug discovery sector. So I mean, the sequence is different somehow. So we really emphasize just embedding the AI strategy from the very beginning. All right. That's what I want to say.
So you really need people to be able to translate the knowledge and language from both worlds. And
yeah, definitely. So it should be a comprehensive understanding from different kind of perspective.
Great. And Minami, so at Rakuten Medical, as a biotech company that's really focused on developing cancer treatments, how do you decide actually whether or when to incorporate an AI tool or to develop it? And maybe more crucially, when not to use AI?
Thank you. I think as a biotech, it's like usual company, right? I mean, we want to be leveraging AI the utmost to make sure we are more efficient than any other company out there that are competing. And I'm not going to be asking the scientists to count the cells. I'm going to be asking AIs to count the cells. That's very straightforward. We want to be improving the business process as well. So if our employees are questioning about the use of AI, maybe he or she may not be in the right position, to be very honest. Now, but I think, as I said at the very beginning, I think where we need to be leveraging AI the most is really the patient outcome, and I think that is the most important thing. We always take it for granted that and I'm going to be a little bit controversial here, but we always take it for granted that the doctors are studying every single day on the updated researches. And they're probably not. It's probably about 10 to 20% of the doctors that are actually doing that study. So we have to make sure that even in these practical medical procedures or in your consultation with the doctors, we have to be leveraging AI, and that's not a question. And so for that reason, when we are providing our treatment, I want to make sure we are leveraging AI and robotics to make sure that we are providing a good standard treatment across the world, even in the treatment that you get in Japan, the treatment you get here in Hong Kong, the treatment you get in China, the treatment you get in the US is not going to be different. And that's where I think we need to be leveraging AI the most for us.
Before we talk more about the promises of AI, I do want to kind of address the limitations as well. Where is AI still falling short, and what are the biggest barriers to unlocking the full value of AI? And maybe we can start with Minami.
Yeah, so just a bit about my background. Prior to joining the company, I was working for the Ministry of Health as a chief of staff to the minister in Japan. So I do also want to talk from the perspective of the public sector as well. I think where we are spending the most of our investment is really the clinical trials and how do we get this drug approved in the world. Now, we're spending a few $100 million for every compound that we develop. And I think it's really up to the regulatory agencies to think about, how are they going to be leveraging AI and how are they going to be approving new modalities in the world. I think, at this time, I think the regulatory hurdles to get the approval is high, but once you're in the market, they're not going to be looking at how you're performing after the market. So you've seen opioid crisis in US where they were, being misused. Now, that could have been prevented if you're looking at the real-time world data. And I think that's where it needs to be leveraged the most. I'm not saying, we need to lower the hurdle for the approval, but I'm just saying we have to make sure we're continuously monitoring how the treatment is being used and if there's any improvement that we can be making. And I think unless the regulatory agencies, the government is going to be unlocking the potential of AI in this space, we're not going to be fully utilizing AI in our industry.
Thank you. Frank, what do you think?
Well, I think if I can divide the question into two parts. I mean, the limitation of AI itself, right? So we have been, talk about some kind of illusions originally brought by the AI itself. Sometimes just give you some kind of little bit misleading, direction. But in the meantime, the second aspect was that how the AI is applied in the life science or the biotech, which also has its own challenges. For example, so this is, we typically see the challenge, there's a transition from the dry lab into the wet lab, right? So the prediction looks true, but the reality, it could be turned out to be different. This is really, the human body and the molecular level or, the micro level is so complicated. So I would say, yeah, that's still, depends a lot of the knowledge, the insights, understanding of this kind of industry to drive this kind of research ahead. Yeah, so still, I would say, but we see, AI is getting better, from the very beginning into going downstream. So, but still cannot completely replace the human, insights and the experience.
Thank you. Is that right, Alex?
Sure. Again, from the technical perspective, AI is at the exponent. So right now we see pretty much daily increase in capabilities of AI. The real limitation there is, well, we need to scale faster, and in our field, we need to be able to validate faster. So there needs to be a closer link between the kind of virtual AI and physical AI. We are trying to bridge that gap. But the real limitation is, I would actually like to coin a term, which is attention and resource inequality in AI. So massive amounts of capital and attention goes into foundation model developers today. So if you are a foundation model developer, you get all of the attention and all of the capital in the world. In some areas, we see bubbles, right? So I don't think some of those companies will survive because scaling laws work, and if you cannot scale, the next competitor is going to be gonna kill everybody. And that actually creates kind of the inequality of scale, because some of the companies, like, you know, the Anthropics and the Googles and the OpenAIs and XAIs of the world, they're becoming just incredibly powerful. And depending on how they are going to act with that power is going to define the future of humanity, or they are more important than governments right now. On this other hand, technologies that are specifically focused on AI drug discovery and longevity, so something that is actually probably closer to your heart and your other organs, that may actually increase the quality of your life and length of your life, are not exactly getting all the attention that they deserve. And even traditional biotechs right now are trading at you know, really low PE multiples or PS multiples. So much of the attention is shifting towards this scaling war and away from the real kind of productive sector. And we need to fix that inequality by putting more resources into real productive companies that are focused on improving your state of health and longevity.
That's really interesting. And I'd like to go back to Minami on what you mentioned about clinical trials and post-marketing monitoring of drugs. And as we know, for drug developers, clinical trials remain the most resource-intensive and time-consuming step. I wonder, can AI actually make it more efficient?
That's a good question. We try to, but I think as a biotech with a single kind of pipeline, or, you know, maybe few pipeline, it is challenging. I mean, there are tools that help you select size. There are tools that help you communicate with doctors. But I don't think that's where the maximum value of AI comes from. You know, I think that's more human-centric still, I would say. I mean, you know, you could write your protocol or your design of your clinical trials using AI, but again, it's a micro improvement that you're making in the process. But whereas in the actual impact of, you know, post-approval monitoring or like drug discovery, where, you know, you want to make it fast, you want to find the right compound fast, I think that's where it's going to be implemented the most.
And what kind of role can regulators really play in, like, what do you hope they will adopt faster in this vision?
I mean, I think, you know, at least if I take the example of Japan, we are covered by national insurance with 99.9% of the population are covered by national insurance. They have a good handle of all the medical records. And for them not to use that data to really understand what is happening in the actual procedures and in the actual clinic is really just, you know, missing all the opportunities that we are supposed to be having. And it is not just improvement in the actual procedure itself by the doctors, but it also actually feedbacks to the drug discoveries and what we are doing in our clinical trials. So, you know, I think opening up the database, having a real-time monitoring of all those data, I think is going to be critical. And I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but it should happen within the next few years. Unless otherwise, I don't think we're going to be developing any novel products beyond what we currently have.
It really requires a lot of coordination and political will to make that happen. Shifting gears a little bit, we saw recently that Anthropic launched Claude Science, an AI workbench for scientists, and OpenAI also has its ChatGPT Rosalind. And Anthropic announced it will go into drug discovery as well. I wanted to ask the panelists, what kind of role do you see emerging tech giants playing in healthcare? And this may go back to what you said, Alex, about the attention inequality. What impact may the frontier AI companies have on healthcare specifically?
So sure, first of all, those efforts are not new. So Google was the first to go into AI-powered drug discovery. As a matter of fact, Google launched a company that is pretty much very similar to in silico in mission and ideology called Calico in 2013. Right now, if you kind of go to ChatGPT or Gemini and ask name top 10 failures in longevity biotechnology, that would be one, because they spent billions of dollars and delivered 0 drugs so far over 13-year history. So I really hope they develop. But at the same time, it's actually a very good initiative because it's better than optimizing the search engine for advertising or making your children do TikTok. Now they have also realized that in order for them to claim that they can do something in drug discovery and help with drug discovery, they need to discover drugs. It's kind of like chicken and egg problem. There cannot be a chicken without an egg or an egg without a chicken. And in order for you to claim that you can discover a drug, you need to discover a drug with AI. That's what we did. We just went phase 3 yesterday with our, so I'm now a phase 3 star general from 0, novel target, novel molecule. Most countries have never done that. Anthropic will have to do the same. So I'm actually very happy to see that they are going into this direction because, first of all, they will be able to test their own algorithms and understand their capabilities, because you probably have seen Dario Amodei go on stage and say, well, in the next 5 years, we're going to double life expectancy. And Demis went on stage and said, well, we're going to, in 10 years, eliminate all diseases, right? So this kind of ambition is very unjustified until you demonstrate some real drugs. And it takes you about 2 years to get into human clinical trials. And then human clinical trials take you additional 5 to 6 years minimum. And the failure rate is there. So unless you manage to validate what you say with real experiments, those words are worth nothing. They're absolutely, they're actually discrediting the field. So very happy to see that there might be some reinforcement loop from real experiments. I really hope they succeed. And more companies should be doing that. Unfortunately, many of those tech giants are also doing it because it's a social good. So people don't like to write about, AI improving your Excel skills, right? So replacing Excel. They want to see some social good. There is no greater social good than drug discovery and longevity. So they like to get the headlines and show that they are doing some social good. And I really hope that it doesn't stay at just funding and words level. It really translates to real therapeutics. In my opinion, if you are not using China as a platform to do that at scale, you are going to be very slow. So we need to also fix geopolitics before we can scale.
Thank you. And Minami, any thoughts on that?
So I don't know how many of you know about Rakuten, but it is a tech company essentially. We are partially supported by Rakuten Group, but the founder of the Rakuten Group is actually one of the biggest investors of the company, and that's why we're called Rakuten Medical. Now, having said that, we do collaborate a lot with the Rakuten AI team, where they are placed in India, Bangalore. I think same to the Alex. They're really looking for the real application of the AIs. So we are They are helping us on the biomarkers. They are helping us mapping out what's the optimal way to illuminate our cancer patients and so forth. And I think, I'm happy that, these tech giants and the AI engineers are entering this field, but it is still vital that, we as like healthcare professionals, the biotech specialists are there to support the actual implementation. I don't think that tech giants alone can implement those AIs in this area.
Frank?
Well, I think just like Alex and Menami was talk about some kind of Google, Nvidia, but as I know in China, so I think Tencent, Huawei, and other kind of like tech companies, they also provide a platform supporting this kind of not only for the the drug discovery, but also to helping even the healthcare system and those kind of med tech company as well. So I think given the infrastructure, the supporting the ecosystem, this is very essential and critical to to pushing the boundary of the AI applied in this kind of different kind of sectors. That's what we have been observed. Yeah.
Great. And we've talked a lot about drug discovery and therapeutics, but Frank, I know beyond therapeutics, you also are very interested in brain-computer interface, or BCIs, and you recently launched a new seed fund to invest in brain science and BCI technologies. What is driving your conviction in this space, and where does AI come in?
Thanks for the question. So, I have been really busy. I just mentioned a bit earlier that we are launching not only the fund, but also an accelerator program to supporting those kind of early founders for this kind of brain-computer interface. Almost 2 or 3 years ago, we thought, okay, there's actually quite a unmet medical needs in this kind of neuroscience. So, I mean, before the 5 years planning in China as a strategic future, the sixth pillar of this kind of industries, actually, we already see the demand for this kind of neuroscience, better therapeutic, better technology. So I think BCI, as you may know, is like a really comprehensive technology combination, not only for the neuroscience, but also some kind of deep tech. I would say like some kind of semiconductor, those kind of some kind of very sensitive material, but also even the large language model is applied to testing those kind of the brain signal, how to read, how to be applied. And there are so many different kind of techniques in terms of the problem resolved, in terms of invasive, non-invasive. So we are very excited about it because we really see, the application of the BCI technology has really helped the people restore the function capacity for sports, hearing, listening. So that's why we really put a lot of efforts into trying to build the ecosystem, for investment, incubation, but also helping the company to working with different kind of stakeholders.
Right, and so in the last few minutes, I wanted to kind of look further into the future. In the next 5 years, what would be one realistic, concrete change that AI will bring to healthcare? Let's start with you, Alex.
Well, in AI drug discovery, I think that in 5 years, we're likely to be able to go from what I like to call prompt to drug. I think that in the lab, we are already there. So I can probably I am convinced that we're in low to moderate novelty space of a target. I can prompt my own system to come up with a few candidates to synthesize that are very highly likely to work in the lab and later in a human patient. So we would be able to shorten the validation cycles, hopefully, if we can convince the regulators. You shouldn't expect miracles, though. And we probably will see the first cases where the drugs discovered using AI also targeting fundamental biology of aging, that's something that I am focused on, will demonstrate the first kind of early birds, early results in reversing biological age. It's not going to be major, but we will be able to see some conclusive evidence. And finally, I actually think that brain-to-computer interfaces will become, you will see some implantables. I think that implantable is the only way to go. And we are also developing some technologies to reduce neuroinflammation to help those implantable brain-to-computer interfaces. So I actually think BCI is probably the best way to address aging. Like, I would want to have a chip in my brain right now because I think that aging is not great at all.
I think looks like a lot of people agree. Minami, what's the one change AI will bring?
Within 5 years is a little challenge, but you know, speaking out of my what I do as business, I would really love to see AI-driven procedures, AI-driven clinical consultations to happen. Now, I visited more than 154 hospitals worldwide, trying to discuss with the doctors about the future of our treatment, and I noticed the skill level, the level of interest, or level of being interested in these new technology is very different among different doctors. And I think we just need to raise the standard using AI as one of the tools. So if I were to say within the next 5 years, I would love to see an AI doctor who will prescribe me with a drug. And that comes with the price maybe. You know, if I were to go for a human doctor, I probably pay more. If I go for an AI doctor, I probably pay less. That's the world I would like to see somewhere in the world, maybe in Hong Kong.
Frank?
Well, actually, I want to share a number, which is in my mind. So within 5 years' time, hopefully, the drug can be 1/3 times faster. And you know, the way even including FDA and other kind of government authority has to make it the way to approve the drug faster. The second 1/3 the drugs will be 1/3 cheaper, because you take less time, less spending in this kind of clinical trials. This is one thing. The last 1/3, I would say, will be improved in terms of accuracy, the precision of the drugs. Given the AI, make it more target, make it more given the data or this kind of a trial. So that's the numbers I would leave for the next 5 years, 1/3 better.
1/3. Yep. That gives us a lot to look forward to. No miracles, but only people who are trying to keep pushing on the limits of what's possible. Please join me in thank you, the panelists today, Frank, Minami, Alex. Thank you so much for your time.
And Amber, great moderating.
Thank you.
So a big thank you once again to our wonderful panelists as well as speakers. Thank you for breaking that down for us, the impact of AI on healthcare. And they've just said 1/3, cheaper, faster. I think that sounds ambitious, but also realistic. And it definitely warrants a follow-up conversation in the next edition of LEAP. Now, we know that AI is accelerating at a pace that, for many of us, it's really hard to grasp. I mean, every day we're seeing new headlines about what AI is capable of and the new opportunities that lie ahead, and especially, as we just heard, also in the healthcare sector. So in this next keynote, we're going to find out how Toshiba themselves, how they're approaching AI. Now, I know that this is a familiar number or familiar name to many of us. They're a company that has been developing businesses to support social infrastructure for about 150 years now. And they're going to share with us the inside outlook of how they're using AI to drive forward their business. So with that, I'm going to welcome to the stage now Shunsuke Okada, Corporate Senior Vice President, Chief Digital Officer over at Toshiba. Please give him a warm welcome to the stage.
So, thank you for giving me this opportunity today. So it is a great honor to speak to business leaders like all of you about Toshiba's strategy in this age of AI. First, I would like to discuss how Toshiba is an AI infrastructure company that supports AI infrastructure. So in 1875, Toshiba was founded by two founders, Hisashige Tanaka and Ichisuke Fujioka. So using the power of technology to create new things and make the world a better place. This philosophy is embedded in Toshiba's DNA. Japan's first washing machine, the world's first laptop computer, medical devices such as CT and MRI scanners, and NAND flash memory were all products developed by Toshiba. These technologies support people's daily lives and underpin society. Toshiba currently operates in 3 business areas. In the energy sector, our focus includes nuclear and thermal power generation, hydroelectric and geothermal power plants, grid technology such as power transmission and distribution, hydrogen utilization, and heavy ion cancer treatment systems. In digital infrastructure sector, we operate a business that supports society, including water treatment facilities, UPS systems, station equipment, railway systems, traffic control systems, elevators, and lithium batteries. System integration leveraging digital technology has also become a major business segment. I'm sorry. Okay. In the device sector, we produce various semiconductors tailored to customer needs, including power semiconductors. And we are one of the only 3 companies in the world that develops and manufactures hard disks. So, to be honest, Toshiba has faced many crises since 2011. In the process, we have spun off our consumer electronics, medical equipment, PCs, and even memory businesses. In 2023, we went private and have been charting the new course ever since. So, major wave of change has now arrived, and that is AI. Since 2023, our financial performance has recovered rapidly. So please pay particular attention to our profit margins and the cash flow. The business opportunities created by AI and operational efficiency are deriving these results. And this fiscal year is also progressing smoothly. Toshiba has become an AI infrastructure company supporting as the AI era. Okay, what exactly is this wave change brought about by AI? So Jensen Han, CEO of the NVIDIA, explains the AI architecture by diving it into 5 layers: energy, chips and systems, infrastructure, AI models, and applications. Toshiba is taking the lead across all 5 of these layers. First is energy. As you know, learning AI, particularly large language models, LLMs, requires enormous amounts of electricity. Securing the massive amounts of electricity while protecting the global environment is a major challenge. Hyperscalers such as Google and Amazon are also taking these challenges. So as I mentioned earlier, Toshiba is involved in the power generation facilities, so including nuclear, thermal, and hydroelectric plants, as well as power transmission and distribution. Significant demand in emerging in these industries in relation to AI. So we are also actively engaged in a wide range of initiatives to promote carbon neutrality. There is a high demand of batteries and data centers. We also excel in the renewable energy-related business and technologies such as carbon capture. So Toshiba provides solutions across the entire circle, from the CO2 reduction to use. So these businesses are attracting significant attention in the AI area. So chips and systems. So as you know, Kioxia, which recently became the Japan's largest company by the market capitalization, is a former Toshiba memory. Kioxia's reputation has been boosted by its CBA technology, which utilizes 8th generation BICS flash. This technology expands the potential of flash memory, and when combined with GPUs, enables high speeds. Toshiba is also advancing research into the brain-inspired computing. As I mentioned earlier, AI requires enormous amounts of the power, but the human brain operates on just 20 watts. Toshiba is conducting research to understanding the principle and apply it to computing. So at the infrastructure layer, we offer a variety of products for the data centers. In the power systems segment, significant business opportunities are emerging from the products such as the UPS systems and the proprietary lithium-ion batteries with excellent rapid charge and discharge performance, and their hard disks. Thanks to the widespread adoption of the AI, hard disk has become one of our major business pillars. So the AI models and the application layer are also creating significant opportunities, both for our own use and for providing solutions to our customers. So various AI models are being developed and utilized. NVIDIA develops AI models based on its own data centers and releases some of them as open models. It is also promoting the expansion of the ecosystem by making some of its training data openly available. At the same time, the company generates revenue through its platform business, including GPUs, softwares, and the cloud infrastructure, thereby balancing its open strategy with business growth. So if data quality is low, both AI and human judgment was be flawed. Therefore, the concept of the redundancy seen in the aircraft is crucial by implementation multiple layers of the sensors, computers, and software, and selecting the correct values through the majority voting even when outliers occur. High levels of the safety and reliability are ensured. This approach can also be applied to the ensuring data quality in AI systems and data infrastructure. We are separating software and hardware and platformizing the data layer. So we need to further promote this philosophy in the real world. So as manufacturing companies with 150 years history, Toshiba is leveraging its own experience to widely deploy smart manufacturing solutions. The company is progressively integrating AI into its solution, which cover areas ranging from design and development to procurement, manufacturing, and operation and maintenance. This slide introduces a solution for the SMT line, in which multiple agents work together to drive daily improvements. In this way, application of AI on actual production lines and the advancing. So AI agents expected to play to role the promoting data sharing between companies. In doing so, they must not only transfer data, but also ensure security, determine whether the shared data, while considering the impact of the competitive advantage, and proprietary control the granularity and the level of the detail of the shared data. So, string reformulation based on the megatrends requires continuous revenue. So megatrends is irreversible current this transformation, the structure of the society and the industry cover decades. Unlike temporary market fluctuation or FATs, their impact extends across the industries. Therefore, companies must continuously review their strategy not only in the light of short-term environment change, but also in light of the megatrends such as AI, decarbonization, demographic shift. So that's right. So AI is indeed the megatrends. Okay. So at Toshiba, we intend to leverage our strengths as an AI infrastructure company while formulating and implementing strategies grounded in these megatrends. So for the committed people, committed future. So thank you very much.
So when factories first got electricity, they dropped one big motor where the steam engine had stood. Then they waited nearly 40 years before they really saw productivity gains. And that only came once they re-architected the whole floor around this motor. So most organizations are making the same mistake right now when it comes to AI, adopting it without really re-architecting for it. And this keynote is going to share the 3 shifts leaders can act on now when it comes to their data, their workflows, as well as their organization to build ultimately a very strong foundation for AI. So please welcome now to the stage, we have Deirdre Malinaskaita, Chief Strategy Officer over at Context. Please give her the warm welcome.
Hello everyone, pleasure being here today. I have 15 minutes with you today, and what I'm going to talk about is not really very revolutionary or very new, but as you see it, it's the pitfall most of the organizations fall back to today. So, a short history lesson to start with. In 1882, we started seeing the electrification of the factories. It's when the Pearl Street Station, the first generally available power plant, was lit in New York. And you think, okay, what's the parallel with AI? Why are we talking about something that happened a decade ago? The fact is that every time a general purpose technology becomes available in the market, whether it's steam engines, electrical engines, and now AI, we tend to fall into the same pitfall. So once the factory started being electrified, everyone expected this huge productivity boost. But if you look at the history books, the fact is that for nearly 30 or 40 years, we barely saw any efficiency gains. And the question is why? Why? We have this new technology, we have this opportunity to make things faster, to move things faster. Why is nothing changing? What happened in the factory is once the electrification has started is that the one big steam motor that was driving the shafts, driving the production lines, got replaced with one big electricity engine, electrical motor. Nothing else changed, right? So very quickly, even though the replacement happens, no productivity. And the fact is that you cannot just take a new technology, bolt it on the old infrastructure, and expect that efficiency will come. So it took almost 30, 40 years and the whole new generation to re-architect the factory floor. The re-architecture happened by moving this idea that you just can replace the steam engine with electrical motor, re-architecting the floor, putting in new layouts, new flexible conveyor belts, new shafts, and many small electrical engines. That's what yielded to the productivity. Back to today, why is this similar to what we're seeing today? So if you look at most of the organizations, every single organization has some kind of AI project in place, very often driven by IT teams or the CEO office, and we'll talk a bit later why that is wrong as well. But what most of the organizations are doing today is they decide, okay, we need an AI project, so they just slap a co-pilot or they slap some kind of AI agent to the fundamentals that are broken. And then nothing really changes. In fact, what changes is that most of these organizations start doing processes or reports that were very often useless to start with, just a little bit faster. So instead of a human writing a weekly report, that human is not writing a report anymore. AI is assisting to write that report. That report is sent to the manager, who consolidates it into bigger report that no one reads. So you just produce information faster that gets ignored ultimately faster. So let's talk about re-architecture, right? And drawing back parallels to the factory floor, what does it mean for our organizations if we want to re-architect our organizational floors to the AI? It goes back to 3 layers, and it's data, workflow, and the organizational design. And while many companies succeed at 1 and 2, very often where they fail is the organization. But obviously we start with the fundamentals, and that's the data. Very many organizations today treat data as a storage. It's a data living in silos. No one exactly knows how to access it, right? And we talk a lot about how lucrative this AI economy is today, right? If you just look at the stock prices and how much the multiples these companies are trading for, I think the most lucrative and the most predictable revenue stream in the whole AI economy is never-ending data integration projects done by consultants. So it's every time you need to do an AI project, it starts with data integration. Because in most organizations today, again, data lives in silos. No one knows how to access it, so you need hours and hours of Accenture and BCG consultants to come and do the data integration for you. So it starts with the foundation, right? And that's where, again, making sure that data is accessible, data is reliable, data is governed, and that everything that is connected in the physical world is also connected in the data graph in the digital world. That's the basic fundamental foundation that you need for AI adoption. The next part is workflows. And again, here very often we talk about humans being assisted by AI. And that leads often into humans being assisted by AI to do the tasks that shouldn't be done in the first place. So where the change needs to happen is really thinking AI does the workflows, human judges, or human decides, human evaluates, not the other way around, right? Because we don't want to keep on doing work that's completely redundant just to make sure that we're doing it much, much faster. the first part, and I would say the most difficult part, is the organizations. So today we're still built in this traditional way with a certain hierarchy. Everything needs to go through the similar stages of approval. But the fact is that where AI fails is typically at the organization level bottlenecks. So even if you have all the data foundation in place, you have the workflows, the data pipelines connected, you have your ontology in place, the results often are still not there. And the question is why? And I'll give you a very simple example. So, and I think the gentleman from Toshiba talked about how AI is used to optimize production. So many companies have implemented very intelligent systems that are able to predict when, if, and how something will fail. And these systems give you instant alerts on how to act to it. What exactly now you should adjust, let's say in your production line, to make sure that you prevent or defer some kind of non-conformities. What typically happens is, even though you have all that system giving you these predictions, right, and it's instant signals, the engineer receiving these signals very often does not have authority to act on it. So the engineer receives the report with instant recommendations, with the signals, takes a screenshot or downloads the report, and sends it to the manager for approval. Then the manager is in Leap in Hong Kong, so he or she is not checking their email for the next 2 days. So you have very intelligent instant system to give you recommendations, just to wait for approval for 3 days until someone reads the email and gives you permission to act. So AI moves at the speed of your slowest approver. And that's where the re-architecting the organization needs to happen, because we're moving from the place where we don't know what to do and we need to figure out what to do, to we know exactly what to do. We're being told by these intelligent systems exactly what to do. We just need to know how to act on it faster, right? So the organizational hierarchy very often should be restructured on who has permission to decide what and how fast. This is the critical bottleneck that often fails the organizations. So going back to the data, the workflows, and then the organization, this is where we as Context work today. We are a Saudi company headquartered in Riyadh, operating across whole Saudi Arabia, and we work at that intersection of infrastructure, cloud infrastructure, the data platforms, as well as the workflows and the practical implementation. We help our customers to set up a fully sovereign and compliant infrastructure in place. We help them to architect the solutions on top of that infrastructure. And then in some cases, we do develop AI solutions ourselves. One of the examples that you have here is InSafe, which is AI-led industrial safety solution that's used today by 30,000 people daily in the kingdom, I would say in the most critical industrial organization in the world. All of it is built in the kingdom. We have an amazing mix of local and global talent. And I think the parallels between the energy, the capital, the hunger that we have in the Middle East, in the kingdom, are very similar to what we're seeing here in Asia Pacific. So I know this was a very high level, top of mind of what we as Context care most about when we talk with our ecosystem. I'm still here around after the presentation, so if you want to connect, pleasure to do that. So if you go back to your organization today, again, take one workflow, think, what does it look like? What would that workflow look like if you rethink it from scratch? and then put the gap analysis on what's preventing you of reinventing that. This is your starting point for re-engineering. And as we say in context, ambition is everywhere, but the infrastructure to act on it is rare. Thank you so much.
So a big thank you also there to Giedra for giving us a little bit of a framework when approaching AI and creating a solid foundation within our enterprise. Now, as we know, Chinese tech companies, they're no longer just competing at home. A new generation of founders and leaders are taking their bold ideas, their products and models also into new markets. But what does it really take to scale beyond China? How do you build and develop trust with international customers, international partners? And where do you look for capital and financing? I think these are all very big questions, and I'm going to leave it now to our wonderful lineup of speakers to answer this. And please note, this session will be conducted in Mandarin, so make sure to grab a translation device if you would like to follow along with this conversation. So with that, I'm going to welcome now to the stage our wonderful speakers, as well as our moderator, Sherry Chi, Deputy Head of the PE Investment Department, Managing Director at CMB International. Please put your hands together for our speakers.
各位来宾、各位投资人、产业界的朋友们，大家好。欢迎来到 Leap East。Leap 呢，从沙特的利雅达出发，如今呢是把这个连接全球科技与海湾资本的舞台带到了香港。而中国科技出海的最重要的一个增量市场，其实就是在海湾。今天这场圆桌呢，我们就来聊聊中国科技企业如何走向世界的。我是今天的这场圆桌的主持人戚潇潇，来自 CMBI 招银国际。招银国际是招商银行下面的海外的综合的金融平台。那我们用一组数据快速的让大家了解我们。对，我们其实是专注做股权投资的。那在股权投资，我们走过了11年。那目前已经管理了1100亿的人民币的一个管理规模，累计已经投资了500多亿，300多个项目。那整体浮盈也已经超过了660亿。所以说，其实连续多年吧，我们也是在中国的股权投资的这个机构当中是位列前5的。那同时呢，我们也是阿曼国家主权基金在中国最早的基金管理人之一。那我们双方共同管理了超过3亿美金的股权投资基金。未来我们还在和香港政府以及韩国政府正在开展一些更深度的关于科创方向的一些合作。招银国际走过来这11年的股权投资之路呢，其实真正定义我们的是3个方向，一个是新能源。2015年，我们重仓了宁德时代，投了大概40多个亿。那目前退出的回报超过了600多亿。那这个领域呢，我们也已经投资总额超过了100亿。第二个方向其实是半导体。那伊诺赛科呢，我们是从天使轮一路追加，一共总投资额13亿。盛和精卫成立的时候，我们是第1大的股东。那长兴、长存、寒武纪这些中国半导体领域的领军企业，我们都是每一家都投资了10亿元以上的。那目前我们也在大规模的，因为其实中国的现在整个半导体的这个产业的这个资本浪潮还是比较好的。那其实第3个方向就是我们今天的主场，就是 AI 和机器人了。那我们从2023年从天使轮开始投资银河通用，那到全面布局我们的 AI 芯片、我们的触觉传感器以及世界模型机器人本体，我们正在积极拥抱下一个10年乃至未来20年的最大的产业变革。总结一下，其实招银国际做的事呢，其实是为中国最好的科技企业搭一座通向全球市场的一个桥。今天的这座桥上面，其实站着我们3位我们长期深度合作的这个3家企业，他们分别分处在3个完全不同的赛道上面。一个是把机器人送进海外的工厂和门店，一个是把这个中国制造的智能眼镜迈进巴黎和伦敦的精品店，也就是我现在戴的这副眼镜。一家呢是用3D 扫描把这个真实的世界搬进数字空间，但他们都在做一件事情， 就是把中国的硬件和智能带向全球的市场。那请允许我先把3位嘉宾和他们的企业简单的向大家做一个简单的介绍。第一位呢是我们来自银河通用机器人的高级副总裁刘坤女士。那银河通用是具身大模型和人形机器人领域的头部企业。那第2位呢是我们来自艺文科技 robotics 的这个联合创始人王丽女士。那大家在一众偏工业、偏功能的这种 AI 的产品里面，他们走出了一条完全相反的一条路。他们其实在做一副看起来就像普通眼镜的一个 AI 眼镜。那第3位呢是我们来自奇遇创新的联合创始人，然后舒晨亮总。他们呢做的是把高精度的3D 扫描和数字孪生，通俗的说就是把真实世界里的城市、工厂、矿山毫米级的复制进数字世界。那我们下面呢，把时间就请3位各自介绍一下你们各自的企业，好不好？那把时间交给大家。
大家好，我来自银河通用。那么，银河通用是一家头部的具身智能和人形机器人的企业。我们目前有几款明星产品，一个是我们的轮式双臂人形机器人 G1， 然后另外一款呢是我们的重载机器人 S1。目前我们的机器人呢，已经应用在了智慧零售、智慧康养，还有工业制造、物流等等多个行业。比如说，我们跟美团合作的这个智慧药仓的这样的一个场景，已经落地了全国几十个城市，近100个仓。然后目前我们还有在全国30多个城市，接近200个这个银河太空舱的一个点位。那除此之外，我们在宁德时代也有了这个可以全自主7乘24小时作业的这个重载的机器人的完全的这个落地。所以说，我们不是一个只会跳舞的一个机器人，我们是真的落地实际场景干活的一个机器人。对，那我们除了这个深耕我们的国内市场之外，我们在出海领域也落地到了像中东、东南亚、美国这样的市场和地区。那也非常感谢像招银国际这样的股东们的支持，我们目前也是具身智能行业在国内的估值第1梯队的位置。谢谢大家。
好，王丽。
大家好，我是艺文科技，然后我们的公司的品牌名叫 robotics。我们是一家做这个下一代人机交互的智能硬件的公司。我现在所戴的眼镜，包括肖总现在戴的眼镜，都是我们自己的这一代的产品，叫这个 G2。我们从2023年就集结了一帮就是早期在苹果、3星这样的科技大厂和一帮高端眼镜行业，比如说 Limber、Makita 这样的这个高端眼镜行业的这个高管一起组建了我们现在这个团队。然后我们想做的事情是，的确，因为我看在座的很多大家其实都有在戴屈光眼镜，那我们真的是想把目前这个传统的眼镜行业能去升级成为一个智能眼镜的行业。与此同时的话，是希望把这个审美、舒适度以及科技能做一个非常好的平衡。因为所有的产品作为可穿戴，首先第一点就是大家是希望自己能戴上去的。这个是我们从24年就公司成立1年后一直在坚持的产品方向。然后目前的话，在全球其实也有很多的政客，然后 CEO、高管等一些包括一些演员等很多的这个专业人士都在佩戴我们的眼镜做日常的，包括像题词，包括像这个会议的一些辅助包括像这个翻译等很多的这样的这个场景。然后我们在今年也完成了这个独角兽级别的这个融资。然后目前我们在全球有30多个国家，然后线上和线下同步在销售。线下的话是由我们自己在，包括香港也在，香港我们也有很多的这个高端眼镜门店，是线下的这些门店有在提供，包括屈光服务、配镜服务等一些这个偏矫正视力相关的，同时它也是智能眼镜。然后另外的话就是我们在这个欧洲其实也有大概300-400家高端门店在做，并且现在也还在迅速的扩张。然后对于我们来讲的话，我们的确是希望伴随着第一是人可以戴上去的一个比较好看、审美 OK 的、舒适度 OK 的一个智能眼镜的同时，基于目前整体 AI 的发展，能够实现说从这个手机生意之后的话，怎么去进一步去有一个新的人机交互的新范式，能给我们的用户更无感、更自由、更便捷的提供各样的这种 AI 的这个服务。目前的话，我们在包括中东其实也有很多这个线下的门店，然后线上也有在销售我们的产品。然后香港的话也是一样，大家如果感兴趣，并且对于这个赋能自己在日常生活里和工作里面有需求的话，也可以去看看我们的这个产品。
大家好，我是奇遇创新的舒成亮。我们公司主要做的是空间智能还有世界模型这一块的基座。简单的逻辑就是我们希望能够高效精准的复刻世界。然后在这个基础上，我们的产品本身由硬件、软件和具体的一些落地的垂类模型组成。整个的链路里面的所有的东西都是我们自产自研，包括我们有自己的工厂。在这个基础上呢，其实我们出了几代产品。那最新的去年的一代产品，也是世界上首款的空间相机。而且在今年年初的一个叫 NAB 的展会上，在美国号称是那个影视器材的小奥斯卡奖我们是一届拿了4个奖，6个提名，也是这个展会有史以来全球唯一一家公司拿到这个荣誉的。那在这个基础上呢，其实我们的设备也在德国历史测绘博物馆已经被永久收藏了，也是中国此类相关设备第一个被永久收藏的。那整体来说，我们的主要业务来自于过半吧都来自于海外。然后在这个基础上，同时呢，其实我们是一个 to B 的公司，而且也深入在每一个不同的行业里，从机器人的孪生数字孪生然后再到影视娱乐的交互，然后包括基础的一些测量、建筑都有我们设备的影子。然后我们也很高兴，其实招银国际投了我们以后，招商局也有很多一些基础设施的一些数字化我们也在深入的参与。然后今天也很有幸跟2位优秀的企业一起在这里同台交流，谢谢。
好，谢谢3位其实他们3位呢，其实分处在完全不同的行业领域，但他们有个共同点，都是 tech driven 和 AI driven 的这企业。那并且呢，其实他们身上还有一个共同点，就是他们其实都是一个全球化的企业，他们已经真金白银的在整个世界在做布局。那接下来呢，我们沿着商用、具身智能、消费终端然后空间、基建这3个维度，我们就请各位再聊得更深一点。那因为3位的领域是完全有差异的，我们就一家一家的来问。那就是我们先来问一下银河通用，好不好？对，就是对银河通用来说呢，就是中东和东南亚的服务业、制造业其实正在面临一个结构性的一个问题，就是招不到人那在用工成本快速上升的时候，这个时候恰恰是人形机器人的一个机会窗口。那我有2个问题想请教。第一个呢，就是你们已经在即时零售、智慧药房和这个电池工厂里面有真实的落地，那机器人也已经出海到了中东和东南亚的市场。那么把机器人放到海外这些复杂、非标准的线下场景里面干活，你们真正别人学不到，就其他的企业学不走的技术壁垒到底在哪里？是那套仿真数据驱动的大模型，还是其他的？这是第一个问题。那第2个问题呢，是说我们回看你们在中东、在东南亚已经走过的路，你们筛选重点的落地城市，决定先服务哪一类的客户，它背后的最关键的这个评判标准会是什么？好，谢谢。
首先第一个问题，我觉得我们的护城河肯定首先是在于我们的这个具身智能的一个大模型底，也就是我们称作银河星脑 Astra Brain 的这样的一个具身大模型。那我们知道，如果机器人想要它落地的话，我们其实会面临到不同的环境、不同的操作对的这个场景任务。所以说，如果还像过去一样，每到一个新的国家、新的地区、新的场景都需要去重新编程、重新开发的话，那我们就看不到具身智能的大规模落地了。所以说，我们银河通用是一直坚持去开发，让具身智能机器人能够跨场景、跨任务，然后跨环境这样的一个操作技能。所以说，我们看到我们的这个银河星脑 Astra Brain， 它其实一改之前我们看到的传统的机器人的感知、理解、规划、执行，把它变成了一个端到端的一个具身大模型的一个应用。所以说，我们能够让机器人能够像人一样去感知环境、理解环境。那支撑我们这样的一个银河星脑的背后的这个数据体系，我认为也是非常重要的。我们管它叫做银河 Astra Data。对这样的一个数据体系，其实我认为是在未来的机器人竞争中是非常非常重要的一个护城河之一。那我们的这样的一个银河的 Astra Data， 它其实是一个数据金字塔，是一个虚实融合的一个数据体系。我们包含了很多像包括针剂摇操数据，还有您刚提到的我们的这个合成仿真数据，以及非常多现在很火的Ego、5米等等的这样的一个高价值的数据，我们进行了一整套的体系的搭建和训练，从而能够让我们的银河星脑 Astra Brain 能够 快速的去训练，然后不断的去学习新的技能。所以说总结来看，我认为我们的壁垒和护城河应该是在于 Astra Brain 和 Astra Data 这样的一个大模型和数据体系的这样的一个不断的持续学习和迭代的能力。对，这样才能够让我们的机器人能够越部署越聪明，然后越落地越通用。我觉得这也是其他的一些机器人公司可能会比较难去复制的。对，
多维数据，然后从仿真走到现实，再用现实去回补我们的整体的数据体系。
是的，是的。
对。
那关于您第二个问题，就是关于我们的出海，其实我们也是非常希望能够跟全球的合作伙伴一起去探讨具身智能的落地场景。我觉得我们目前其实有这么几个维度去判断这个落地的优先级。首先，第一是看这个需求是不是刚需而且迫切。就我们看到，现在目前很多的国家和地区，他们的服务业和制造业其实就面临了这样的一个人口短缺，然后劳动力人口这个成本上升这样的一个问题。所以在很多场景里面，其实机器人的落地是非常有商业价值的。那么第二个点，其实我们比较在意的是这个市场规模和可复制性。我们更希望去落地于一些可以形成标准化解决方案，并且能够规模化复制到多个行业、多个地区这样的一些落地场景。那么第三个点，我觉得很重要的就是我们的技术的成熟度以及这个场景的复杂度之间的一个匹配性。就如果说现在很多那个场景是非常非常复杂非标的话，我们其实觉得说现在的技术成熟度还达不到，我们更多的是一个从易到难的一个这样的路径。我们先去打一些标准化程度相对高，然后流程相对标准的一些高价值的场景，然后快速的去形成这样的商业闭环，然后快速的去收集数据，然后反哺我们的模型。对，大概是这样。
明白了。那就我们再来跟王丽请教一下，就是因为Even 是这3家里面唯一的一家直接面向大众消费者的一个品牌，而且从第一天开始呢，它的产品就是在全球销售的。其实目前在中国反而还没有在销售，就是香港我们有在销售，就中国大陆这个部分我们还没有销售。那这里面藏着一个特别有意思的一个命题，就是一副眼镜，它既要有中国供应链支撑，它是一个中国供应链支撑起来的硬件，但是它又要同时让欧洲、中东、东南亚这种不同审美的消费者愿意每天把它戴在自己的脸上面。那这里面我们就想请教一下，就第一个就是面对这么大的一个审美和使用习惯的一个差异，你们是怎么在颜值、佩戴舒适度和科技感之间找到那个大家都愿意戴的这个平衡点？第二呢，其实你们已经把货铺进了这个欧洲最顶级的这个渠道，那消费品的这个品牌的出海渠道和信任是最难建立的这个两关。那你们优先会进入哪些市场？怎么去搭建你们的渠道？包括如何去构建你们的品牌的信任？这里面的逻辑是什么？对。
对，然后因为我们其实还蛮坚信一点的，就是任何的新的这个硬件，智能硬件也好 ，AI 硬件也好，它首先的确，因为如果是可穿戴品类的话，它是一个，因为大家会需要戴在身上，它就需要是一个审美，并且我戴在身上的话，我也需要舒服。然后以及说，因为它又是智能科技的产品，它肯定有很多新的这些科技的技术。那对于我们来讲的话，我们就是在这个 aesthetics， 然后这个 wearability 以及 feature 里面去做一个平衡。那眼镜跟其他很多的硬件还不太一样，它是在我们的脸上的。是一个其实非常私人的东西，不同的区域、不同的地区、不同的脸型、不同的审美，其实对好看和舒服的判断差异都还是挺大的。所以我们做产品的时候有几个比较明确的原则，然后也是我们在一开始的时候为什么会有科技行业的这些老兵和智能这个传统眼镜行业这些老兵的一个很核心原因。那这几个原则是哪些呢？第一是就是外观肯定还是要尽可能的是接近真实眼镜的，因为现在在亚洲也好，或者在全球也好，其实已经有60%-70%的人口是佩戴眼镜的，这是一个非常大的一个基线的一个人群。那对于他们来讲的话，它这个产品它就不是一个这个科技设备，对吧？它其实首先它得是一副眼镜，所以我们希望用户戴上之后不会觉得他说，哎，我在戴一个 gadget， 我很 nerd。我们是希望它的确能融入大家的日常的穿搭，然后工作的场景和一些社交场景里面的。另外的话，我们非常坚信一点，就是因为是戴在脸上的产品，所以科技感一定是要融在体验里面的。 它不能堆在这个外观上，使得这个产品可能很 bulky， 很这个傻大黑粗。那真正好的科技，它肯定不是说一直提醒你，它一直在就是 shouting out， 这个而是在你需要它的时候，去刚好的提醒我现在是需要我要去订餐，我现在需要 AI 帮我去整理一些文档，我现在要见一个日本的同事，我不会讲日语，他帮我去做翻译，我现在需要会议纪要，并且把这个会议纪要发给我的同事。其实所有的体验，所有这些 AI 带来的东西的话，都是需要就是融入在我们日常生活里面。与此同时的话，你还是在跟你的同事在聊天，你还是在看着对方，你还是在继续走路，而不是一直低头看着自己的手机，完全沉浸在屏幕的这个里面。所以我们想提供的是一个 stay present 这样一个体验，一个隐形的这个科技赋能的体验，而不是把用户从电脑屏幕拉到手机屏幕，再拉到另外一个屏幕上。第三的话就是佩戴舒适度是我们很重要的一个底线。因为像我们自己都近视啊，就是这个眼镜是一天要戴12到16个小时的一个产品，所以它不是就是我拿起来可能戴个10分钟我就放下去，所以那它就必须得长时间这个在重量啊、在重心啊、在鼻托啊、在这些镜腿的压力啊、在处方镜片的兼容性上，其实这些很多的细节都决定了用户最终是不是真的能把它每天戴起来。所以这几个点的话，是我们一直因为行业发展现在很早期，包括像我们现在做的这个显示型眼镜，就是比如说现在我的眼前就是有我的这个稿子的显示型眼镜的话，它这个技术还是比较先进的，还是比较前沿的。所以那在这些有硬件的制约情况下，有软件和硬件到底怎么去配合，包括我的所有的传感器到底怎么去选择，它其实一直是一个取舍。那这个里面很基线的东西，就基于我们刚才讲的几个原则，到底我们怎么去定义这个产品，这个产品怎么去服务我们的客户。所以这个取舍的话是一直以来的过程。我们希望这个科技是足够有用，真的能帮助到我们日常的用户能从传统眼镜提升到智能眼镜，但是它肯定是不能牺牲眼镜本身的，你的 fitting、你的这个近视矫正、你的好看这些事情。那设计要足够的精致，但它又不能只能变成少数人大家的一些造型，就是特别可能比较这个耀眼的一些款式。所以我们对它定义在我们的官网上也是叫这个 quiet technology， 就是这个比较低调的这个科技，隐形的这个科技这样一个概念，看起来是一个好眼镜，但用起来会发现它真的会让你变得非常的自信和从容。一句话来讲的话，就是我们追求的不是说最像未来的眼镜，或者说把所有的传感器堆在一个产品上，功能非常大而全的眼镜，而是真的用户愿意每天今天戴上的这样的一个智能眼镜。然后刚才像潇潇总讲的这个出海，包括我们的这个渠道的选择，我们觉得。不管是哪个国家，就是消费品牌出海，因为面向的是终端用户、C端用户，最难的其实倒也不完全是把产品卖到海外，而是让海外用户真的去相信这个品牌、理解这个品牌，并且在关键的渠道里能找到这个品牌。那这里面会带来几个事情，所以我们在考虑我们自己哪里去出海、哪里去铺设渠道的话，首先看的倒不是说哪个市场是一定是最大的，就是如果是人口来讲，而是看几个核心的问题，包括说像因为我们在做智能眼镜，而且现在我们的整个定价，比如香港市场来讲的话，我们眼镜的平光定价是$599，加上这个戒指，我们有一个操控的戒指，然后再加上我们的屈光的这个镜片，那可能平均客单价大概在$1000左右。那这个我们选择市场的时候，第一会去看这个市场本身是不是有成熟的高端眼镜的消费习惯，然后智能眼镜因为它本身首先还是主语还是眼镜啊，所以我们会优先选择对于这个 eyewear 这个产业，然后验光、处方这些东西会有这个成熟的认知的这样的一个市场。比如说像这个我们最开始线下店其实主要也是在欧洲这个市场，我们当时欧洲我们其实线下是铺了很多的门店的。那目前的话，其实欧洲、北美，然后中东，包括部分的亚洲市场，我们的整体销量都是非常好的。第二的话就是的确这个市场是否能去接受新技术和高端的一些消费电子的这个品类，我们需要的是说它不是一个纯科技的极客这样的市场，也不是需要一个纯的一个时尚消费品类的这样一个市场，而是两者之间的交叉人群，他们会很重视设计，重视这个 quality， 同时也是愿意为这个提升日常体验的技术去买单的。所以在这些层面上，我们在选择市场的时候，选择了国家之后，就是要去跟合适的渠道伙伴一起去共同的创建市场和教育市场。所以对我们来讲的话，渠道它不仅仅只是一个销售的点，它也是一个信任来源。这也是为什么我们目前在全球可能有400多家的独立的 eyewear 的这种 boutique store 是我们的合作伙伴，因为他们的确在帮我们的用户，不仅是提供他们自己的 这些历史悠久的品牌价值，同时也是让用户在他们自己已经信任的一个渠道里面去享受配镜、验光，包括体验最新的科技的这样的一个服务体验。所以我觉得在整体去选择到底哪些市场优先进，然后跟哪些合作伙伴一起去教育市场和服务消费者的环节里面的话，这几个层面是我们自己会比较重视的。所以目前我们在整个全球来讲，除了线上的 D2C 网站的话，这个optical shops 和这个消费电子渠道是线下我们并行的。然后这些渠道能帮助我们在早期，不管是在品牌还是在这个服务上，都能提供更好的这个满足我们客户的需求。以及我觉得在整个的渠道策略上来讲的话，就是我们的 D2C 官网的话，会去承接很多的，就是因为这毕竟是个新品类啊，我们的很多用户教育，包括完整的一些产品的信息和一些这个相关的一些 review 相关的这个评测，这个都是我们自己在官网上会去承接的部分。那对应的三方的一些，比如说媒体的一些评测、媒体的一些报道、KOL 的一些评测和一些用户真实内容的反馈和社区上内容的反馈，都是帮助用户在真的很好的去理解和解释这个产品到底怎么去使用，到底怎么去自己用起来会有哪些可能 tips 和 tricks。所以这些东西我觉得是从一个品牌来讲，我们并不是单点在一个渠道或在一个点位去卖产品，而是要构建一个端到端的，从产品的教育到后面产品的售后这样一个完整的闭环，这样才使得用户在新品类的情况下能选择你、试用你、购买你，并且宣传你。这个是我们大概在过去这2年在市场上的一些感受。
对，很感谢啊。那我们现在下一位，我们来到奇遇创新，你们的切入点呢相对来说比较硬核，因为其实科技含量相对来说也非常的高，它是用把高精度的这种3D 的扫描设备做海外城市和工业的这种空间数字化的底座。那这类的底层的这种基础设施的出海，其实往往比消费品会更复杂，因为他们的客户大部分是政企，那他们这些政企的服务企业，它会更看重精度和可靠性，有时还涉及到数据和本地化这种安全的这种敏感问题。那这里面我们有2个问题来问奇遇创新，就是第一呢，是你们的扫描设备在技术和硬件性能上面最能打动海外客户的这种差异化的优势到底是什么？是你们的精度，是你们的效率，还是你们的 SLAM 加3D 高斯的那套重建的能力？第二呢，是你们已经在这个日本呢、欧洲、东南亚建立了自己的销售网络。那回过头来看，靠代理体系打海外 B 端市场，你们有踩过哪些坑？摸索出了有什么可以复制的一些打法没有？
没问题。那首先，其实对于我们产品来说，可能或者整个公司前面2位企业都提到了，我觉得首先先自己想明白我解决了什么问题。先搞明白你解决了什么问题以后，包括其实一开始的 KYC 啊，这些所有企业都该做的事情，其实就算我们是个初创企业或者所谓有点技术的企业，其实都避免不了。一定要清楚我最后钱问谁赚这件事情搞定了，再去铺设你对应的渠道，再去发现哪个或者是个世界上哪块地方愿意为这个付费的人群最多。然后再回到我们现在落地的案例上，其实作为比如说世界精准复刻，其实你避不开几个核心的参数。第一个就准，我很准确的能够复刻完了我能出非常精准的图。第二就是美，就是我做完以后，比如说不管是机器人的仿真还是影视娱乐，它要漂亮，对吧？大家是拿来做游戏，包括我们的客户有做游戏的，有做影视的，它的背景要漂亮，那就是美。第三，我们还有一些另外2个核心的 AR pillar， 一个是自动化，实时性，这2个都是当然就不展开在技术层面了。把这个全部做完以后的东西，一个成套的傻瓜相机式的一个产品，是我们首先的一个竞争力。它可能不仅仅是在一个精度，或者说简单说我们性价比之类的，而且坦诚的讲，我们目前覆盖的区域卖得好的都是有钱的地方。从日本欧洲美国中东而且我们的 margin 也比较高。在目前，因为我们是在整个全球最早做出来这个类似于就是我们叫空间相机这个品类的嘛。那坦诚的讲，在中国，咱们硬件上其实领先的优势能有个2年就不错了，对吧？但直到今天为止，我们也是这个品类里最贵的，但是它解决的问题呢，还有一个就是除了准可用以外，确实跟传统的工作流程出现了区别。这就是说，一开始我们为什么要做的时候，其实你在一开始产品设计要去想的。打个比方，我们把原来架站式的很多的测量仪器，首先变成了手持。我们的设备本身就是一个拿在手上的，就跟 这个话筒差不多大的东西，你拿着走，像傻瓜相机拍就好了。传统可能都是按照像后面的这些摄像机一样三脚架架在原地，然后你要一站一站的扛。那从整个效率来说，越大的场景，我们的性价比越高。比如说今天这个展会，咱们假设它是个万方的一个展会，我们大概是花1-2个小时就能完成全场的一个数据采集。1天后，我们能交付整个场景的3维的，就是从视觉效果加 CAD 图加 BIM 图。传统做这么一个，你基本上以周为单位做得快的，而且是多人团队，非1人团队。对。那这些具体的东西做完了以后，才到了我们找到了正确的渠道，找到了正确的市场，包括从 B 端的角度，你就认真积极的参加一些展会，对，去把这些事情，一步一步的，其实这都是所有企业会经历多的事情了。我们也不觉得我们在这做的有没有特别优秀，或者倒也没有。其实你每件事情执行都做好，生产都做好，最后依托的确实中国有很强的，特别咱们大湾区有很强的供应链的基础，去把这个的性价比做到极致啊，鲁棒性做到极致啊。那最后当然对我们公司来说，确实有特色的是呢，我们的软件和后期的算法以及 AI 的承接，在客户的应用角度非常好用。它不仅仅是用硬件做完了这件事儿，它是能顺利的替代掉它原来的工作管线，无缝的接入到它现在的工作流里面，那它就很容易付款，决策链路非常短。然后最后呢，就是做 B 端难的点就是怎么切入啊，不管它的客户多复杂，但好的点也是，就是你切入以后不容易被替代，因为它工作流习惯了你以后就会离不开你，而且呢，很多我们现在碰到，我们也在做自己的一些模型。客户的数据对我来说有很大的一些交互的价值。那在这个基础上，现在是我的客户天天盯着我，你的这个识别有错误，请把精度从95，我要98，我要98，就天天催着我。为啥你这个模型准确率还不够高？就非常好，就我们就不用花钱买数据，就我的客户后面拿鞭子抽着我，他一边给我钱，一边抽着我要进步啊。我们就感觉就这个是个业务的正向飞轮啊。那最后其实当然不多耽误，我觉得整体还是中国其实有很好的硬件基础，同时现在有很好的软件人才和 AI 人才的基础，哪怕我们基模也有很便宜的一些 token 能够支持我们在体系包括组织结构上创新上做出更有力的改革。所以整体来说，我们觉得从中国走向世界还是一个比较好的一个通路啊。谢谢。
对，其实这3家完全不同的企业，其实刚刚舒淇亮讲到了说中国有特别好的供应链的优势，有非常好的软件的人才。其实我想补充一点，其实中国今天正在诞生一批非常优秀的企业家，一群不安于中国，而是引领全球的这样的企业家，就像我们今天台上这3家企业一样，他们其实正在各自的领域里面去争取去做世界的那个 top one， 然后他们也在做整个引领这个行业的一些事情。这个是我们看到的，就是说中国的科技企业与未来的与世界的最大的价值。那如果说我们今天这个对话我们要留下一个共识的话，那我觉得就是中国的科技企业的出海正在从把产品卖出去，走向把品牌、把标准、把长期能力扎下去的这样的一个新的阶段。那在香港呢，正是把这条路上面最好的一个起点之一。像 List East 的这样的Leap East 的这样的舞台呢，正是把中国的科技与世界资本相遇的一个地方。那今天呢，就是时间也差不多到了，我们这个今天的圆桌就到此结束，谢谢大家。后面如果有什么问题，可以跟他们再做交流，谢谢。
Yep, you to come now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally arrived at the last stretch of the day, the last session. So thank you so much for sticking around with us, because we have plenty of action already over the past 2 days. 4 stages, 2 halls. We've had about 25,000 people coming in here and there over the past couple of days. So thank you so much for being such a great audience with us. And now for the last session, I'm going to ask you to keep your energy up, because this is going to be quite interesting. We're going to take a little bit of a trip to Southeast Asia. And I know we haven't really talked about Southeast Asia on this stage yet, so I want to give them a bit of the spotlight, because this region right now is becoming one of the most fascinating tech hubs for fintechs with very global ambitions. And with our speakers, we have quite a few coming from Singapore as well as Indonesia, and a gentleman who spends most of his time on a plane. So with that, I'm going to call upon our speakers as well as our lovely moderator, Yinglan Tan, founder, managing partner of Insignia Venture Partners. Please give them a warm round of applause for the very last session here on the main stage.
Okay. We save the best for the last. So we're honored to be here. We'll probably keep it fun and exciting. But today I have the honor of inviting 3 of our most global and fastest growing portfolio companies that we're honored to serve to the panel today. Southeast Asia is always known as 10 countries, 10 languages, fragmented markets, unbanked population. And today we have with us 3 magnificent companies that have, despite all these constraints, built global operations and really triumph despite the face of adversity and all this multi-language, multi-religion, and lack of banking in the regions. So I wanted to open by saying, hey, there is always an inflection point where a company starts from solving a local problem to becoming a global company. And 3 of you have obviously done that. Flip, Surfin, and Fast are now in multi-markets, right? Maybe we start off with that, Pratyush. Talk about Flip's journey, and then we can move on. Go for it.
Great. Thank you, England, and thanks everyone for staying here. My name is Pratyush Prasanna. I'm the CEO of a company called Flip. Flip is one of the largest fintechs in Indonesia. We started off, as England mentioned, with a peer-to-peer payment company where we enable people to pay each other. Very simple premise. But what that enabled us to do is that people soon came to us and asked, if I can pay to England in Jakarta, why can't I pay to Yan'an in China? So we started doing cross-border payments, which is, and we are the largest outbound cross-border in Indonesia today in about 2 years. We also enable people to not only accept payments for themselves, but for their companies. So we are a payment gateway as well. And in the process, as England mentioned, we kind of expanded our scope in products, but also in terms of geographies. So right now, we enable merchants to accept payments both online and offline. We enable users to send money both domestically and internationally. We also enable people to buy and play video games or online games. And last but not the least, we are also quite big in terms of offline payment acceptance for all different mechanisms in Indonesia. So that's where I'll pause.
Yeah, before we move to Yan'an, Flip also announced a major partnership with Paytm. Maybe you're going to talk a bit about that.
Okay, I thought that was your next question, but let me talk about that. Thank you for reminding, England. So 2 days ago, the Honorable Prime Minister from India came to Indonesia. And as a part of that visit, we announced our partnership with Paytm, which is India's largest fintech. In this partnership, Paytm has built payment acceptance devices at scale in India. They are the largest acquirer across the world. They're bigger than Ant and WeChat, and have about 20 million active merchants. So the technology is built for scale. So we are bringing the same technology to Indonesia to enable merchants to accept QRs as well as card devices. And it was a part of the official announcement of both the countries, because India arguably is way more advanced in terms of payment technologies, and Indonesia is very fast on that same journey. But we think this will enable merchants with much more empowered technologies, learning from the best.
I think Pratyush is doing a lot to foster India-Indonesia trade just by doing that. Let's move to Yanan of Surfin. And Yanan is a special founder that I'm very privileged to intersect. He's actually trained as a nuclear physicist, right? A PhD in nuclear physics. So he went from blowing things up to really saving lives through fintech. And the magnificent, he's in 10 countries. I don't know how he does his weekly meetings in 10 different time zones and multi-product, built triple-digit revenue USD business with high double-digit million profits. So over to you, Yanan. What's the inflection point on when you wanted to do this and build this to a global business?
Yeah, thanks, Inlan, and thanks to your organizer, the Leap East, finally coming to the East. Right? So I think, as Inlan just introduced and also Praju just shared, that we focus on financial inclusion in emerging markets, and so that's where I turned from a peaceful, loving nuclear physicist to be a more financial inclusion fintech entrepreneur. So that's quite a journey. 8 years ago, Surfin headquartered in Singapore. Of course, we use our Chinese big data modeling, AI technology in Beijing, Shanghai, Wuhan, and to help the emerging markets like Indonesia, India, Philippines, Mexico, Kenya, Nigeria, most really Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and 12 countries. So that's where I think the previous organizer, the moderator saying that I'm live on flight because I have to live with different time zones. But we will really benefit the data because I think now we all appreciate in the AI technology era, the fundamental ingredients are the data. So that's why we are going to 12 countries. Now we have 100 million customers, young customers who do not have financial access. So we try to address 2 pain points. One is credit access. The other is Leap address about money transfer. And also credit cards. This is our credit cards. That's why Tianwei and I have a fast global partnership. So I think that's where the young consumer want anytime, anywhere, financial access, even though they don't have financial behavior data. How can we price the risk based on social behavior data, alternative data? So I think we will benefit from this after COVID, the mobile internet that penetrate the emerging market, the more and more data available. Now we will also benefit because the AI agent can help the young consumer have an agentic inclusion experience. So I think it's all about data. That would be what I say inflection point. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic, Yanan. Maybe talk one more thing about how you juggle multi-country operations. He's in Philippines, India, Mexico, and many other countries.
Yeah, so Inlan would know. Inlan is my lead investor. So on the weekly meeting, we have just different time zones. It's a marathon meeting from the morning till midnight because we have different time zones for 12 countries. So I think that's also what I appreciate nowadays, that technology can be scalable, technology can be inclusive, technology can connect everywhere. I used to work in the second largest bank in Canada. It's hard for me to imagine, my former bank go to 12 countries to serve 100 million customers, how many staff they have to employ. But we were so fortunate to provide such a service across different time zones, all using the same technology that can stress test it across different markets, user behavior, and across different markets, credit cycle, so that the system and technology can be scalable, resilient, and also sustainable.
Fantastic. Moving on to Tianwei, we call him the Prince of Stablecoins. And I am sure in Hong Kong, you know that the government issued 2 stablecoin licenses to HSBC and StanChart, if I'm not wrong. Tianwei runs FAST, right? The unit that means stablecoin is TradeX. The company actually got 1 of 2 licenses issued by the Singapore government. Technically, I think he got 2 out of 3 licenses to mint stable coins. And with that, it's becoming a global phenomenon, right? I think they have users from all over the world using his services every day. So Tim, over to you. What really propelled you from being a local business to now a global business?
Hey, thanks, Inglan. Thanks, Leap East, for the invite as well. I'm Tianwei, the co-founder and CEO of TradeX. Always happy to be in Hong Kong itself. Actually, a lot of our clients and customers are out of Hong Kong itself because like I mentioned, we started as a payment company. And my DNA is an engineer. We are also started in Singapore and then spent a lot of time in Indonesia as well as a major payment institution, as an acquirer. So in some sense, actually the problems that we went through is by design, is because of the fact that Southeast Asia, when we first started, is always a very fragmented market, right? And from day one, we think about how to solve the fragmentation itself that needs to basically breach between countries itself. But that is actually why we started StraightX as well, because we from a technologist realized that these days has already been proven, stablecoins, the so-called the silver bullets or the magical solution it has, is really focused on cross-border payment. This itself is where it has seen the highest impact, the ability to basically work around the corridors that used to only work on banking hours is the main propeller of this technology itself. So when we started doing that, we're realizing that we're not just solving a Southeast Asia problem, we're solving a global problem, right? So actually that was the inflection point. It's no longer about how we're making money, how do we move stablecoin, it's how do we make stablecoin usable worldwide. And these days, that's what we've been spending a lot of our time on, right? Under the the StraightX brand. We evolved from just being a payment company that is actually driving global payments, but more towards real-world use cases of stablecoin technology, where we can see it being applicable on a daily basis. And actually, one of another major inflection point is that when we start realizing that we can solve this thing through stablecoin technology, we are able to serve and get the attention of global players such as Alipay and Grab to realize that they also have the needs to solve this problem in emerging markets, right? Because if you look at it, when I was an engineer and I was trying to figure out when we want to get a lot of nice services that we see in worldwide, not all markets are treated the same. And because during my time when I was working at Amazon, you start to think about it from a product manager point of view, which is the market that will move the needle, which is the market that have the highest impact. And if you then realize that that market is very difficult to enter, might not move the needle, you're going to be the last on the choice of all the product manager. It's just the fact of the world, right? But stablecoin helped to change that. And when we realized that it connects all the markets into one, and you can build one product that's usable worldwide, it makes companies like Ali, like Grab wakes up, because they realize that they do not have to think about market by market. By plugging into this kind of technology, they can use the same tech to serve a global market. I think that's the game changer. That's also the point that here's us start to think that actually we should position ourselves more as a global company than just a Southeast Asia one.
Fantastic. I think one of the myths about Southeast Asia is that it's a market that people expand to from China, from US. But actually, you three have flipped the narrative, right? Flip is run rating, double-digit billion transaction volume, and it doesn't start with one, the first digit. Surfin is triple-digit revenue, almost triple-digit USD net profit. Fast is triple-digit, million revenue. It's very sizable, right? You have really inverted the narrative to start from Southeast Asia but build global companies, right? Maybe talk a little bit about that journey. Yeah, Pratish, go for it.
Okay. So I think one key point that we mentioned is that users everywhere are very similar, and if you build for specific use cases, you actually end up catering to most users worldwide. I'll give you a couple of examples, right? Our approach always has been that we build what is there for users first, and everybody talks about it. But in terms of example, we built a gaming platform. Everybody else sold gaming vouchers, but what we did was that we asked influencers and gamers to come and talk about how they play. They just came, talked about how they play, and they also used to tell that, hey, you know what, you can buy the voucher for Free Fire below, right? That's a much better way to attract users, and we started with Indonesia. Now we're in Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand, with these three actually driving higher revenue than Indonesia for us. Similarly, on the lending front, one of the experiments that we did was that lending is fundamentally a not very loyal product. In fact, lending is the opposite of loyalty, because if I've taken money from you, I don't like you, typically, right? With all due respect. Right?
I like that.
So what we did was that we actually kind of did a loan aggregator kind of play, where we said that, okay, Mr. England, if you come to our site, we'll first tell you if you're going to get a loan or not. And then if you are eligible for a loan, which will be the cheapest. So we try to build loyalty in a product that is fundamentally not built on loyalty, right? So that's our approach. And that's, I think, my answer to the question, which is that if you build for specific use cases relevant for customers, you can easily scale it across geographies without losing the mojo of that particular product.
Fantastic. Janan?
Yeah, so like Patricia just said, even though China, India may be the largest single country in terms of population, Southeast Asia even more fragmented. When I go to Africa, Latin America, even more fragmented. But I think nowadays the technology can be scalable. It's all depend on behavior data. So like Patricia just mentioned, behavior of how human beings more or less similar, right? So I think it's a behavior finance leads to the financial democratization, that we can price each user's financial appetite based on the behavior data. Imagine, our bank service, ATM is a revolutionized that extend the banking hours. The bank closes at 3 p.m., 4 p.m. ATM, you can, get cash anytime. But that's only the first version. And then the next version is the smartphone. That means we can have financial service anywhere, anytime, So that's, I think, beyond ATM. So nowadays, I think now this concept about agentic. So that's why I say agentic inclusion. Everyone deserves a financial agent. In the past, only the audience here, middle class, high net worth, have a financial agent, financial advisor. But so many young demographics, they also demand such a financial partner. Imagine our nannies working in Hong Kong. She or he also deserve a financial agent. They have the money transfer. They have to do the credit access. So that's why I think we are able to, based on this behavior, especially the social behavior data, whether smartphone or on the social media, that can be traceable. That can price a person, individual's financial appetite. So that go beyond banking through branch, through ATM, through smartphone, through anyone. So I think that's the even more fragmented, but it's all based on same behavior understanding. Yeah.
Fantastic. Tian Wei?
I think there's probably 3 points. First itself is, I'm Singaporean, we are natively Asians. I think this is home to us, right? So when we look at it, we don't just see it as this is, whether this market is bigger or not. I think this is something that's naturally, that is personal to us. We want to solve the problem that makes sense to a lot of people, that impacts our livelihood of everyone around us. But I think on that same note, on problem itself is where I think in some sense, maybe we're lucky, but in the same sense, the problems that exist in the very fragmented market in Southeast Asia became the breeding ground and the motivation for a lot of solutions that actually might not be as easy to implement in the homogeneous market itself. If you look at some of the data that right now is actually showing out, the largest world adoptions of stablecoin from a global perspective, Asia Pacific is 60% of the use cases on-chain transaction analysis. And this is where it tells you is because of the problem that you face is, if you're in the US, I think the fact that you need a US dollar stablecoin to move money is not that high because you have a SWIFT account, you have an ACH account. I used to work there. You have Venmo, I always say. You can just P2P transfer this, you have PayPal. When you're in Singapore itself, it's not as easy, right? How do you get access to a dollar account? In Hong Kong, it's still the same problem, right? So that fragmentation then drives the motivation for a lot of effort to spend in terms of optimizing and solving problem. And I'm an engineer, and I believe that that is actually the key reason. You need to have a problem first before you have a chance to solve. And I always told that to my team, right? Sometimes we look at a problem in Buhui, right? There's a lot of problem here. But on the other hand, I will tell them that we will not exist if there's no problem here, right? In some sense, startups is formed, and we have a living. You and I have a paycheck because there is a problem to solve. Yeah. So that actually drives some of this whole thing that I think that Asia actually have been a very good breeding ground for specific solution that is very native to the local market that can go global as well. Because like I said, fragmented the market is not just in Southeast Asia itself, it's a global problem if you look at it from a larger scale itself. But at the same time, from a stablecoin, at least where we are at, we are very fortunate to have very forward-looking regulators in this part of the world as well. I think Singapore, where we came from, the MAS has been a beacon in terms of regulation frontiers. The MES regulation around stablecoin framework came out 3 years ago. We've already been a very early privilege of being able to not just go through the so-called the trial and sandbox, but has been in production. The XSGD, XUSD has been running on chain for more than 5 years now. In total circulation and transaction has more than 20 to 30 billion on chain. So there's actually real world historical usage because of the regulators being very forward looking, because there's a real problem and incentive for them to solve. And over here, even in Hong Kong, you see that Hong Kong has already passed this ordinance right after the Clarity Act actually, the Genius Act passed, right? So most of the regulators here are a little bit more pro of innovation because, again, wearing the hat of some of my friends who have actually been regulators and now become friends is that it's always about risk and reward, right? When they look at anything before of innovation, most central bankers or most of the regulators They do not wake up every day thinking about innovation. They think about consumer protection, right? That is important to them. That's their first job. The primary job is not innovation, right? But the fact is that then there must be reward, that benefit for them to take on additional risk. And because there are problems over here, a lot of the regulators are really more pro-innovation here. So there is advantage of doing this from where we are right now.
Fantastic. I want to stay with Tianwei for a bit. And I want to ask you, I'm curious, because I see the staggering numbers. Stablecoin cards issuance has grown 80x year on year for you. And transaction volume is about 40x year on year. What is the real world use case that's driving this adoption?
Thanks, Ilan, for the question. Like this is exactly on the same point. It's because of a problem that is needing here. Actually, the global demand for stablecoin, and I've said this before, is actually a global demand to access to currency, primarily the US dollars, because in most countries that we are in right now, getting access to a US dollars is a privilege, right? Like in Singapore, if you are not of a certain individual of a net worth of a certain worth, you have no use for having a dollar account. It's expensive to maintain it. To move money on SWIFT is expensive and slow. You see it as a hedge investment. You don't see it as a saving account that you use on a daily basis. Stablecoin fundamentally changed that, right? The whole, Visa in their earnings call have talked about this category exploding over the last 12 months for them as well, where the biggest revival of this category is a team called Stablecoin Neobank. They are popping around the world. They basically are giving users access to a dollar account, right? Attaching that to a Visa card that's on a debit basis, allowing them to spend it at 175 million merchants worldwide. Immediately with this kind of MVP product, you have created a use cases of a dollar saving account that you can use on a daily basis itself. That is a game changer, because then you are now targeting a global market. In a lot of market, there is actually a demand for one of two things. One, dollar access, maybe because your currency is constantly depreciating. Or two, you want to be able to access to a card that might not be that easily available for you yourself. Just these two drivers has been what we're seeing, an explosion growth globally, with the fact that the stablecoin program, we have become a Visa principal member with a stablecoin issuing capability to do a global card issuing program, allow most of the customers, and some of our largest customers come out of Hong Kong itself, such as Red Dot Pay and stuff, they are able to target a worldwide audience with a small team, with a homogeneous product, a single product, that target over 80 markets at the same time. This is the main ingredients behind things that's causing this explosion of growth. But also from a unit economy perspective, stablecoin changes how a lot of the math work behind running a full business, right? Actually, card issuing is not a new thing. Fintech card has been around for the last 10 years. Revolut and all those guys have been doing it. The change in the game is also on accessibility, like I just mentioned, and also on the unit economy, because how much does it cost you? The biggest cost is customer acquisition. The next highest cost is actually the cost of fund. How much does it cost for you to serve your customers to put in some kind of fund into an e-wallet itself? In our term, we call it cost of fund, right? In the past, you see how that most players do it is they will attach you to be able to attach a card to it, right? Or some kind of payment method. Every one of them introduce additional engineering work, compliance work, and costs, right? That itself is something they need to be able to cover from a transactional basis. And if you know how card works, when you spend it, the issuer or the app itself get an interchange coming from the network. And sometimes it's less than 50 basis point or 40 basis point. So when the cost of fund is more than that, it becomes unsustainable. Then they need to think about how to make money from you through subscription services, value-added services, and stuff like that, right? But stablecoin fundamentally, from a receiving perspective, is a global product, and it's at almost zero cost for them to receive stablecoin as a form of deposit. That changes the way that they can be a lot more aggressive on going global, because the customers can be profitable from day one, from the first transaction. That's another big driver that actually sees this kind of explosion in terms of adoption.
I was going to say that with what is going on with some world currencies, stable coins are more stable than some of these currencies.
Yes.
Moving on to Yanan, I wanted to talk about your user base. You have accumulated 100 million users over 9 years, right? And actually, with this whole intersection of AI and fintech, you're spending a lot of time on agentic payments or agentic services. Yeah. Talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I think as you just mentioned, our markets are fragmented, right? 12 markets. It's hard to operate so many different time zones at the same time. The other thing, as Tianwei and also Patricia just mentioned, data are also fragmented. Imagine throughout the day when you come to this conference, how much data will leave behind through different apps. So that's about the big data modeling, how we can use fragmented data to aggregate, to characterize a 360-degree of user behavior. So that's the future of financial service. The agent take how we can answer them each agent talk about one app, talk about one behavior data, how agent talk to agent, so that we can collectively understand the person's financial appetite. And, you know, I just came back from Meta office, you know, so we're talking about we onboard 100 million customers all through social media, right? Through, you know, YouTube, TikTok, Meta, whatever, Instagram. So each one now has an agent. So now our digital marketing is about super agent. How we can talk to different social media agent so that they can learn each other how to aggregate user, right? So I think that's the future of financial service, is about agent to agent, talking about different our local behavior. So then we can aggregate those data so that they provide a super financial agent for each individual customer. So that's why I say it's called financial inclusion. It's about agentic inclusion in the future. And that's why, in line with we just opened the office in Tokyo 2 weeks ago. So that's what I believe, that financial inclusion is not about geography. It's not about the emerging market or developed market. It's all about people. Wherever people are, you know, they need financial access. That's why in Tokyo or in Hong Kong, there's so many young migrants working in this city, in the country. They also demand financial access anywhere, any time. So that's why we are willing to follow them, you know, to different markets, to understand them and then use the agentic experience that they have a co-pilot, financial partner, to work with them, to partner with them anytime, any day, so that they can get financial credit access and also money transfer, you know, cross-border. Because in the future, people are mobile, right? AI will kill a lot of jobs. We're talking about within our organization, you know, we have 4,000 staff, you know, within Surfing. Now we have 500 digital AI staff within the organization. They can learn different people's skills. So in the future, AI will replace a lot of jobs. The young people have to go to anywhere to find a job or entertainment. So how do you have them to have financial service experience? You know, that's, I think, in the future, the exciting part, that everyone could have a co-pilot. Like you drive an EV car, it's always talking conversational and also talking with your partner anywhere. Yeah, so I think that's where they come from. Yeah.
Thank you, Yanan. Moving on to Pratyush and Flip. I mean, Flip has really built a strong brand and presence. It's a household name in Indonesia. Every person transferring money, you know, use Flip. How does this mean? What does this mean for the next few years? You know, you're launching new products. There's loan comparison. You launched a partnership with Paytm. You have remittance. Talk a little bit about your future plans.
I could talk about world domination,
sure.
but I'll refrain. This is my fundamental belief that in financial services and the part that we are in, margins are going to be compressed going forward. So the only way to do and stay relevant, and this is more existential, is to have so many services that you are the de facto bank, or you're touching people's lives every day. I think that's what we are trying to do, where people tell us that, why are you building so many products? But the whole point here is that financial services, as it should be, and I think Yanan mentioned this, is that giving fair financial services is a responsibility, which we are very serious about. That's what our logo is also. And once financial services become fair, obviously the margins are compressed. So where do we make money from, right? The way to make money from is that you keep on expanding the services. Everyone, like Paytm in India or PhonePe in India or Ant Financial, you can see that the menu of services is a lot, simply because the margins are lower, so you need to be across the board. So answer to your question is that we will keep on increasing our portfolio of services, being relevant to the user, but at the same time ensuring that they are always getting the best in terms of deal. There's one more factor which I think is also important, which is that what Tianwei mentioned is that people think regulators are a friction, but in my mind, it's a good friction to have. It's the friction that Formula One cars have on their wheels on the track. If you don't have it, you know, you'll crash everywhere, right? And it's necessary. So it is very important that we work within the constraints of the system, because regulatory systems arguably always work slowly, but we work within the constraints of the system to ensure that what we do is ultimately better for the country or any country that we function in. So between these two, which is margins compressing, regulatory, we have to chart a path where we stay relevant, but the way to do that, I think, is just be
fantastic.
Everywhere.
Oh, fantastic. I want to touch on the one other point that's common with three of you, which is expansion to new markets, right? So Yanan, you mentioned you opened a Japan office recently. Tianwei just signed an MOU with Taiwan. Flip is launching new products with, and also a partnership with Paytm, with, kind of linking India. And actually, you're starting from scratch, right? In these new geographies, Japan, Taiwan, India. Right? How do you start to build distribution, or start in a new market organically? Whoever wants to go first.
From that side.
I think by now, because there's also some advantages that we have, because the fact that we started in Southeast Asia, right? We started as a Singapore company, then we expanded to Indonesia, and now we have like Taiwan team. Like from day one, we have forced to know how to work with multiple team. And then Yana will tell you how you can handle 12 different time zones much better than I do. I only have to deal with most of the Asia-Pacific time zone. So that itself has been a breeding ground for a lot of those things that we have really learned, beta testers over those years, right? What to do, what kind of team that combination we need to have, what kind of culture people need to hire, what kind of facility or infrastructure must be in place for us to basically assess and actually allow our team to work cross-border together. But then from a market perspective, then it's about how can we learn from what we have learned at each of this market. What are the common go-to-market strategies that we see? From our perspective, because we talked about it yesterday itself, regulation always comes first for us, right? We look at it from every single market. Is first and foremost, how can we make sure that we can provide a services that's compliant to local regulation, that can scale, and able to be here for many, many years, right? Because what we do not want, and by now we build a reputation, our customers expect us to last, expect us to be here all the time. Uptime is required to be like 99.9, right? So that kind of requirement then would pace the way that we approach every new market. We'll try to showcase that we can work with local regulators, at least especially for us, get local banking partnership. That's actually a very important part as a payment infrastructure players. I've said this again and again. We're not here to disrupt the bank. We're here to work with the banks, right? Because that itself is usually our first approach. After we can then secure that itself, then we'll talk about the actual real-world use cases and the problem that we solve. And primarily right now, we see the immediate use cases are always related to cross-border payment itself that facilitate SMEs and businesses to be able to get access or on to off-ramp stablecoin itself before all the rest of the product, like the QR code scanning, the payment gateway receiving, or the card issuing can actually happen. That's actually how we actually do it for all the market we enter right now.
Yeah. For us, in terms of go-to-market, there's two layers. In the future, I think one is about stress testing, private domain data, and country data. So that's why we go to different time zone, 12 countries. In the future, this year will be 15 countries. It's all about data, how to stress test the data each country, because each country user behavior could be different, a credit cycle different. It's all about stress testing. Secondly, people are mobile. That's why in Japan, there's also Filipinos, Indians, migrants working in the aging society in Japan. That's why we also work with Philippine social security system to help young OFWs, Filipinos, who work in Hong Kong, who work in Japan. They have to transfer money back to the country. Very high friction costs. Philip would know, how to help them enjoy through pension system, Philippines pension system, to have a better credit access through pension fund, and to provide remittance loan based on their nannies, workers' salary in Hong Kong to provide direct loan to their home country rather than cross-border money transfer. So I think this is a financial service cross-border. That's why I say in the future it's all about ABCD. Assetless, anyone without assets can enjoy financial access. Borderless, cross-border, anywhere. And C, contactless, it will be conversational. And the end, 7-day, 24-hour divisionless. So I think that's why we go to so many markets. Yeah.
Patish.
For the first point, I think we have great gurus like Yanan here to work across different teams. But from a market entry perspective, as you know, England, we introduced cross-border payments, right? So our approach was not spray and pray. We realized that Indonesians send money outside for 3 big reasons, right? Which is medical, sending money for education, and religious tourism. So we were extremely careful about spending any kind of money, only targeting these 3. I think the cookie cutter model here won't work. What I would suggest if somebody is interested and what we do is be extremely focused on which are the use cases that we want to do and go all out for it rather than just doing spray and pray.
Oh, fantastic. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to do 2 quick lightning round questions. Okay, just give me a short answer and no explanation, right? Yeah. Okay. To win in fintech, which of the 3 is most important? Data, distribution, or AI? Patish.
Data.
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 Data, okay.
Good.
in the next 10 years, if you were to bet, if everyone in the audience were to bet on one thing, or one trend in fintech, what would it be?
Agentic payment.
Yeah. Smart wear financial service.
Oh, nice. Okay. Pratish.
Straight off agentic AI.
Okay, fantastic. On that note, thanks so much for the panelists' incredible insight and also for changing the world through fintech. Thanks so much we're honored to be partners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, have a picture. Okay.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers. The last final session, thank you for bringing all this energy to the stage about how we can build the next big names all from Southeast Asia. From my side, I just want to say an incredible thank you to all of you. I know that some of you have been sticking around with us from the morning session. We've covered a lot today. Family offices, multi-generational wealth, biotech, the AI stack, and there's plenty more of that to come tomorrow here on the main stage starting at 10 o'clock. My name is Olivia Kinghorst. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of Hong Kong your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow here on the main stage. Thank you.